Chapter 131. Pung 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 pung. A series of collisions could be heard. The Ma clansmen that rushed at Li Fuchen were all sent flying with broken bones and charred chests. You are dead meat. Even the heavens can't save you for killing my Ma clansmen. Kneel down and confess your sins while you still have a chance. Once I catch you, I will make you wish you were dead. Ma Qingyang spoke with a stern expression. Even a sect wouldn't dare to say such words. A mere Ma clan dares to talk about the heavens? Li Fuchen didn't even bother about the Ma clan. With his current status and ability, such a city-class clan was nothing in his eyes. Only the Earth Realm martial artists behind them could make Li Fuchen slightly apprehensive. You are courting death. Let this old man teach you how to behave. One of the Ma clansmen, who was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm, drew his sword and used a sharp sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Pung! The veteran came and went quickly. He was sent flying by a single palm strike from Li Fuchen. The three of you come at me together and kill me. Ma Qingyang spoke with a sinister expression. In front of everyone, Ma Qingyang wouldn't be able to take this lying down. Kill! 3 9th level Origin Realm martial artists worked together to kill Li Fuchen. 9th level Origin Realm martial artists were rare even in the Ma clan. There were only a dozen of them, and Ma Qingyang brought 4 of them just in case. The one who attacked first was the weakest. Overestimating yourself. Li Fuchen didn't make a move, and revolved the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique. A layer of fiery red qi emerged from his body, and formed a qi protection. The 3 of them froze in mid-air. The swords in their hands couldn't even penetrate Li Fuchen's qi protection. How is this possible? One of the 3 was shocked and couldn't believe his own eyes. You are a Tsonglan inner sect disciple? The other one seemed to have thought of something, and asked with fear. Only a Tsonglan inner sect disciple could withstand the combined attack of the 3 of them, with just a qi protection. If it was a regular 6th level Origin Realm martial artist, they would have been dead by now. Get lost. Li Fuchen spat out a single word. With a burst of qi, the blazing scarlet fire qi sent the 3 of them flying, and causing them to vomit blood. Such strength. The Zheng clansmen were all shocked and flabbergasted. At the same time, a sense of awe and envy arose in his heart. If they were this strong, why would the Ma family bully them like this? You. Ma Qingyang pointed at Li Fuchen and couldn't utter a single word. You. Get off the horse. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, Ma Qingyang tumbled off the demonic blood horse, looking extremely pathetic. He couldn't stand the sight of such domineering and unreasonable disciples. Back in Yunwu City, the disciples of the Shinta clan, Yang clan and Guan clan were all like this. This Ma Qingyang was even worse than them. You dare hit me? Do you know that my grandfather is the Ma clan's founder, and is at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm? My cousin brother is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. My uncle is the Azure Water Sect's inner sect deacon apprentice. You are dead meat. Ma Qingyang had always been high and mighty. When had he ever been treated like this? He was so angry that his mind was in a mess, and his eyes were bloodshot. Bang! Li Fuchen kicked at Ma Qingyang's abdomen and sent him flying. Furthermore, a scarlet fire qi invaded and damaged Ma Qingyang's lower body meridians. Without any miraculous pills or experts to treat him, he would lose all interest in women for the rest of his life. If you don't leave now, I will take your head, Li Fuchen said coldly. Young Master Qingyang, let's go. One of the 9th level Origin Realm martial artists who was severely injured by Li Fuchen helped Ma Qingyang up and said, a wise man knows when to retreat. With their ability, they couldn't do anything to Li Fuchen. They were afraid that Ma Qingyang would infuriate Li Fuchen and incite his killing intent. Where there's life, there's hope. Let's return to the Ma clan first. Just you wait. Ma Qingyang could only feel the pain in his lower body. With a ruthless statement, he led the demonic blood horse and left the Zheng clan. In just a short moment, the Ma clansmen were all gone, leaving behind a charred corpse. Many thanks to young hero Li for your kindness. The Zheng clan patriarch and veteran bowed in gratitude. The Zheng clan patriarch's daughter, Zheng Wei, bowed too. Her beautiful eyes were filled with curiosity and admiration. Beauties love heroes. This was an unchanging rule since the ancient times. In this world where the strong ruled, Who wouldn't wish for their husband to be an unparalleled hero who could protect them for life? Li Fuchen waved his hand. I will still be staying here for a period of time. Just prepare some good wine and food. Finishing his statement, he turned and walked back to his own courtyard. The third-rank acupoint diagram of the mystical dragon secret technique is obviously in the shape of a dragon. Could it contain a trace of the dragon's mystical ability? Looking at the hundreds of lit-up acupoints within the Jade Buddha, Li Fuchen went into deep thought. Dragon was the strongest demonic beast in this world. It could call the wind and summon the rain. It could be big or small. It could roam the void and dominate the universe. It could reach the 9 underworlds and communicate with ghosts and gods. It was almost omnipotent. Even the term demonic beast couldn't be used to describe a dragon. It should be described as a divine beast. But no one had ever seen a dragon. It wasn't even known if a dragon existed. It only existed in legends and myths. Li Fuchen found it hard to associate the 3-star secret technique, mystical dragon secret technique, with a dragon. After all, the difference between the two was too huge. A 9-star secret technique was more like it. 3 days later, Li Fuchen still wasn't able to comprehend the third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. At this moment, Ma Qingyang and his group had already returned to the Ma clan. Grandfather, you have to help me. Ma Qingyang knelt in front of a veteran dressed in luxurious clothes and cried bitterly. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes helped Ma Qingyang up and spoke in a cold voice. How dare you? So what if you are an inner sect disciple of the Azure Water sect? My Ma clan isn't a nobody in the Azure Water sect. The veteran dressed in luxurious clothes was the Ma clan's founder, Ma Taichung, a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. Grandfather, I got kicked by him. My lower body feels numb and swollen. Ma Qingyang recalled something and suddenly said, Let me see. Ma Taichung reached out and pressed on Ma Qingyang's abdomen. A moment later, Ma Taichung's eyes flashed with murderous intent. What a vicious little bastard. He actually dared to end my only grandson's lineage. If I don't take revenge, how am I supposed to be a man? As his qi entered Ma Qingyang's body, Ma Taichung could clearly feel that the meridians on Ma Qingyang's abdomen were scorched and withered. A scorching qi presence even damaged the internal organs. It wouldn't be easy for him to recover completely. After all, the meridians on the lower body were already weak and couldn't bear any damage. Grandfather, have I lost my ability as a man? Hearing this, Ma Qingyang was dumbfounded. Don't worry, it isn't impossible to heal. Follow me to the Zheng clan first. I want to settle the score with this little bastard. Ma Taichung clenched his teeth. The most important thing for a clan was the bloodline. If this generation couldn't do it, they could wait for the next generation. But to sever the bloodline was the same as severing the clan's inheritance. This hatred wasn't inferior to killing one's father or stealing one's wife. 3 days later, boom, the Zheng clan's main door was smashed. Under Ma Taichung's lead, a group of over a dozen men entered the Zheng clan. Where is that little bastard? Come out now. A thunderous voice echoed throughout the entire Zheng clan, and even reached the courtyard where Li Fuchen was at. Why are there so many fools in this world? Chapter 132. Under Ma Taichung's aura, everyone from the Zheng family trembled in fear. Even the Zheng family's patriarch and the Zheng family's elder were pale, not daring to utter a single word. In the martial Dao realm, every great realm was separated by a chasm. Especially when one reached the Disha realm, they would be able to use their aura. The aura was a combination of one's cultivation aura and one's spirit will. It wasn't an exaggeration to say that under normal circumstances, 7 to 8 9th level Origin Realm martial artists wouldn't even be able to defeat a 1st level Earth Realm martial artist. It wasn't because they didn't have enough ability, but because they didn't have enough battle intent. Under the envelopment of an Earth Realm martial artist's qi presence, it would be considered good if they could utilize 60% to 70% of their ability. Of course, if there were more 9th level Origin Realm martial artists, then it would be hard to say. With more people, the imposing aura would be stronger. Against an army of thousands, even a Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't dare to use his imposing aura to resist. Where is that little bastard? Ma Taichung questioned the Zheng clan's patriarch and the Zheng clan's elder. You are already so old. Why aren't you enjoying yourself at home and running out to spew dog shit? Li Fuchen walked out slowly. Little bastard, don't be so sharp-tongued. Today, I will teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Ma Taichung's chi pressured towards Li Fuchen. Against Ma Taichung's chi presence, Li Fuchen ignored it. Your chi presence is too weak. With just this bit of chi presence, you dare to come out and embarrass yourself. Based on Ma Taichung's chi presence, Li Fuchen reckoned that he cultivated a peak-tier, yellow-class technique. Perhaps when he was young, he had also entered the Azure Water sect. Of course, when he was young, he was most likely a servant disciple or an outer sect deacon disciple. He did not have the opportunity to come into contact with a profound level cultivation technique. In order to cultivate a mystic class cultivation technique, one either had to become an inner sect disciple and exchange large amounts of contribution points, or join the Zhonglan army. In short, there weren't many options. Ma Taichung originally didn't expect to suppress Li Fuchen with his chi presence. He just wanted to test his opponent. Seeing that his chi presence was ineffective, he burst forth with chi and intended to make a move. Old dog, it just so happens that I also want to test the power of the secret method, so I'll use you as an example. The 14th level of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Art revolved. The second level of the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique was activated. Boom! Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky and didn't seem to be any weaker than Ma Taichung. The quality of his chi presence seemed to be above Ma Taichung's and contained an indescribable prowess. What? He has cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the second stage? The old man from the Zheng family was dumbfounded. When cultivating the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique, one's aura would contain a special kind of majesty. This kind of majesty could increase the pressure of one's aura. He had only cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the first level. So this kind of special prestige was very faint and of little use. But Li Fuchen's chi presence contained a special prowess that was more than 10 times stronger than him. He had obviously cultivated the Mystical Dragon Secret Technique to the second level. Peerless genius. The old man from the Zheng family took a deep breath and forcefully suppressed the dizziness. Ma Taichung's pupils constricted. He had a bad feeling about this. But now that things had come to this, there was no point in regretting. He had to take down the other party first. Drawing his sword, Ma Taichung used the Ardent Wind sword style to attack Li Fuchen. Meteor fall. Li Fuchen thrust his sword over. Pop. In the front yard of the Zheng family, a strong gust of wind blew, and everyone's clothes fluttered in the wind. He can actually block my blade. What kind of monster is this little bastard? Ma Taichung's scalp went numb. He was a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. When dealing with a 6th-level Origin Realm martial artist, he didn't even need to make a move. With a wave of his hand, he could send his opponent flying. No wonder he is a second-level Earth Realm martial artist. Putting aside the cultivation level, Li Fuchen's other qualities were much superior than his opponent. Even if a yellow-class peak-tier technique was cultivated to the highest rank, it would only be equivalent to a 7th-rank, mystic class, mid-tier technique. Li Fuchen was 7 ranks higher than his opponent. In terms of physical strength, his opponent's physical strength was at most 1,000 kilograms, while Li Fuchen had 35,000 kilograms of physical strength. In terms of sword arts, his opponent cultivated a yellow class, peak-tier sword art, while Li Fuchen cultivated a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It was already at the trance stage and had developed sword intent. But with so many advantages, it could only make up for Li Fuchen's disadvantage in cultivation level. After all, there was a difference of 5 levels between the two of them, and there was still the huge barrier from the Origin Realm to the Earth Realm. Cling clang clang. The two of them crossed swords. The speed was so fast that no one could see it clearly. Dance of Ardent Wind. Suddenly, Ma Taichung's long sword revolved, and a sword chi swirled towards Li Fuchen like a tornado. Let's see how you block this. After releasing this blade, Ma Taichung sneered. He wasn't a brute. In the Tao of battle, one had to know how to play to one's strengths and avoid one's weaknesses. Li Fuchen might be strong, But he couldn't release his qi, which was his greatest advantage. I might be able to release my qi, but it isn't as strong as my opponent. Might as well not waste my qi. Activating the second rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen could already release his qi, but he didn't want to. Executing the shadowless leg, Li Fuchen was like a shadow, dodging the sword qi. After dozens of moves, the two of them were still in a stalemate. Among the Ma clansmen, Ma Qingyang was flabbergasted. How could this be? It shouldn't be. He couldn't understand the world of prodigies, and even more so, the world of demons. As the battle raged on, Li Fuchen fell into a strange state of mind. He felt as though something was being nurtured within his body. As the battle got more intense, this feeling got more intense. Is it the mystical dragon secret technique? Soon enough, Li Fuchen found the reason. The mystical dragon secret technique was a combat secret technique. Only through battle could one comprehend it faster. Especially from the second rank to the third rank, one would need to experience at least 100 battles. Multitasking, he immersed his consciousness into his body while battling with Ma Taichung. Hundreds of acupoints were flickering. The mystical dragon secret technique wasn't the same as a cultivation technique. It didn't need to be circulated at all times. As long as the acupoints were activated, qi would flow into the acupoints, and it would naturally circulate, increasing the burst strength of the qi. Of course, as a result, the qi consumption would increase exponentially, or even by several folds. The dragon fights in the wilderness, its blood shall be yellow and black. Not knowing why, Li Fuchen's heart suddenly came up with a very old saying. Little brat, I don't know what secret technique you use to increase your ability, but this secret technique will definitely consume a lot of qi. Let's see how long you can last. Ma Taichung wasn't in a hurry anymore. There was no point in being anxious. The most important thing was the result. Is that so? Li Fuchen let out a mysterious smile. With his exceptional perception, just a single battle allowed him to comprehend the crux of the third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique. Of course, the long period of comprehension was also very useful. Indistinctly, an extremely dignified roar of a beast could be heard. What is that sound? Ma Taichung was frightened. This is the sound of your defeat. Li Fuchen laughed loudly, as a horrifying qi presence rushed into the sky. Under the shroud of this qi presence, it was as though a giant dragon was cruising around. Their spirit willpower went into a trance and didn't dare to move. Third rank of the mystical dragon secret technique? The Zheng veteran had his mouth wide open and couldn't close it. Defeat! Li Fuchen felt as though his qi was about to combust, turning into magma that flowed within his body. Executing meteor fall, a meteor shot out from the sky. Chapter 133. Puff! The meteor pierced through his body, and Ma Taichung froze in place. Whatever protective qi, whatever demonic beast leather armor, they were all useless at this moment. All of them were pierced by the sword. With a swing of the black iron sword, another sword qi flew out and severed Ma Qingyang's arm. Li Fuchen spoke in an indifferent tone. From today onwards, if any Ma clansman dares to step into the Zheng clan, kill without mercy. He didn't kill Ma Taichung. Of course, Ma Taichung would be half crippled even if he didn't die. Similarly, he didn't kill Ma Qingyang. Cutting off one of his arms was a warning to him. Go, let's go. The Ma clansmen no longer dared to be arrogant. They carried Ma Taichung and Ma Qingyang and left in a hurry. Everyone from the Zheng clan felt like they were in a dream. The Ma clan had come to the Zheng clan twice, and both times, they were beaten to the point of fleeing like dead dogs. And the root cause of all of this was this young man before him. A single person, and a single sword had caused the Ma clan to flee in a sorry state. They probably wouldn't dare to come to the Zheng clan in the future. How awe-inspiring. How glorious it was. Be it man or woman, old or young, everyone looked at Li Fuchen with eyes of reverence. Young hero Li, I can't thank you enough. Although the Zheng family is a small family, and can't help young hero Li much, in the future, as long as young hero Li says the word, we will not hesitate to go through water and tread on fire. The head of the Zheng clan, and the elder of the Zheng clan walked over and bowed with cupped fists. Their upper bodies were so low that they were almost touching the ground. The Zheng clan was indebted to Li Fuchen. Retrieving the Jade Buddha was a kindness. Getting rid of the Ma family was another favor. Without Li Fuchen, they didn't know what would happen to the Zheng clan. Perhaps they would decline and vanish without a trace. Li Fuchen said, "I don't owe you any favors. I am just returning the favor. Don't mention this matter again." A 3-star secret technique was enough to repay this favor. Li Fuchen had a balance in his heart and wasn't willing to take advantage of the Zheng clan. Hearing the statement, the Zheng clansman's impression of Li Fuchen rose from reverence to reverence. This was a true swordsman. His character was like jade, and he was transparent and upright. After cultivating the mystical dragon secret technique to the 3rd rank, Li Fuchen intended to leave. However, he did not intend to return to the sect just yet. He wanted to head to the soaring snow mountain range again. He had already completely refined the power of the stalactite within his body. This time, he had to cultivate the hidden blood body refinement technique to the grand perfection realm. Mount Feishue, inside the giant peak. The karst cave was dozens of meters tall. Giant stalactites hung down like the awl of a deity, about to pierce through the earth. Beside the pool, Li Fuchen threw a stone into it. Seeing that there was no reaction, Li Fuchen took off his clothes and jumped in. There was only half a month left until the end of Li Fuchen's 3rd year as an inner sect disciple. Li Fuchen finally cultivated the hidden blood body technique to completion, and his physical strength reached 40,000 kilograms. It's time to return to the sect. If he didn't hand in the mission within a year, or if he couldn't complete the mission, he would be punished. Even though the punishment was only some contribution points, Li Fuchen didn't want to be punished. A few days after Li Fuchen left, Yan Qingwu arrived at Mount Flying Snow. "You actually dare to come again." Yan Qingwu's face was as cold as ice. There was a limit to the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water. Compared to the previous time, the 1,000-year stone milk in the pool water had decreased by at least 30%. "Don't let me see you again." After taking off her clothes, the dazzling white Yan Qingwu jumped into the pond and sank to the bottom. The 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique sure is mystical. The 1st and 2nd rank is about compressing qi, but the 3rd rank is about transforming qi. No wonder I couldn't comprehend it until the battle with Ma Taichong. While on his way back, Li Fuchen couldn't help but recall everything that happened during this period of time. Obtaining the mystical dragon secret technique was undoubtedly his opportunity. This 3-star secret technique was too formidable. When he cultivated it to the 2nd rank, his qi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 7th level of the origin realm. When he cultivated it to the 3rd rank, his qi burst strength was equivalent to advancing to the 8th level of the origin realm. It was a known fact that there was a huge difference between the strong and the weak when advancing to the next rank. When the weak advanced to the next rank, there was a limit to the increase in ability. When Li Fuchen advanced to the next rank, the difference in ability was like heaven and earth. A single secret technique allowed his combat strength to reach the 8th level of the origin realm. It was unbelievable, but thinking about it, it was normal. The 1st and 2nd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique was about compressing qi. The 3rd rank was about transforming the scarlet fire qi into an even stronger type of qi. Li Fuchen named this type of qi as mystical dragon qi, or it could also be called fire dragon qi. The fire dragon qi was domineering like magma. It wasn't in a gaseous state, but a half-liquid state. With this mystical dragon secret technique, I can at least save a year of hard work. Fate sure is unpredictable. Shaking his head with a smile, Li Fuchen tightened his grip on the Class 2 demonic blood horse's abdomen to increase its speed. On the last day of his 3rd year as an inner sect disciple, Li Fuchen returned to the Zhonglan sect. After submitting his mission, Li Fuchen let out a breath of relief, as he almost didn't have time to submit his mission. Walking out of the mission hall and passing through a small path, Li Fuchen saw Guan Yilong, Yang Ao, and Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi was interrogating the two of them. "Guan Yilong, Yang Ao, Fuchen has yet to return. Did you do something?" Li Tianshi shouted angrily. Yang Ao and Guan Yilong snorted. "Li Tianshi, is your brain damaged? How dare you behave atrociously in front of us? What's more, that bastard is just a normal bone frame. It would be best if he died outside. At least he could purify your Li clan's bloodline. The two of them were certain that Li Fuchen was dead. But they didn't think that it was their clan's inner sect deacon apprentices who killed him. There were over a dozen inner sect deacon apprentices from the three clans, and they had yet to return. They were probably dead outside. They assumed that it was the Liao clan who sent someone to kill Li Fuchen. After all, Li Fuchen had yet to return. Since Li Fuchen was already dead, they naturally had nothing to fear. Previously, they were actually a little afraid of Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen, who defeated Liao Tianjun, had already become their nightmare, causing them to be unable to eat or sleep in peace. You are all shameless. Li Tianshi felt sorrow in his heart. No matter what, he was still a descendant of the Li clan, and wished for the Li clan to prosper. But Li Fuchen undoubtedly had the potential to become a direct disciple of the Zhonglan sect, and bring honor to his ancestors. Guan Yilong laughed sinisterly. Li Tianshi, you better take care of yourself first. The weather is unpredictable. Who knows when you will be dead too? That's right. Be careful when you walk next time. Don't fall to your death. Yang Ao mocked. The two of you are in such a good mood. A familiar voice could be heard. Yang Ao and Guan Yilong were stunned and turned to look. Immediately, the two of them had a face of fear. Fuchen, you are back. Li Tianshi was delighted, nodding slightly at Li Tianshi. Li Fuchen looked at Guan Yilong and Yang Ao with a cold gaze. Are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen, what nonsense are you talking about? I don't understand. Guan Yilong swallowed his saliva and forced himself to speak. I am saying, are you disappointed that I am not dead? Li Fuchen's voice got louder. The loud volume caused Guan Yilong and Yang Ao's legs to tremble. Li Fuchen, don't be reckless. This is the sect. Yang Ao took a look behind him, and had the intention to retreat. Kneel. Li Fuchen's chi presence rushed into the sky, as his right hand pressed towards the two of them. Patter patter. Chapter 134. Li Fuchen, you dare to humiliate me. The veins on Guan Yilong's face bulged as he roared. Li Fuchen, do you know the consequences of your actions? Yang Ao almost went crazy. Since young, when had he ever knelt to anyone? He didn't expect to kneel in front of Li Fuchen today. At this moment, the two of them weren't thinking about how Li Fuchen's ability could be so strong, which was several-fold stronger than when he fought with Liao Tianjun. The only thing they could think about was their pride. Fuchen's strength. Li Tianshi realized that he couldn't understand Li Fuchen at all. Li Fuchen's improvement in ability was too fast. After a short period of time, Li Fuchen would improve by a huge margin. Only a short period of time had passed, and Li Tianshi was already this strong. So what if I humiliate you? Li Fuchen said indifferently. Li Fuchen, what are you doing? Right at this moment, a cold snort came from not far away. Li Fuchen and Li Tianshi looked up. It was the Shentu clan's youth generation leader, Shentu Jiaming. Shentu Jiaming, what does this have to do with you? Li Tianshi was much bolder than before, and said bluntly. Shentu Jiaming stared coldly at Li Tianshi. Li Tianshi, how dare you speak to me in such a manner? In the Zhonglan sect, he Shentu Jiaming may not be considered much, but in front of the other three major clans descendants of Yunwu City, he Shentu Jiaming was the heavens. As long as Shentu Jianhe was in power, his status would always be higher than the other three major clans' descendants. Shentu Jiaming, if you don't want to lose face, scram. Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered to be polite with Shentu Jiaming. The city lord's family clan, or the Shentu family clan, were nothing in his eyes. In the past, when he was in Cloud Fog City, he had fantasized about the day when he entered a sect, and had some achievements. He would definitely fight against the three major clans. But now, he had already given up on fighting the three great clans. He only wanted to crush the three great clans, because the three great clans were not worthy of fighting him. When he returns to Cloud Fog City, it will be the time when the three major clans tremble. What did you say? Shentu Jiaming pointed at Li Fuchen, and trembled with anger. I told you to get lost. Li Fuchen shouted coldly. Li Fuchen, do you know who you are talking to? Are you trying to rebel? Aren't you afraid my Shen Tu family clan will punish your Li family? Shen Tu Jiaming's face was livid as he revealed his killing intent. The Shen Tu family clan is nothing. Since you are not going to scram, then come over and kneel down. With a wave of Li Fuchen's hand, an invisible chi force forced Shen Tu Jiaming to kneel. Li Fuchen, you son of a bitch. I want you dead. Shen Tu Jiaming's eyes were red. Pa 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 pa. Li Fuchen gave his opponent a few dozen slaps in one breath, causing his opponent to look like a pig's head. Fuchen wouldn't doing this. Li Tianxue was still afraid of the Shen Tu family clan as he hesitated. Li Fuchen didn't mind and said, "Don't worry, I know my limits." The three great families have been arrogant for so many years, and it was time for them to pay the price. Unfortunately, it was not yet time. The commotion here was a little big. In just a short while, dozens of inner sect disciples had gathered, and were pointing at Shen Tu Jiaming and the other two. Isn't that Li Fuchen? Why is it that every time I see him, something big happens? I wonder how these three offended Li Fuchen. They were actually forced to kneel down. What a disgrace. Who asked Li Fuchen to be so domineering? Even Liao Tianjun Shixiang suffered a loss and lost an arm. Just you wait. The Liao clan's revenge will come sooner or later. The world always sympathized with the weak and couldn't stand Li Fuchen's dominance. Dominion Sword Shixiang, what happened over there? Let's go take a look. A few hundred meters away, a few inner sect disciples were walking together. Leading them was Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang. Dominion Sword, Lu Wuhuang was at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He was the most famous in the inner sect, even more so than Yuan Tian. After all, Yuan Tian was a 5-star bone frame, and so was he. Most importantly, he was older than Yuan Tian. In just a short period of time, he would progress to the Earth Realm and become a direct disciple. In just a short moment, they arrived at the crowd and saw the three kneeling on the ground. They also saw Li Fuchen. It's Li Fuchen. One of the disciples beside Lu Wuhuang was shocked. This Li Fuchen is too much. Asking people to kneel. Who does he think he is? A normal bone frame acting like a 5-star bone frame. I can't stand it. Dominion Sword Shixiang, why don't you go and take care of this? At the same time, you can take down Li Fuchen's reputation. To be honest, Lu Wuhuang couldn't stand Li Fuchen either. With his title of Dominion Sword, he was naturally domineering. But he could be domineering. But he couldn't stand others being domineering. Stepping out of the crowd, Lu Wuhuang ignored Li Fuchen and arrived in front of Shen Tu Jiaming. The three of you can leave. For a gentleman to take revenge, 10 years is never too late. There will be plenty of opportunities in the future. Finishing his sentence, he released his qi presence to neutralize Li Fuchen's qi presence. Li Fuchen laughed. This Shixiang, aren't you being a busybody? If it was a regular person, even if they provoked him, he wouldn't have asked them to kneel. After all, it was too humiliating. But why would Li Fuchen care about the feelings of these people who wanted to kill him? If this was the outside world, he would have already killed the three of them. Lu Wuhuang turned around and said indifferently, "Do you like to ask people to kneel?" Li Fuchen didn't reply. "You are strong enough to make them kneel. If I am strong enough, can I make you kneel too?" Lu Wuhuang's gaze was like a sword, penetrating the soul and giving off a strong pressure. "I'm afraid you don't have the ability," Li Fuchen replied. "Oh, is that so? I would like to try." Lu Wuhuang's qi presence was getting stronger. An incomparably domineering qi presence, like the prestige of a king, shrouded Li Fuchen. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's qi presence rushed into the sky as well. A prowess that could intimidate all beings, contended with Lu Wuhuang, and even subtly suppressed him. Plop plop plop. Just as Shen Tu Jianming and the other two stood up, they were forced to kneel again by the qi presence of the two. For a moment, their minds were buzzing and they lost their wits. Damn it! Shen Tu Jianming clenched his fist tightly. He couldn't wait to return to Yunwu City and start a massacre at the Li clan. Do you know the consequences of provoking me? Lu Wuhuang's voice was indifferent. Li Fuchen replied, "It seems you were the one who provoked me first. Seems like if I don't teach you a lesson, you won't know how to repent. Kneel down too." With Lu Wuhuang's sharp eyes, He could tell that within Li Fuchen's qi presence, there was something else mixed within it. His actual ability shouldn't be that strong. Pouring qi into his hands, Lu Wuhuang was about to make his move. All of you stop. Right at this moment, an inner sect elder who was passing by let out a cold snort. His voice immediately dispersed Li Fuchen and Lu Wuhuang's qi presence. Elder. Everyone got a shock and bowed with their hands. An inner sect elder wasn't the same as an outer sect elder. No one dared to disobey. All of you disperse. Creating a ruckus here is unbecoming. This inner sect elder obviously had something to do. After leaving behind this statement, he walked into the mission hall. Consider yourself lucky. But next time, you won't be so lucky. Lu Wuhuang stared at Li Fuchen with disdain and left. I shall wait for you. Li Fuchen didn't even look at Shen Tu Jianming and the other two, and left with Li Tianshi. Such a pity. I didn't get to see Dominion Sword Shixiang teach Li Fuchen a lesson. It is a pity. But don't worry. The inner sect is only so big, Li Fuchen can't escape. I wonder what would happen if Li Fuchen kneels down. Seeing the main characters leave, everyone dispersed, leaving behind Shen Tu Jianming and the other two. Chapter 135. Fuchen, what is your ability now? Along the way, Li Tianshi was pleasantly surprised. Li Fuchen's ability was too strong. Forget about Yang Ao and Guan Yilong. But Shen Tu Jianming was at the 9th level of the origin realm. Li Fuchen was able to make Shen Tu Jianming kneel with ease. This method was 10 times stronger than defeating Shen Tu Jianming. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't answer. Tianshi Ji, in a few more days, you will be 36 years old. What plans do you have? The Zhonglan sect had a rule that if one could not break through to the earth realm before the age of 35, they would not be able to become a direct disciple. They would either be demoted to an inner sect deacon apprentice, or apply to the sect to return to the clan. Li Tianshi was already 35 years old. In a few more months, he would be 36, but he was only at the 8th level of the origin realm. Li Tianshi laughed bitterly. It is too difficult to become a direct disciple. Even a 3-star bone-frame disciple would not be able to become a direct disciple, let alone me. As for my future, I have not thought of it yet. His current feelings were complicated. After so many years, he was already used to the sect's lifestyle. If he left the sect, he would definitely not be able to adapt. But the inner sect deacon apprentice required a lot of work. He didn't know if he could adapt. Patting on Li Tianshi's shoulder, Li Fuchen said, Tianshi Ji, think about it carefully. If you have any difficulties, let me know. Maybe I can help. Many thanks. Li Tianshi was somewhat overwhelmed by the favor. In the past, as the leader of the Li clan's youth generation, he could still maintain the demeanor of a senior. But now he felt like a junior, while Li Fuchen was the senior. As his soul's spirit gradually turned pale blue, Li Fuchen noticed that his perception was improving bit by bit. He observed that during the transformation process, 10% of the soul spirit's color changed. But the increase in perception wasn't obvious. 20% of the soul spirit's color changed, but 10% of the soul spirit's color changed. Now that it was 90%, his perception had increased by 40%. Of course, he was just casually guessing. After all, perception was something that was too abstract. Maybe for a period of time, your perception would be strong, but after a period of time, your perception would weaken. Perception would be affected by the environment, and it was normal for it to fluctuate. 90% seems to be a threshold. After 90% of the soul spirit turned pale blue, the transformation speed slowed down by a few folds. Perhaps this is because my soul has changed from green to light blue. Light green souls and green souls were of the same color system, but the depth was different, so the transformation was faster. As for the color difference between a green soul and a light blue soul, it was normal for the difficulty of the transformation to be greatly increased. In the past, I've been using medicinal pills to aid my cultivation. It's time to use medicinal pills to increase my cultivation. Li Fuchen had a premonition that something big was going to happen soon. His ability was formidable, but no one would dislike being stronger. Arriving at the resource hall, Li Fuchen spent 20,000 contribution points to redeem a half-mystic class pill, the Flame Spirit Pill. The Blaze Spirit Elixir originally required 40,000 contribution points, but Li Fuchen was an inner sect prodigy, hence he only needed to pay half the price. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen consumed the bright red Flame Spirit Pill and began to revolve the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique to refine it. The half-mystic class elixir was indeed worthy of being called a half-mystic class elixir. The medicinal effects were extremely intense. Lumps of energy, like diluted magma, spread throughout Li Fuchen's body. Later stage of the 6th level of Origin Realm. Peak of 6th level of Origin Realm. Early stage of the 7th level of Origin Realm. In the middle of the night, an intense red light flashed. In the hidden room, the temperature rose sharply. Even the miscellaneous items were set ablaze. Finally at the 7th level of the Origin Realm. Except for the feeling of his qi being a little superficial, Li Fuchen didn't feel any discomfort. As for the problem of his qi being superficial, it shouldn't take long to solve. His Scarlet Flame Mystic technique was already at the 14th rank. Every time he revolved the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, his qi would be purified. Li Fuchen's premonition was very accurate. 3 days later, in the morning, dang 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 dang. In the inner sect, the melodious bell rang continuously. It rang a total of 7 times. The bell had a limit of 9 rings. Once it rang 9 times, it meant that the Zhonglan sect's life or death moment had arrived, and everyone had to gather. Of course, the bell that rang wouldn't be the inner sect bronze bell, but the Zhonglan sect's treasure bell, the Zhonglan bell. Ringing 7 times was also a major event, and all the inner sect disciples had to be present. Upon hearing the bell, all the inner sect disciples gathered at the plaza in front of the inner sect grand hall. After 2 hours, close to 20,000 inner sect disciples were all present. At the entrance of the inner sect grand hall, inner sect grand elder Zhao Wujin stood with his hands behind his back. On both sides of him were inner sect elders. Seeing that almost everyone had arrived, Zhao Wujin spoke in a loud voice. The reason why I have gathered everyone here is because of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain opens once every 5 years, and will open again 3 months later. By then, as long as you are at the Origin Realm, you will be able to enter. But the quota is limited. Our Zhonglan sect only has a quota of 10. Hence, only 10 inner sect disciples will be able to enter the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. Just as Zhao Wujin finished his statement, the inner sect disciples' plaza exploded into a commotion. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain is finally opening. I have waited for so long. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain has countless of herbs. Mystic class herbs that are hard to find in the outside world are all over the place. Legends say that there are even earth class herbs inside. During the previous opening of the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain, Sword Maniac Shixiang found a mystic class, peak tier herb, 9 elements herb. After consuming it, his cultivation broke through from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. He then slaughtered all the prodigies from the other sections. Sword Tiger Shixiang also found a mystic class, peak tier herb, red tiger herb, and used it to cultivate a secret technique, mystic tiger transformation. Other than herbs, the 100 Herbs Hidden Domain also has plenty of precious ores. Yellow class ores are like cabbages in the market. There are plenty of mystic class ores too. If we can bring them back, I wonder how many contribution points we can exchange for. Everyone was talking at once, and their expressions were very excited. Hidden Domain of Heaven and Earth, 100 Herbs Hidden Domain. Li Fuchen's eyes flashed with a glaring light. Hidden domains were the mystical spaces that were formed when the heaven and earth were born. The heaven and earth energy within were 10 times, or even 100 times denser than the outside world. Herbs required a place with abundant spirit qi to grow. The higher the grade of the herb, the more it was so. Hidden domains were also separated into different levels, Earth class and Heaven class. Earth class hidden domains were already huge, and had a radius of a few hundred miles. The 100 Herbs Hidden Domain belonged to the Earth class hidden domain. Heaven class hidden domains were even bigger. Legends said that Heaven class hidden domains were as big as a region. My fated chance is finally here. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang gave a conceited smile. In fact, he was already able to break through to the Earth realm. But in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he intentionally suppressed his cultivation level and didn't allow himself to advance. Gesturing for the crowd to be quiet, Zhao Wujin said, "The 100 Herbs hidden domain will only open in 3 months. Before that, we will have to decide the top 10 inner sect disciples. All inner sect disciples who are at or above the 7th level of the origin realm are eligible to participate. If you are in the top 10, you can choose a 2-star secret technique of your choice." Boom! The plaza was in an uproar again. Chapter 136. I must enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Li Fuchen's eyes were filled with determination. For the cultivation of the martial Dao, talent was important, but so were resources. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, there were countless mystic class herbs. Any one of them would allow his path of the martial Dao to be smoother. In the outside world, a stock of mystic class, low-tier herb would be worth 10,000 to 30,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, mid-tier herb would be worth 50,000 to 100,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, high-tier herb would be worth 200,000 to 500,000 gold coins. A stock of mystic class, peak-tier herb would be worth 1,500,000 to 3 million gold coins. If the herb was refined into a pill, the value would increase by another 10 folds. Even Earth Realm and Heaven Realm martial artists were in need of mystic class herbs, let alone Origin Realm martial artists. A stock of mystic class, peak-tier herb was enough for 2 Heaven Realm martial artists to fight it out. If anyone dares to stop me from entering the 100 Herbs hidden domain, I will never forgive him. Yuan Tian's eyes were filled with ambition. He was a 5-star bone frame, and his cultivation speed was already extremely fast. He was currently at the 8th level of the Origin Realm, but he wanted to be even faster. Regular yellow class pills were no longer able to help him increase his cultivation level. They could only assist in his cultivation, but mystic class herbs could. 100 Herbs hidden domain? I am looking forward to it. Chen Fenghua had already broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm for a period of time. She naturally wanted to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, but she knew that it wasn't that easy to enter the top 10 of the inner sect. There were too many inner sect disciples who suppressed their cultivation to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Those 3-star bone frames were still alright, but 4-star bone frames were undoubtedly terrifying. According to Chen Fenghua's knowledge, there were at least a dozen 4-star bone frames who suppressed their cultivation for a few months, or even more than a year, just to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. In such a long period of time, they had accumulated a tremendous amount of cultivation. As per usual, the top 10 inner sect disciples will be decided by a tournament. The tournament will be held 3 days later. All of you better prepare well. Don't blame the heavens and the earth when you lose. Zhao Wujing continued. Elder, why can 7th and 8th level Origin Realm martial artists participate too? Isn't this a waste of time? An inner sect disciple who was at the peak stage of the Origin Realm raised an objection. Zhao Wujing smiled. If you're confident in yourself, then there's no need to care about these details. Naturally, there will be a screening round before the tournament. Only those who pass the screening round can participate in the tournament. Those inner sect disciples who had objections instantly stopped speaking when they heard this. Alright, let's disperse. In the next 3 days, everyone should work hard and strive to enter the top 10. After explaining, Zhao Wujin and the other inner sect elders left, leaving the excited inner sect disciples behind. Who do you think has a chance of entering the top 10? I don't know about the others, but I do know that Senior Brother Overlord Sword will definitely be in the top 10. There's no need for you to say that. Senior Brother Overlord Sword is at least in the top 5. He might even be in the top 3 or even first place. Only those senior brothers who have suppressed their cultivation for a long time can match him. That's right. I heard that Xiao Shixiang could have advanced to the Earth Realm over a year ago, but in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he forcefully suppressed it until now. Senior Brother Bai as well. Yuan Shixiang has a high chance as well. He is a 5-star bone frame. Then do you guys think that Li Fuchen has a chance? I just noticed that Li Fuchen has progressed to the 7th level of the Origin Realm and is qualified to participate in the screening contest. Li Fuchen, just forget about him. Liao Tianjun Shixiang is no match for the top-ranked Shixiang. Any one of them can easily defeat Liao Tianjun Shixiang. Li Fuchen has no chance at all. What's the point of talking about him? In the plaza, everyone was in a heated discussion, occasionally looking at those popular figures. Hearing the discussions of the crowd, Li Fuchen didn't mind. Ability was obtained through combat, not words. 3 days later, everything will be revealed. Just as he was preparing to leave, he suddenly stopped. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang blocked his path. Seems like you have the intention to take the 100 Herbs hidden domain too. To be able to break through from the 6th level of the Origin Realm to the 7th level of the Origin Realm in such a short period of time. Lu Wuhuang spoke coldly. Li Fuchen didn't speak and listened quietly. I advise you to give up. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. He, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, had never been disobeyed before. He had always kept the incident that happened a few days ago in his heart. Li Fuchen laughed lightly. I don't know if you have heard of this saying before. Leave some leeway for future encounters. We originally didn't have any enmity between us, but you chose to make me your enemy. So what if I made you my enemy? What can you do to me? Lu Wuhuang was disdainful. Let me return the same words to you. If you dare to step on the stage, I will kick you off. This is the funniest joke I have ever heard. 3 days later, I want to see how you are going to kick me off the stage. 3 days was a short period of time, and Lu Wuhuang could afford to wait. Li Shidi, since when did you become enemies with Lu Wuhuang? Chen Fanghua was convinced by Li Fuchen. No matter where he went, there were enemies everywhere. It was as though he had enemies everywhere. Li Fuchen replied helplessly. Maybe I am too outstanding. PFFF. Chen Fanghua couldn't help but laugh. Zhao Mingyue walked over. Chen Shiji, Li Fuchen is right. He is too outstanding, but he doesn't have a good bone frame. Which is why those equally outstanding individuals would view him as an enemy. Chen Fanghua nodded. Now that you mention it, it does seem to make sense. Zhao Mingyue said to Li Fuchen. You have to be careful. Lu Wuhuang may be domineering, but he is extremely capable. Even my grandfather said that he has the potential to create his own sword Dao. Li Fuchen nodded. Don't worry, I will not underestimate anyone. Of course, I will not overestimate anyone either. Li Fuchen had his own pride. Since this Lu Wuhuang insisted on provoking him, he would give him an unforgettable memory. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen was practicing his sword. The more he practiced the meteor sword style, the more Li Fuchen felt that there was no end to the sword. Logically speaking, when the meteor sword style reached the trance stage and produced sword intent, it should have reached the pinnacle and couldn't be improved any further. But Li Fuchen felt that the appearance of the sword intent merely opened a door. After entering this door, one would gradually understand the profoundness of the sword Dao, the prowess and killing intent of the sword Dao. From the meteor sword intent, Li Fuchen could feel the quintessence of the meteor sword style. How could the meteors in the sky be comprehended by the meteor sword style? With a single slash, the giant ore turned into a hornet's nest. 3 more than the previous time. Not bad. Li Fuchen nodded to himself. 3 days passed by in a flash. The screening test began. The screening test was simple. One just needed to leave an inch-deep mark on a 10-meter tall, yellow class peak tier ore. Of course, it was easier said than done. Chapter 137. The contest stage was filled with people. Most of the inner sect disciples were just here to watch the show. Only 20% of the inner sect disciples were qualified to participate. Let me try. An 8th level Origin Realm inner sect disciple stood up. He held his sword with both hands and slashed at the black iron ore. Clang! Sparks flew, but only a white mark appeared on the black iron ore. Unqualified next. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening said coldly. It was extremely difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore. A few inner sect disciples who were at the peak of the Origin Realm could only leave a mark that was half an inch deep. Too difficult. In the entire inner sect, There aren't many who can do it. I estimate that there won't be more than 200. 200. TSK. There won't be more than 100. In the inner sect, other than the first grade inner sect disciples, not many would use the oars to practice their sword. Even the first grade inner sect disciples would normally only use yellow class high tier oars and below to practice their sword. Nobody expected that it would be so difficult to leave an inch-deep mark on the yellow class peak tier black iron ore. Let me try. The one who spoke was Zhao Mingyue. In order to participate in the screening contest, Zhao Mingyue had consumed a half mystic class elixir a month ago to increase her cultivation to the 7th level of the origin realm. Clang! Sparks flew, and a shallow mark appeared on the black iron ore. Zhao Mingyue shook her head and walked down from the stage. Still not enough. One by one, the inner sect disciples that met the requirements went up the stage and walked down the stage dejectedly. Soon enough, more than 2,000 disciples had passed the test. Of the top 10 prodigies, except for Yuan Tian, the rest were all wiped out. None of them could leave an inch-deep mark. Yuan Tian went up. I wonder if he can pass. He should be able to. He is a 5-star bone frame and has a decent cultivation at the 8th level of the origin realm. As the crowd discussed, Yuan Tian stood in front of the black iron ore. Unsheathing his sword, Yuan Tian used all his strength and slashed at the black iron ore. Kacha! Gravel flew, and an inch-deep mark appeared. Yuan Tian qualified. The inner sect deacon in charge of screening smiled and nodded. Until now, Yuan Tian was the only one who passed the test with a cultivation lower than the 9th level of the origin realm. So this is a 5-star bone frame? As expected, I can't compare. Gao Changtian sighed. Of the top 10 geniuses of the outer sect, now only Yuan Tian was able to compete. They were still too inexperienced. Haha, let me. A figure landed on the stage. It's senior brother Xiao Bieli. Senior brother Xiao will definitely pass the screening test. I just don't know how deep the mark he will leave on the profound iron Oregon. Xiao Libi's fame in the inner sect wasn't any weaker than Overlord Sword Lu Wuhuang. He had the title of the number 1 disciple in the inner sect. Of course, this title was only temporary. Xiao Libi's strength was accumulated over time. His bone frame was only a 4-star bone frame, and was incomparable to Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's 5-star bone frames. Kacha! Xiao Libi was indeed worthy of being the number 1 disciple of the inner sect. His sword left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. This was the deepest mark he had left so far. It's my turn. Chen Fanghua tiptoed and floated towards the stage like a cloud. Break! Chen Fanghua had learned 2 types of mystic class, low-tier sword arts. One was the group attack, myriad blossom sword style, and the other was the flying flower sword style. The flying flower sword style had a strong attack power. A single blade left an inch-deep mark on the Xian iron ore. Chen Fanghua qualified. Hearing the inner sect deacon's voice, Chen Fanghua let out a breath of relief. Chen Shiji, congratulations. As Chen Fanghua returned, Li Fuchen greeted. Chen Fanghua replied, I was lucky. As of now, there were only 30+ disciples who qualified. It was much lesser than what she expected. She felt that her chances were still rather high. Bai Shixiang went up. Luo Shixiang went up too. Too strong. How can he be an origin realm martial artist? The Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about had each left a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. They were undoubtedly at the abnormal class. The inner sect sure is filled with crouching tigers and hidden dragons. Li Fuchen raised his brows. He had a feeling that Xiao Libi comprehended sword intent. He couldn't sense it normally, but when Xiao Libi made a move, Li Fuchen could feel a slight fluctuation of sword intent. Hence, Xiao Libi was probably hiding his true ability. As for the Bai Shixiang and Luo Shixiang that everyone was talking about, even if they didn't comprehend sword intent, they weren't far from it. If not, they wouldn't be able to leave a 2-inch deep mark on the Xian iron ore. After all, this wasn't a matter of 1 + 1 is equal to 2. The difficulty of leaving a 2-inch deep mark was a few times harder than leaving a 1-inch deep mark. Too weak, a bunch of weak chickens. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang walked out from the crowd. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang is finally making his move. Farewell Sword, Dominion Sword, Whitewater Sword, Mountain River Sword. These 4 Shixiang are undoubtedly the 4 experts of the inner sect. Everyone was excited. These 4 titles represented Farewell Sword Xiao Libi, Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, Whitewater Sword Bai Tao, and Mountain River Sword Luo Yishan. The 4 of them were almost at the limits of the origin realm, and were rather famous in the martial world. What's more, they had once killed an Earth Realm martial artist. I wonder what stage Lu Shidi is at. Xiao Libi sized up Lu Wuhuang with curiosity. 3 steps in front of the black iron ore, Lu Wuhuang drew his black iron sword. All of you watch carefully. Lu Wuhuang roared in his heart and slashed at the black iron ore. PFFF. Different from the others, the sound of Lu Wuhuang slashing at the black iron ore had an unstoppable willpower, as though he was cutting tofu. Sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk. Because he had also comprehended sword intent, he could clearly feel that Lu Wuhuang had just used sword intent. It was an extremely dominant sword intent, an invincible sword intent. Soaring Cloud Sword Intent. Soaring Cloud Slash was the same as the Meteor Sword Art. They were both extreme sword arts. The sword intent that was comprehended from the Soaring Cloud Slash was extremely dominant. It had the willpower to look down on the world and slash everything in its path. 2. 8 inches qualified. The inner sect deacon in charge of the screening was also stunned. He was an Earth Realm martial artist, but up till now, he had yet to comprehend the sword intent. He didn't expect an inner sect disciple to comprehend sword intent. This was unbelievable. Did I hear it wrong? 2. 8 inches deep. Scary. Let me ask you, who else is a match for Dominion Sword Shixiang? Not even Xiao Shixiang. Including Chen Fanghua and Zhao Mingyue. Everyone took in a deep cold breath. There was a huge difference between comprehending sword intent and not comprehending sword intent. After comprehending sword intent, the lethality of a sword art would increase by at least 2 to 3 folds. How was one going to fight? You wouldn't even be able to block a single blade. Li Shidi, you have offended someone you shouldn't have. Chen Fanghua muttered. It's my turn. Li Fuchen let out a faint smile and walked up the stage. So what if he comprehended sword intent? Chapter 138. A mere 7th level origin realm martial artist dares to embarrass himself? From what I see, he is not qualified. I heard he has a conflict with Dominion Sword Shixiang. Then he is doomed. A simple blade from Dominion Sword Shixiang would be able to turn him into a dog. Let's wait and see. I would like to see how deep a mark he can leave on the black iron ore. At this moment, Li Fuchen was the center of attention. But those who looked at him were all doubtful gazes. Even Chen Fanghua wasn't optimistic about Li Fuchen's chances. It wasn't that she didn't think that Li Fuchen could leave an inch-deep mark on the black iron ore. But she didn't think that Li Fuchen could escape unscathed from the hands of Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang. After all, after the screening contest was the tournament for the tournament. With Lu Wuhuang's dominance, he would definitely obstruct Li Fuchen. Arriving at the front of the black iron ore, Li Fuchen sized it up. After being tested by over 3,000 people, the black iron ore was filled with crisscrossed scars. I have yet to test it on the black iron ore. I wonder how deep a mark I can leave without using the mystical dragon secret technique. Li Fuchen didn't have much confidence in the unknown, and could only try his best. Taking half a step back, and finding the optimal attacking distance, Li Fuchen made his move. No one could see Li Fuchen's action. They could only see Li Fuchen's right hand moving a little. A stream of light fell from the sky like a meteor and penetrated into the black iron ore. That instant burst of intent was enough to make one's mind tremble. PFFF. A hole the width of 2 fingers appeared on the mystic iron ore, and fine sand flowed out. This is sword intent. Chen Fenghua's mouth was wide open and couldn't close it. Such a fearsome sword intent. Xiao Libi's eyes shrunk into a dot. If Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent was dominant and unstoppable, then Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was the extreme speed and lethality. The former was unstoppable, while the latter made one at a loss. Bai Tao and Luo Yishan looked at each other with a feeling of helplessness, as the new generation replaced the old. Is he still human? Everyone was flabbergasted and felt a burning pain on their faces. Comprehending sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. He is comparable to sword maniac Shixiang. That's right. Sword maniac Shixiang also comprehended sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm. His sword Dao comprehension is comparable to senior brother sword maniac. He's simply a demon. After Li Fuchen burst out with sword intent, everyone no longer despised Li Fuchen. They weren't qualified to despise Li Fuchen. No one could despise Li Fuchen. If you wanted to despise Li Fuchen, you had to at least comprehend sword intent. Otherwise, what right do you have to despise Li Fuchen? Interesting. No wonder you dare to disobey me. So, you have comprehended the sword will. I have underestimated you. But, you have the sword will, so do I. Furthermore, my cultivation base is 2 levels higher than yours. Lu Wuhuang's face darkened as he thought to himself. Damn it. Yuan Tian's expression was even darker than Lu Wuhuang's. His mystic class low-tier sword art had also reached the perfection realm. But there was still a huge gap between it and the perfection realm. Li Fuchen once again walked in front of him. The inner sect deacon was shocked. He took out a long and thin ruler and probed it. 2 inches, 2 inches, 9 inches. The inner sect deacon spoke with a trembling voice. He originally thought 8 inches was the limit, but didn't expect Li Fuchen to break the limit and reach 9 inches. Gasp. On the stage, the sound of people taking in cold breaths could be heard. Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. If he was at the 9th level of the origin realm, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Li Shidi, how did you do it? Once Li Fuchen walked off the stage, Chen Fanghua quickly asked. Zhao Mingyue had a face of curiosity too. Even if Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent, and his technique rank was high, there was no reason for him to surpass Lu Wuhuang. According to what Chen Fanghua knew, Lu Wuhuang's technique rank was already at the 13th rank, which was only 1 rank lower than Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, You will know once you comprehend sword intent. Without comprehending sword intent, one wouldn't know the difference between sword intents. If Li Fuchen's sword intent was on par with Lu Wuhuang's, Li Fuchen would only be able to leave a mark of 2 inches on the black iron ore. But Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent was much more profound than Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent. In Li Fuchen's eyes, Lu Wuhuang's sword intent was still at the stage where it could be released but not withdrawn. Of course, apart from that, Li Fuchen's physical strength was also superior to Lu Wuhuang's. 40,000 kilograms of physical strength was at the peak of the Zhonglan sect. Li Fuchen already knew that the Zhonglan sect only had mystic class, high-tier body refinement techniques. Within a radius of 100,000 miles, only the Heaven Fiend sect had mystic class, peak-tier body refinement techniques. The Zhonglan sect, Violent Saber sect, and other sects didn't have any. Comprehending sword intent is easier said than done. Chen Fanghua shook her head. Generally speaking, a 4-star bone frame would need to be at the earth realm to comprehend sword intent. Only a rare few could comprehend sword intent at the origin realm. You really are a demon. Zhao Mingyue was speechless. After an entire morning, the screening contest ended. Out of the 4,000 over participants, only 52 passed the screening contest. On average, only 1 out of every 80 or 90 participants passed. The tournament was held in the afternoon. Hence everyone went to have lunch first. noon. The stage was bustling with activity again. Inner Sect Grand Elder Zhao Wujin announced, For the tournament, there are a total of 10 stages. Whoever thinks that they have the ability can go up there and accept the challenges from others. The rules of the tournament is that each participant only has 3 chances to challenge. If they fail all 3 times, they will be eliminated. If the stage host can win 10 matches consecutively, they will enter the top 10 of the inner sect, and will not have to accept any more challenges. Alright, let the tournament begin. Finishing his announcement, Zhao Wujin sat down. Then I shall be stage 1 stage host. Xiao Libi stood on the first stage. I am number 2. I am number 3. Of the 52 participants, 10 of them stood on the stage. But Lu Wuhuang and Li Fuchen didn't stand on the stage. The 2 of them looked at each other, with battle intent in their eyes. Xiao Libi Chao Guang shall challenge you. A silhouette jumped onto the first arena. Chao Guang peak stage origin realm, and also a 4-star bone frame. During the screening contest, his sword scar was 1.9 inches deep, which wasn't any inferior to Bai Tao and Luo Yishan. Chao Guang, you're not my match. Don't waste your chance. Xiao Libi said. Chao Guang said, that's not necessarily true. Take my sword. Since that's the case, Chao Guang, I'll show you my soaring heaven's sword will. Xiao Libi drew his sword. The moment he drew his sword, everyone was shocked. The incomparably sharp soaring heaven's sword technique seemed to come alive in Xiao Libi's hands. The ethereal and sharp soaring heaven's sword intent instantly broke through Chao Guang's sword technique defense. Puff! Spitting out a mouthful of blood, Chao Guang was knocked off the stage. His face was filled with fear. You've comprehended the sword intent? Xiao Bieli smiled. My God! Senior brother Xiao Bieli has also comprehended sword intent. There is indeed a higher mountain. I originally thought that only Dominion Sword Shixiang and Li Fuchen comprehended sword intent. I didn't expect Xiao Shixiang to comprehend sword intent too. This is going to be interesting. Everyone was horrified. As expected, Li Fuchen nodded silently. Xiao Libi indeed comprehended sword intent. The soaring heaven's sword intent was ethereal and swift. It was the hardest to guard against. Not bad, you are worth teaching. Chapter 139. After exposing his sword intent, no one else dared to challenge Xiao Libi anymore. What a joke. Challenging Xiao Libi, who comprehended sword intent, was just asking to be humiliated? In this world, only those who comprehended sword intent could be considered a true swordsman. If not, they wouldn't even be considered a swordsman, and would only be a sword user. Xiao Libi, let me have a taste of your moves. Lu Wuhuang's body flashed and landed on stage 1. Xiao Libi looked at Lu Wuhuang with an astonished expression. Lu Shidi, there is no meaning in us fighting. The top 10 would be able to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. There was no need to fight to the death. Lu Wuhuang replied. I think there is meaning. There is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. I have long wanted to have a match with you. Let's see who is the true number 1 of the inner sect. I see. Let's fight then. Xiao Libi wasn't afraid to fight. He just didn't like meaningless battles. Xiao Libi Shixiang is going to fight with Dominion Sword Shixiang. I wonder who is better. Stop talking and focus on the fight. Everyone's attention was immediately drawn to stage 1, and didn't even blink. This Lu Wuhuang has really engraved his dominance into his bones. Li Fuchen had some admiration for Lu Wuhuang. Unlike others, Lu Wuhuang's dominance wasn't just for show or to bully others. It was his nature to be dominant. No matter who he was facing, he would always look down on them. It might be uncomfortable, but this was his sword Dao. Lu Wuhuang's sword Dao. But this sword Dao was hard to control. Just like what Lu Wuhuang said, there is no first place in literature, and no second place in martial arts. You have your sword Dao, but so do others. When your sword Dao interferes with someone else's sword Dao, it will undoubtedly result in a backlash. The Dominion sword Dao was destined to be a sword Dao that only allowed success and no failure. Clang! On stage 1, Xiao Libi's sword clashed with Lu Wuhuang's sword. Xiao Libi's sword style was ethereal and sharp. Like a gale from the 9 heavens, it was elegant and exquisite. Lu Wuhuang's sword style was extremely dominant. Like a collapsing sea of clouds, it came crashing down like a hot knife through butter. This battle between the two was a battle between swordsmen, and also a battle between sword intents. The outcome of whose sword intent was superior would soon be revealed. Li Fuchen, who do you think will win? Zhao Mingyue asked. Li Fuchen replied. I am afraid it is Lu Wuhuang. Xiao Libi's sword intent is also very strong. That might not be the case. Chen Fenghua objected. Li Fuchen explained. Even though comprehending sword intent isn't related to willpower. But after comprehending sword intent and willpower will gradually intersect. Lu Wuhuang's willpower is domineering, and his soaring cloud sword intent is also domineering and disdainful. With the combination of the sword and man, the resulting firepower will be greater. Just as Li Fuchen expected, after 100 moves, Xiao Libi gradually fell into a disadvantageous position. Xiao Libi, take my soaring cloud lightning. The mystic iron sword in Lu Wuhuang's hand was like a bolt of lightning, breaking through the clouds, bringing with it an indescribable tyrannical aura as it slashed towards Xiao Libi. What a domineering sword! Xiao Libi resisted with all his might. Dang! Xiao Libi was sent flying and nearly fell off the stage. Xiao Libi didn't attack again. He said, "Junior brother Lu, you've won. I'm convinced." His soaring sky sword intent was ultimately inferior to Lu Wuhuang's soaring cloud sword intent. Lu Wuhuang didn't reply. He looked through the crowd and looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, "You have just fought once. If I were to fight you now, it would be an unfair victory. My blood is still boiling. Come down for a fight. Unless you don't dare to. If you want to fight, then let's fight." Executing his maneuvers, Li Fuchen skimmed towards stage 1. 100 moves. Lu Wuhuang extended a finger. Not even 1,000 moves. Li Fuchen shook his head. He knew what Lu Wuhuang meant. Lu Wuhuang meant to defeat him within 100 moves. You overestimate yourself. 100 moves and I will make you roll off the stage. Lu Wuhuang drew his sword. With a single slash, it was a brilliant and domineering prowess that couldn't be blocked. The speed of the sword was extremely fast and didn't give off a clumsy feeling. Since Xiao Shixiang isn't able to break your soaring cloud sword intent, let me do it. Unsheathing the black iron sword, Li Fuchen thrust it in mid-air. The sword light was resplendent like a shooting star. Cling, 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 cling. Both of their swords were extremely fast. In an instant, it was unknown how many times they clashed, causing everyone to be dumbfounded. Such a fast sword. I can't even withstand half a move. Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, Sword Demon Li Fuchen. This is the true pinnacle duel. Not good, my heart is beating so fast. The crowd held their breaths, not daring to miss out on any details. Li Fuchen's title of Sword Demon was coined by an inner sect disciple, grasping sword intent at the 7th level of the origin realm, comparable to a sword maniac. It wasn't an exaggeration to describe him as a monster. Once this title came out, it gained the recognition of many. Of course, there were those who didn't. Titles were earned through combat, not words. In order for Li Fuchen to obtain the title of Sword Demon, he first had to have the ability of a monster. Even if he couldn't defeat Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang, he had to at least exchange a few hundred moves with Lu Wuhuang. There is always someone better. Compared to them, I Plum Sword Chen Fenghua. I'm just SOSO. Chen Fenghua laughed bitterly. She watched Li Fuchen grow step by step. When Shoshua Town was defending against the Beast Wave, Li Fuchen's ability wasn't enough to go against the Class 2 high-tier Ironback Gorilla. But after such a short period of time, Li Fuchen's ability had already completely surpassed her. This made her feel unreal. Zhao Mingyue said, "Chen Shiji, my grandfather once said that there are countless of prodigies in this world. There will always be some that you can never reach and can only look up to. He experienced it when he was young, but he gradually got over it. So don't be too discouraged." Chen Fenghua laughed. "Why would I be discouraged? Zhao Shimi, you are overthinking. I am just lamenting my own insignificance. Might Songlan sect already has plenty of prodigies, but in the entire world, Might Songlan sect is just a drop in the ocean. To reach the pinnacle of the martial Tao, one has to compete with countless prodigies. Since I can't handle this kind of pressure, I shall let Li Shidi handle it." As the two of them were conversing, the battle on stage number 1 was reaching its climax. Lu Wuhuang's ability was indeed formidable. Without using the mystical dragon secret technique, it wouldn't be easy for Li Fuchen to defeat his opponent. After all, Lu Wuhuang was at least 2 levels higher than him. "Li Fuchen, if this is all you have, then you shall be defeated." Hazy battle chi. Lu Wuhuang's figure turned into a blur. With the chi vibration, a horrifying chi presence rushed into the sky. In the next moment, Lu Wuhuang cleaved at Li Fuchen with an astonishing speed. The sword light was a blur, as though dozens of swords were gathered together. This is the 2-star secret technique Hazy Battle Chi. In the inner sect, only 5-star bone frames can redeem secret techniques in advance. Li Fuchen is in danger. Among the inner sect disciples, Many of them had heard of the name Hazy Battle Chi. That was why they knew how fearsome this secret technique was. It allowed one's chi to vibrate at a high speed, greatly increasing the firepower. Li Shidi has lost. Xiao Libi shook his head. Lu Wuhuang, do you think you are the only one who knows a secret technique? I know it too. Chapter 140. This is a 3-star secret technique? Zhao Wujin was hesitant. Activating the 3rd rank of the mystical dragon secret technique, a large amount of scarlet fire chi was transformed into mystical dragon chi. Within the soaring chi presence, a dragon prowess was emitted and shook the sky. Under the shroud of Li Fuchen's chi presence, Lu Wuhuang's expression had a drastic change. It even affected his sword style. It must be just a facade. His true ability cannot exceed mine. Some secret techniques could increase the chi presence, but didn't increase the user's ability by much. Be defeated. With the secret technique in overdrive, Lu Wuhuang's sword speed didn't decrease, but increased instead. With a tyrannical chi presence, he slashed at Li Fuchen. You are the one who is going to be defeated. Once again feeling the magma-like chi flow, Li Fuchen felt as though a volcano was buried within his body, and it was suffocating if it didn't erupt. Executing Meteor Fall, Li Fuchen's sword instantly surpassed the limits of everyone's vision and reaction. Even some of the inner sect deacons who were at the Earth realm couldn't see the trajectory of this sword. They could only see an extremely resplendent meteor bursting forth from the void. It was so beautiful, so dreamy. The sword chi penetrated through Lu Wuhuang's body and froze in place. He was defeated. His tyrannical sword Dao was defeated. It was defeated by someone he didn't want to be defeated. What is wrong with this? Lu Wuhuang's eyes were at a loss. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen shook his head. The tyrannical sword Dao was like this. Once defeated, there would be cracks in the spirit will, and the sword intent would be weakened. Your tyrannical sword Dao is too unyielding. It is only a matter of time before it is defeated. Li Fuchen said indifferently. 2 inner sect deacons supported Lu Wuhuang off the stage. On the stage there was an uproar. Even tyrannical sword Shixiang was defeated. Am I dreaming? This is too mystical. Is there anything more mystical than this? Our blatant ridicule was like slapping our own faces. Most importantly, we didn't even realize it. Who would have known that a normal bone frame would be so heaven-defying? I even suspect that his bone frame is a mutated bone frame. A regular bone frame stone can't detect it. Sword Demon Li Fuchen, this title belongs to him. Sword Demon, Sword Demon. I wonder if this Sword Demon will be able to produce a miracle in the 100 Herbs, hidden domain 3 months later. Will he be able to kill the prodigies of the other sects, and make them flee in a sorry state? At this moment, everyone acknowledged Li Fuchen's Sword Demon title. At this moment, Li Fuchen used his exceptional ability to prove himself. In the future, no one would dare to criticize him, because the title of Sword Demon was not to be reproached. Grand Elder, where did this Li Fuchen get this 3-star secret technique? Should we interrogate him? One of the inner sect elders asked Zhao Wujin. Zhao Wujin glanced at the other party. Everyone has their own opportunities. So what if he used a 5-star secret technique? Wujin. It is Sword Sect Sword Li was. It is Sword Star Demon Sect Jin Li and Sword Sect Disciple. Zhao Wujin knew that his position as Grand Elder was being eyed by many. Since Li Fuchen was someone he valued, he would naturally be a thorn in the eyes of others. However, Li Fuchen was truly too outstanding. Outstanding to the point that it felt unreal. Was he still a normal bone frame? Perhaps no one could predict his future. As Li Fuchen became the arena master of Stage 1, Stage 1 became an impenetrable fortress in the eyes of the crowd. Don't even mention challenging it. They couldn't even muster the will to fight. Sword Demon. This title is really suitable for him. Zhao Mingyue commented. Chen Fenghua laughed. Isn't that so? A normal bone frame is already so heaven-defying. How are we supposed to live? There were 10 stages. Stage 1 wasn't allowed to be challenged, but the other stages could still be challenged. There were 3 chances, and each chance was exceptionally precious. Hence, everyone chose their opponents carefully and didn't dare to challenge them easily. Yuan Tian's basic ability was at the bottom. But he was the same as Lu Wuhuang, and cultivated a 2-star secret technique. After executing the 2-star secret technique, his ability instantly rose to the top class, and used it to occupy a stage. Chen Fenghua's basic ability was slightly stronger than Yuan Tian. Out of the 2 challenges, she succeeded once, but was quickly defeated again. She was only left with one last chance. As for Lu Wuhuang, an inner sect elder was helping him recuperate. No matter what, Lu Wuhuang was an inner sect disciple who was just inferior to Li Fuchen. He mustn't lose the chance to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain because of his injuries. Halfway through his recuperation, Lu Wuhuang opened his eyes and traces of tyrannical qi gathered. Elder, that's enough. You have only recovered 30%. It isn't suitable for you to fight yet. Recovering 30% is enough. Lu Wuhuang stood up and walked towards one of the stages. Do you want to come down, or do I have to send you flying? Arriving at the stage, Lu Wuhuang spoke indifferently. The arena master was Bai Tao. He replied, "You are injured now and might not be a match for me. It is impossible to win without a fight. Try me then." Lu Wuhuang made his move. After 10 moves, Bai Tao suffered a crushing defeat. Dominion Sword Shixiang is indeed Dominion Sword Shixiang. Even though he is injured, he isn't someone Bai Tao Shixiang can compare with. A pity that Sword Demon Li Fuchen is suppressing him. If not, he would be the most dazzling disciple in this tournament. Everyone was discussing softly. After defeating Bai Tao, Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen. "If you think you can easily crush my willpower, then you are wrong. My Dominion Sword Dao is a Dominion Sword Dao, and also an indomitable Sword Dao. No one can stop my Sword Dao, not even you. Follow behind me. I am afraid you won't even get to eat the dust," Li Fuchen said. "You." Lu Wuhuang's face twitched. Too domineering. Why did he feel that Sword Demon Li Fuchen was even more domineering than Dominion Sword Lu Wuhuang? This was what everyone was thinking. Lu Wuhuang's domineering aura is unyielding. Li Fuchen's domineering aura is deep and reserved. Someone commented, "This child sure is interesting." Zhao Wujin laughed. Finally, the top 10 of the inner sect was decided. Chen Fenghua's luck was extremely good. After succeeding her 3rd challenge, she managed to last till the end. The main reason was that most of the disciples had used up their 3 chances. As such, the top 10 of the inner sect were Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Luo Yishan, Bai Tao, Chao Guang, Yuan Tian, Chen Fenghua, and 2 other 4-star bone frame inner sect disciples who were at the peak stage of the origin realm. A total of 8 males and 2 females. Zhao Wujin stood up, and with a fling of his hand, 10 special tokens landed in the hands of the 10 disciples. These are 2-star secret order tokens, and can only be used once. Within these 3 months, other than cultivating diligently, it is best for all of you to master a 2-star secret technique. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, your opponents will be prodigies from the other sections. If you are careless, you might even die inside. If anyone wants to give up now, there is still a chance. I can get someone to take your place. Hearing this, no one was willing to give up. What a joke. Opportunities and dangers always coexisted. What was a little danger? Li Fuchen, come with me. Chapter 141. Is the secret method you used a 3-star secret method? In a remote place, Zhao Wujin asked. Li Fuchen nodded, yes. Zhao Wujin didn't ask where the secret art came from, but directly said, now you have 2 choices. 1. Refuse to hand over the secret art, and the second, hand over the secret art, and get a lot of contribution points. Which one will you choose? The second rule. Li Fuchen didn't hesitate. The people of the Zheng clan needed the Jade Buddha statue to cultivate the mystical dragon secret technique, but he had already mastered the mystical dragon secret technique. He could directly write down the cultivation content of the secret technique for others to cultivate. Smart. Zhao Wujin had a look of approval on his face as he said, exchanging for a secret art and contributing for a secret art are different. Exchanging for a 1-star secret art only requires 5,000 contribution points, 50,000 for a 2-star secret art, and 500,000 for a 3-star secret art. As for a secret art, it'll double. In other words, if you contribute the mystical dragon secret art, you'll get 1,000,000 contribution points. 1,000,000 contribution points? Li Fuchen raised his eyebrows. 1,000,000 contribution points was out of his expectations. In the end, he was still taking advantage of the Zheng clan. In the Azure Water sect, the higher the cultivation, the more contribution points were required. For example, the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique that he was cultivating was about to reach the highest realm. At that time, he would need to exchange for a higher-level cultivation technique. In the Zhonglan sect, a mystic class, high-tier technique, was worth at least 200,000 contribution points. A mystic class, peak-tier technique was worth at least 1,000,000 contribution points. If it was the true Azure Water technique, or the true Inferno technique, it would be at least 1.5 million contribution points. In addition, exchanging for martial arts manuals also required a lot of contribution points. Now that he was cultivating low-tier yellow-class sword arts, he could no longer increase his sword Dao foundation. There were 100 types of low-tier yellow-class sword arts, and they covered almost all low-tier basic sword techniques. Therefore, he planned to exchange for a large number of mid-tier yellow-class sword arts to increase his sword Dao foundation. In the future, he would exchange for a large number of high-tier and peak-tier yellow-class sword arts. Also, elixirs, leather armor, and some life-saving items all required contribution points. Contribution points were the currency of the sect. Without currency, it would be difficult to move an inch. Moreover, he did not want to fish frequently, as fishing would waste too much of his time and energy. Zheng family, if there's a chance in the future, we can help them again, Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The next day, Li Fuchen arrived at the martial hall. The secret technique was also in the martial arts hall, but it was in a spacious secret room. When Li Fuchen arrived at the hidden room, Xiao Libi, Lu Wuhuang, and the others were already there. Everyone was choosing their favorite 2-star secret technique. Seeing Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang grunted. Li Fuchen didn't mind, and picked up a 2-star secret technique scroll to read. Divine Movement Legs, a 2-star secret technique. After mastering it, one's speed will increase tremendously, and one's legs will be surrounded by astral winds. This secret technique is not bad. It's a secret technique for escaping. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up. Although the shadowless kick was not bad, it was still a leg technique. It could not be compared to the Divine Movement Leg, which specialized in hurrying. Boiling Blood Technique, 2-star secret technique. Burns chi and blood to increase all aspects of one's physical attributes, especially one's reaction speed. Secret Pattern Art, 2-star secret art. Carve secret patterns on the body. After activating the patterns, it can increase the explosive power of Zhen Qi, improve the defense of the flesh, and reduce the damage. Sunflower Sword Qi, a 2-star secret art. Plant a seed of sunflower, sword qi in your body to nurture sword qi. At a critical moment, you can activate the sword qi to injure your enemies. There was a total of 27 2-star secret techniques, and Li Fuchen went through every single one of them. Finally, Li Fuchen chose the Divine Movement Legs. It wasn't because of the Divine Movement Legs' speed of escaping, at least not entirely. The world was huge, and having fast speed was a good thing. Be it escaping, traveling, or completing a mission, the Divine Movement Legs would be very useful. Since he already had the Mystical Dragon secret technique, he didn't need any secret techniques to increase his combat ability. After choosing the secret technique, Li Fuchen redeemed another 30 yellow class, mid-tier sword art manuals. Back at his courtyard, Li Fuchen immediately started researching on the Divine Movement Legs. The Divine Movement Legs was the same as the Mystical Dragon secret technique. It required multiple acupoints on the legs to be opened. But the Divine Movement Legs only had 2 ranks. The first rank was the 2 legs of wind. The second rank was the Divine Wind Leg Shadow. With the experience from cultivating the Mystical Dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's cultivation speed of the Divine Movement Legs was extremely fast. In just 3 days, he successfully cultivated the first rank of the Divine Movement Legs. On the empty ground outside the courtyard, Li Fuchen leaned forward. Without any sound or presence, In the next moment, Li Fuchen sprinted with the gale. Due to the extreme speed, Li Fuchen couldn't even make simple changes in direction. So fast. The first rank is already much faster than the shadowless leg. The second rank would probably be at least twice as fast. Li Fuchen finally witnessed what a secret technique that was specially used for traveling was. Once this secret technique was activated, the qi in his legs would resonate with the air flow in the outside world, producing a layer of wind. With the assistance of the air flow, Li Fuchen sprinted without feeling any resistance, as though he was traveling with the wind. The only flaw was that the divine movement legs couldn't change directions as he wished. It wasn't like the shadowless leg, which was ghostly and could change directions at will, making it hard for the enemy to predict. After familiarizing himself with the first rank of the divine movement legs, Li Fuchen began to comprehend the second rank. The second rank's difficulty was undoubtedly several folds higher. Not only did it require the qi in his legs to resonate with the air flow in the outside world, it also required the qi in his legs to form a dipper wind. Once the dipper wind was formed, Li Fuchen could stay close to the ground and sprint for a long period of time, without the need to step on the ground. For this rank, Li Fuchen spent over half a month to complete it. On this day on the mountain road, a figure was sprinting close to the ground. The speed was so fast that only the shadow of his legs could be seen. It was as though he was treading on the wind, and was extremely unbelievable. Too fast. Li Fuchen looked to both sides. In the past, even when he was sprinting at top speed, he would still be able to clearly sense the surroundings. But now it was a little blurry. With his incredible eyesight, when he executed the shadowless leg, he could clearly sense the surroundings. But when he executed the divine movement legs, he wasn't able to sense the surroundings in detail. By the time he could sense the surroundings in detail, it was already unknown where he was. The speed is almost twice as fast as the shadowless leg. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen revolved the wind shadow steps. He wanted to see how fast the wind shadow steps combined with the divine movement legs would be. A subtle piercing sound could be heard. Li Fuchen's figure and leg shadows had all vanished. Only a vague transparent figure could be seen shuttling through the air. There is a sound. It seems like the speed is too fast. Even the wind shadow steps and divine movement legs are unable to eliminate the resistance. Li Fuchen thought to himself. When he looked to both sides, he could only see a distorted radiance. Everything seemed to have blended together, like a lump of paste. It was impossible to distinguish which was which. Closing his eyes and opening them again, there was a flash of blue with a hint of green. Chapter 142. During the process of cultivating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen was also cultivating mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts. Perhaps it was due to the increase in his sword Dao foundation. In less than a month, Li Fuchen was able to comprehend 6 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. If it was in the past, it would have been an impossible feat. Yellow-class sword arts are all foundation sword arts, but foundation sword arts are also differentiated. Low-tier, yellow-class sword arts are low-tier foundation sword arts, while mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts are mid-tier foundation sword arts. A mid-tier foundation sword art is actually the result of combining multiple low-tier foundation sword arts. Some of the stronger mid-tier foundation sword arts are even the result of combining more than a dozen low-tier foundation sword arts. Li Fuchen had a feeling that if he could comprehend 1,000 yellow-class sword arts one day, he might be able to create his own mystic-class sword art. To be able to create a mystic-class sword art was an incredible feat. Anyone who could create a mystic-class sword art was qualified to be called a sword Dao master. The Zhonglan sect had plenty of Heaven Realm martial artists, but only a few were qualified to be called a sword Dao master. 9 gates, 24 gates, 30 gates. Just like when he first cultivated yellow-class, low-tier sword arts, Li Fuchen's sword arts cultivation speed was getting faster and faster. In the first month, he only cultivated 9 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts to the trance stage. In the second month, it suddenly climbed to 15. In the third month, only half of the time had passed and all 30 yellow-class, mid-tier sword arts were already at the trance stage. In the courtyard, Li Fuchen's body was bursting with sword intent. The meteor sword intent was like a monster, constantly absorbing the essence of the sword Tao to strengthen itself. Could it be that sword intent can be promoted? Li Fuchen thought to himself. With all 30 mid-tier, yellow-class sword arts at the trance stage, Li Fuchen didn't redeem anymore. Firstly, there wasn't enough time. Secondly, he felt that the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was on the verge of a breakthrough. If the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique broke through again, it would be the highest rank, the 15th rank. This was an extremely important matter. And to a certain extent, it was even more important than comprehending sword intent. Because the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique was at the mid-tier mystic class, while the meteor sword style was only at the low tier. The sun was shining brightly. Li Fuchen sat on top of a fake mountain, not moving an inch. His body was emitting traces of flames. If someone had X-ray vision, they would see that Li Fuchen's body seemed to be nurturing a furnace. The furnace was like a living creature, swallowing a large amount of qi. After the innate qi was spat out from the furnace, it was incomparably tyrannical, with a trace of fiery red crystal color. Fortunately, I have cultivated the hidden blood body refinement art. Otherwise, my meridians and flesh would not be able to withstand such scorching hot jin qi. The scorching heat cultivation technique was one of the most overbearing cultivation techniques, and it had extremely high requirements for the user's physical fitness. If one's physique was lacking, not to mention the 15th level, even if they were to break through to the 13th or 14th level, they would be burnt to death by the flames of lust. In less severe cases, their meridians would at least wither, and they would become crippled. It was said that one of the Azure Water sect's 2 absolute arts, the True Inferno technique, had a much higher requirement for the physical body. If not, it would be impossible to push the True Inferno technique to such a high rank. In the entire Tsonglan sect, there wasn't a single person who could cultivate the True Inferno technique to the highest rank, the 21st rank. It wasn't that he didn't have enough comprehension, but that he couldn't and didn't dare to. With Li Fuchen's current physical fitness, even if he were to cultivate the True Inferno technique, he would only be able to reach the 4th or 5th rank. In order to break through to a higher rank, he would first have to increase his cultivation level. With a higher cultivation level, the protection of the body would be much tighter. Days passed by. Every day when the sun rose, Li Fuchen would sit cross-legged on top of the fake mountain and cultivate. Only after the sun set would Li Fuchen stop. There were only 10 days left before the opening of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. A horrifying scorching heat intent violently expanded. This scorching heat intent was formless and formless, but it truly existed. Wherever it covered, it would be scorched black. In an instant, the courtyard that Li Fuchen resided in had cracks on the ground, the walls, the houses, the trees burning, and the rivers drying up. This scorching heat intent seemed to have the effect of absorbing the scorching heat energy from heaven and earth. Wherever it covered, a large amount of scorching heat energy would gather and roast. Blaze! An eye-piercing red light burst forth. The fake mountain that Li Fuchen was sitting on melted at a speed visible to the naked eye, as though it had become a giant candle. Gradually opening his eyes, 2 blazing red rays of light shot out from Li Fuchen's eyes. Is this the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique? Li Fuchen opened up his right hand, and the scarlet fire qi gushed out like a bundle of blazing flames. This flame had its own will. With the support of this will, the temperature of the flame was extremely high, so high that it was unbelievable. It even caused the air to distort. The scarlet fire qi's original temperature isn't that scary. But with the support of the scarlet fire intent, it is horrifying. It is as though it has a soul. Li Fuchen took a deep breath. Coming to the front of a black iron ore, Li Fuchen pressed both his hands on it and covered it with the blazing scarlet fire qi. 10 minutes later, the black iron, or that was as tall as a human, was refined into a black iron the size of a wash basin. Even though this black iron still had a lot of impurities, but at least it was successfully refined. The scarlet fire intent sure lives up to its name. Even Li Fuchen, who comprehended the meteor sword intent, couldn't help but be shocked. He realized that he had underestimated the difference between a mystic class mid-tier intent and a mystic class low-tier intent. His meteor sword intent had absorbed a large amount of sword Dao essence, but when compared to the scarlet fire intent, it was still slightly inferior. A profound class mid-tier true meaning is already so tyrannical. I wonder how tyrannical an earth class true meaning would be. Also, is the legendary heaven class true meaning really as recorded, able to interfere with the operation of heaven and earth? Martial Dao. There was a Dao in martial arts, and the greatest Dao was naturally the heaven Dao, the great Dao. Heaven class martial arts were created by nature, and were undoubtedly very close to the heaven Dao. But the martial Dao intent was the essence of martial arts. It was the sublimation of martial arts, and was closer to the heaven Dao. Not thinking about these distant matters, Li Fuchen had to consider how to stabilize the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique. Everywhere he went, the scarlet fire intent was uncontrollable and spread out wantonly, extremely overbearing. This was a sign that the scarlet fire intent wasn't stable enough. In Li Fuchen's opinion, an uncontrollable power wasn't his own. What he needed was an uncontrollable power. 3 days later, the scarlet fire intent had stabilized. As long as he didn't intentionally revolve the 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame mystic technique, the scarlet fire intent wouldn't appear. Apart from that, the scarlet fire intent was actually related to emotions. Once his emotions fluctuated, the scarlet fire intent would fluctuate too. It seems like the mystic class mid-tier intent is more intertwined with my willpower. The scarlet fire intent is extremely violent. Once I get angry, the scarlet fire intent should be even stronger. Looking at the messy courtyard, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. The courtyard was fine, just a little unsightly. But the furniture and mattresses in the house had all been turned into ashes. Had it not been for the fact that the entire courtyard was built with hard rocks, the entire courtyard might have been set ablaze by now. The next day, an inner sect deacon sent a message for Li Fuchen to head to the inner sect grand hall. Chapter 143. Inner sect grand hall. Zhao Wujin stood in the middle. On both sides of him were 9 inner sect elders, who were on par with him. Some of them were even on par with him. Li Fuchen and the group arrived at the grand hall. Zhao Wujin said, "We shall depart for the 100 Herbs hidden domain today. Before that, collect your artifacts, swords and storage bags." As he spoke, 10 inner sect deacons each presented an artifact sword and a beast hide bag. Receiving the artifact sword, Li Fuchen lightly drew it. Clang! A threatening chilling chi and sword chi was emitted, causing goosebumps. It's a mystic class, mid-tier artifact sword, the black gold sword. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. The black gold sword was a direct disciple's sword. It was extremely sharp, able to cut through hair and cut through metal like mud. A regular yellow class artifact sword would be broken in a single strike. Even if it was a black iron sword that clashed with the black gold sword, it wouldn't be able to withstand more than a few strikes. A single black gold sword is worth at least 100,000 gold coins. Furthermore, it is hard to find a sword in the outside world. You can't even buy one with gold coins. Li Fuchen sighed at the generosity of the sect. Shifting his gaze from the black gold sword, he looked at the beast hide bag. This should be a storage bag made from the hide of a storage beast. The price of this bag is even higher than the black gold sword. Storage beast was a class 4 demonic beast. It had a trace of the spatial attribute, and was able to devour anything in this world. A storage bag made from its hide could store a large amount of items. A small storage bag might even be able to store a large water jar. Inject your chi into the storage bag, and the bag will open. Give it a try. An inner sect elder beside Zhao Wujin said. Hearing the instructions, everyone injected their chi into the storage bag. As expected, the storage bag automatically opened. Li Fuchen took a look inside. It was obviously a palm-sized storage bag, but the space inside was about a meter. So mystical. This was the first time the 10 of them saw a storage bag, and they were shocked. The world is vast and full of wonders. It's better to be in awe of this world. Li Fuchen calmed himself down. Zhao Wujin said, "The 100 Herbs hidden domain will be open for a week. During this week, you guys should try your best to gather any useful herbs or ores. If you don't have to fight, try your best not to. Of course, if anyone dares to bully you, then don't have to worry. Our Azure Water sect disciples don't cause trouble, but we aren't afraid of trouble either. But if there is a chance, try your best to gather together. Don't give the other sects a chance to kill you one by one. Yes, Great Elder. The 10 of them nodded. Zhao Wujin continued. Other than guarding against the disciples of the other sects, you guys also have to be wary of the demonic beasts in the 100 Herbs secret domain. These demonic beasts have all entered the 100 Herbs secret domain by mistake. Some are high-ranked, some are low-ranked. A few decades ago, there was even a Class 3 high-ranked demonic beast that entered by mistake, causing the disciples of the various sects to suffer heavy losses. Of course, the probability of this happening is very small, almost negligible, so you guys don't have to worry needlessly. After explaining everything, Zhao Wujin waved his hand. Follow me. Finishing his statement, he led the way out of the inner sect Grand Hall. Outside the Grand Hall, Zhao Wujin spoke to the inner sect elder beside him. Elder Liang, call your 2 treasures over. Elder Liang's hair was disheveled like a savage. He let out a mischievous laugh, and suddenly let out a loud whistle. Caw! Roar! 2 aerial demonic beasts flew over from a mountain peak in the distance. So big! Li Fuchen and the others were shocked. Of the 2 aerial demonic beasts, one was a bird-type demonic beast. It was covered in golden feathers. Each feather was a few feet long. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of over 20 meters, almost covering the sky. The other demonic beast was a tiger with wings, but at the end of its tail was a bird's head. When it spread out its wings, it had a wingspan of nearly 20 meters. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast Golden Bird. Class 4 low-tier demonic beast Winged Tiger. To be exact, it wasn't a demonic beast but a spirit beast. Spirit beasts were tamed from demonic beasts. Their demonic chi had long been eliminated, leaving only spirit chi within their bodies. This Elder Liang sure is resourceful. He actually tamed 2 Class 4 low-tier demonic beasts. Feeling the majestic spirit pressure from the 2 Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts, Li Fuchen and the others felt it hard to breathe. Class 4 low-tier spirit beasts were comparable to low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artists, and the spirit chi within their bodies was much more majestic than a low-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist. If it wasn't for the fact that their combat skills were inferior to humans, even a mid-leveled Heaven Realm martial artist wouldn't be a match for a Class 4 low-tier spirit beast. The Golden Bird and Winged Tiger landed on the ground. Zhao Wujin said, "Let's all go up." The backs of the Golden Bird and Winged Tiger were big enough for a dozen people to stand on. Li Fuchen and Zhao Wujin stood on the back of the Winged Tiger, along with Chen Fenghua, 3 other inner sect disciples, and 4 inner sect elders. The rest of them were on the back of the Golden Bird. "Rise!" Elder Liang called out. The Golden Bird and Winged Tiger exerted strength on their hind legs and soared into the sky. In a few blinks of the eye, they disappeared into the clouds. The 4 regions mountain range was located at the intersection of the Azure Water region, Heaven Fiend region, Violent Saber region, and Spirit Hidden region. Most of them were in the Spirit Hidden region. In the center of the 4 regions mountain range, there was a giant lake. This lake was called the 100 Herbs Lake. Right now on the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake, there were 2 sects that had arrived first. Each sect had 20 members. 10 inner sect elders, and 10 inner sect disciples. These 2 sects were the Violent Saber sect and the Spirit Hidden sect. Be it the Violent Saber sect's inner sect elders or inner sect disciples, they all had a large saber embroidered on the back of their robes. This large saber was extremely domineering and had a total of 9 rings. The handle of the saber was a tiger's head, giving off a wild and unrestrained aura. The Spirit Hidden sect's disciples had a dark cloud on their sleeves. Each of their chi presence was concealed, drifting erratically, as though they could vanish at any moment. No one dared to neglect them. The disciples of the 2 sects sized each other up, their eyes filled with shocking hostility and killing intent. It seemed like a single disagreement would lead to a fight. Jie! Roar! From the horizon, a beast roar could be heard. It was ear-piercing and clear. The Azure Water sect is here. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a stocky veteran. On his back was a platinum unsheathed large saber. This large saber was as tall as a human, and the widest part was a foot wide. When the veteran opened his eyes, his gaze was sharp and domineering, causing people to not dare to look straight at him. In just a short moment, the Golden Bird and Goldwing Tiger arrived above the 100 Herbs Lake. Get down! Zhao Wujin was the first to jump down. The rest of the people jumped down as well. Splash, splash, splash. There were ripples on the surface of the lake, as the 20 Azure Water sect members all landed on the lake. With a wave of Elder Liang's hand, the Golden Bird and Goldwing Tiger left. It was unknown where they went to look for food. Zhao Wujin, long time no see. The Violent Saber sect's inner sect Grand Elder laughed heartily. His horrific saber-like chi presence rushed at Zhao Wujin. He Lianhu, you old thing sure have no manners. Zhao Wujin similarly released his chi presence to contest against He Lianhu. Rumble. Pillars of water rose up from the surface of the 100 Herbs Lake. This was the result of their chi presences clashing. The Heaven Fiend sect is here. The Spirit Hidden sect's inner sect Grand Elder was a strange-looking old woman. She lifted her head and looked towards the horizon. From the horizon, a four-winged pitch-black spirit beast flew over. Chapter 144. Class 4 Mid-Tier Spirit Beast, Four-Winged Heaven Fiend Beast. This type of spirit beast was specially bred by the Heaven Fiend sect. Its original appearance was actually a four-winged earth demonic beast. The four-winged Heaven Fiend beast was abnormally ferocious. Even though it was only a Class 4 mid-tier beast, once it was injured, its combat strength would increase exponentially. At Class 4 high tier, it was considered a representative spirit beast of the Heaven Fiend sect. The violent wind was like a blade, as the four-winged Heaven Fiend beast slowly descended to a height of a few dozen meters. Descend! A black-robed old man landed first, followed by more than 20 people. A total of 13 inner sect elders and 13 inner sect disciples. It was obvious that the Heaven Fiend sect had 3 more spots than the other 3 sections. It's her. Li Fuchen took a quick glance and found the black-robed beauty in the crowd. The black-robed beauty's cultivation was actually at the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Her chi presence was extremely sharp. Just a glance at her gave off the feeling of a saber slashing at one's body. No wonder she is a 6-star bone frame. It has only been a few months, and she has already progressed by 1 level. It seems like she comprehended saber intent. Li Fuchen thought to himself. As Li Fuchen was sizing up Yen Qinggu was also searching for Li Fuchen. This was a woman's intuition. She was certain that Li Fuchen would definitely enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Soon enough, Yen Qinggu saw Li Fuchen. The two of them looked at each other, one sharp like a saber, the other calm and peaceful. You think you can pretend nothing happened? Yen Qinggu sneered. Qinggu Shimi, do you know anyone from the Azure Water sect? Beside Yen Qinggu, a 20-plus-year-old youth with a face as pale as snow asked. Frowning, Yen Qinggu replied, no. Her matters she would settle it herself. Compared to Li Fuchen, she disliked this Li Wuxia even more. Qinggu Shimi must be lying to me. Seems like there are some inner sect disciples that offended you. It doesn't matter. I will kill them all and bring their heads back to you. Li Wuxia licked his lips. His scarlet eyes shot out 2 terrifying and bizarre rays of light. You don't have to care about my matters. Yen Qinggu grunted. Li Wuxia was unconcerned. Junior sister Qingwu's matters are my matters. After all, you will be my wife in the future. Li Wuxia, I will tell you one more time. I will not marry you, not now, and not in the future. Throwing a tantrum again, but I won't argue with you. Li Wuxia had a doting look on his face. Yen Qinggu was so angry that she didn't say anything else. Wei Yipping, it is rare for your Heaven Fiend sect to come so early. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag laughed wickedly. Wei Yipping was that black-robed elder. He ignored the Spirit Hidden sect's Grand Elder and glanced at the 3 sects. Seems like they are still a bunch of clay chickens and pottery dogs. Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, if you see them, kill without mercy. Yes, Great Elder. Hearing this, The eyes of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples were filled with murderous intent. Their bloodlust was as intense as the waves, as though they were beasts. This is simply a demonic sect. Li Fuchen thought in his heart. Others might be afraid of your Heaven Fiend sect, but my Violent Saber sect isn't. Violent Saber sect's disciples, listen up. If you see any Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, kill them as well. He Lian, who grinned sinisterly. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag was displeased to be ignored by Wei Yiping, but the Spirit Hidden sect didn't like to talk. They preferred to assassinate, which was why the old hag's eyes flashed with a murderous intent. Her lips moved slightly, as though she was saying something to her sect's disciples. See that? This is the relationship between sections. Right at this moment, Zhao Wujin's voice was transmitted into the ears of Li Fuchen and the others. Hearing this, apart from Li Fuchen, the rest of them had some qi fluctuations. Some were excited, some were panicking, and some were apprehensive. Only Li Fuchen could maintain his original state of mind and not be affected by the outside world. Since there is still some time, let me tell you about the key disciples of the various sections. That disciple with the ghost head saber is the Violent Saber sect's inner sect's top disciple, Mad Saber Duanhai. He is famous for being a saber maniac. If you see him, do not use brute force against him. If you can escape, do so. This person goes crazy when he sees blood. He once killed a fellow inner sect disciple and was confined for a year. After he came out a year later, he crippled another inner sect disciple and was confined for another year. His ability is strong enough to instantly kill a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist. Everyone followed Zhao Wujin's gaze. In the Violent Saber sect's camp, there was a 20-plus-year-old youth with disheveled hair. His eyes were drooping and his fingers were moving, as though he was counting something. Sensing that someone was looking at him, he couldn't help but lift his head. What kind of eyes were these? There wasn't a trace of emotion in his eyes, only madness and bloodthirst. He was even scarier than most of the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples. Such fearsome eyes. Chen Fenghua was a female after all, and her body couldn't help but shiver. Chen Shiji, don't look at him. Li Fuchen whispered. If a person's courage was destroyed, their ability would be greatly reduced. It was obvious that this Mad Saber Duanhai had a willpower that could make one submit without a fight. He wasn't someone that a regular person could deal with. Chen Fenghua nodded and quickly lowered her head. Zhao Wujin nodded with approval. Among the 10, only one remained unmoved, and that was Li Fuchen. Even after seeing Feng Dao, Duanhai remained unmoved. Let alone his ability, just his courage alone was enough to make others look at him in a different light. This type of person would always be able to remain calm under any circumstances. Calmness was also a form of combat ability. Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, Yuan Tian, and the others all had some sort of emotional fluctuation. These emotional fluctuations weren't necessarily fear, but compared to Li Fuchen's calmness, they were still lacking. Beside Mad Saber Duanhai is the Violent Saber sect's inner sect's number 2 disciple, Blood Saber Ling Huang. This person isn't ordinary either. He is the only one in the Violent Saber sect's inner sect who is still unscathed after exchanging moves with Mad Saber Duanhai. You have to pay extra attention to him. After introducing 4 of the Violent Saber sect's disciples, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Spirit Hidden sect's disciples. The Spirit Hidden sect's disciples specialize in sneak attacks and assassinations. Their footwork and body skills are extremely strange. The top inner sect disciple is called Young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. He has a record of assassinating a 3rd-level Earth Realm martial artist. Remember, if you see this person, do not get too close to him, and do not neglect his presence. If not, before you can even react, you might already be dead. The female disciple beside him is called Ghost Girl Yihua. She is proficient in illusion techniques. Do not look into her eyes, or even at any part of her body. This girl is much more terrifying than Mad Saber Duanhai and Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo. Avoid her if you see her. The dwarf disciple at the back is Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao. His body is a little special, like a human but not a human, like a ghost but not a ghost. His ability has always been unfathomable. He is someone that even Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo and Ghost Girl. Yihua wouldn't want to offend. It is better not to offend someone whose ability is unclear. Without waiting for Zhao Wujin to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples, Li Fuchen suddenly said, Grand Elder, I have an objection. Oh, what objection do you have? Zhao Wujin and the other Azure Water sect's inner sect elders were either astonished or frowning at Li Fuchen. P.S. Apologies, forgot the timing and just got back from the gathering. Chapter 145. We definitely need to pay attention to these people. But there is no need to boost their morale and destroy our Zhonglan sect's prowess. We cultivators of the sword, we must be fearless. If we meet a god, we shall slay a god. If we meet a Buddha, we shall slay a Buddha. The sharpness of the sword shall slay all obstacles. If there is fear in the heart, then the sword Dao will not be sincere. If the sword Dao is not sincere, then how can we overcome all obstacles and advance bravely? Li Fuchen explained his understanding of the situation. Then what you mean is that no matter who we meet, we have to fight and face death with equanimity? An inner sect elder questioned. Li Fuchen replied calmly, yes and no. It is important to judge the situation, but it is even more important to be fearless. These people, there is no need to demonize them. They are all humans with flesh and blood. Once the sword pierces in, it will still be blood. Since they are of flesh and blood, why must we avoid them? Could it be that when our Azure Water sect encounters a formidable foe, we have to retreat? After hearing Zhao Wujin's speech, some of the Zhonglan sect inner sect disciples felt fear. Don't even talk about meeting Mad Saber Duan Hai and the others. Even if they were to meet someone who had the same ability as them, they would still be killed by the enemy because of their fear. Well said. Zhao Wujin didn't criticize Li Fuchen. Instead, he was full of smiles. He was confused because of his concern. He was worried that these 10 seedlings would all die in the 100 Herbs secret realm. So his tone was very conservative. However, they did not know that a true swordsman must have a fearless heart. If the heart was flawed, the sword would also be flawed. How could one cultivate the way of the sword? This old one's tone earlier was a little inappropriate. You just need to pay attention to the people I mentioned earlier. But if there is a need for a battle, then show the prowess of the Azure Water sect. Let them be afraid of us, not the other way around. After all, our Azure Water sect's sword Dao isn't something to be trifled with. The sword is a sword that kills. Only when it drinks blood will it become sharp. After listening to Li Fuchen and Zhao Wujin's words, the cowardly inner sect disciples had their eyes lit up and were emitting traces of sharp qi presence. As for the other inner sect disciples who weren't so afraid, after listening to the speech, their sword Dao heart became even firmer. Lu Wuhuang looked at Li Fuchen with a serious expression. He didn't feel it in the past, but now he suddenly felt that Li Fuchen was extremely terrifying. Even more terrifying than Mad Saber Duan Hai or young Master Spectre Duan Muyo. Looking at the Heaven Fiend sect's camp, Zhao Wujin started to introduce the Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples. The first person that the Heaven Fiend sect has to pay attention to is Blood Fiend Li Wuxia. He is the son of the Heaven Fiend sect patriarch, and possesses the 5-star baleful blood bone frame. This bone frame isn't inferior to the other 5-star extraordinary bone frames in all aspects, but it also has an effect. The more people he kills, the stronger the baleful aura. The stronger the baleful aura, the more potential he can stimulate. It is rumored that he has already killed over 1,000 people, and every one of them was a martial artist with a similar cultivation level as him. Have you killed more than 1,000 people? Even though everyone had been motivated just now, and their cowardice had been reduced to the minimum, when they heard that Li Wuxia had killed over 1,000 people, they still couldn't help but change their expressions. Compared to Li Wuxia, the number of people they had killed was probably not even a fraction of his. This is simply a murderous demon. White Water Sword by Tao couldn't help but ask. Zhao Wujin continued. 3 meters to the right of Li Wuxia is the Black Fiend Lung Wuchang. Beside Lung Wuchang is the White Fiend Gao Chou. The two of them are known as the Black and White Fiend Duo, and are proficient in joint attacks. Their individual strength is already able to easily kill a first-level Earth Realm martial artist. When they work together, their strength will increase by 2 folds. Their reputation in the Heaven Fiend sect isn't inferior to Li Wuxia. Claw Ghost Zhengxian cultivates the Heaven Fiend sect's most difficult mystic class low-tier claw art, the Netherworld Ghost Claw. It is rumored that among the Heaven Fiend sect's disciples, only 3 of them have cultivated the Netherworld Ghost Claw to the trance stage. 2 of them are direct disciples, and have incomparably valiant strength. It is rumored that they aren't inferior to Li Wuxia, but they are wary of Li Wuxia's identity. The last one is the Heaven Fiend sect's major clan, the Yin clan's most outstanding prodigy Yin Qinggu. This girl's strength might not be comparable to Li Wuxia's Black and White Fiend duo and Claw Ghost Zhengxian, but she has the greatest potential because she has a 6-star bone frame. What Li Wuxia? What Black and White Fiend duo? What Claw Ghost Zhengxian? Everyone was frowning as they listened. From Zhao Wujin's words, everyone vaguely knew that Li Wuxia wasn't any weaker than Mad Saber Duanhai. While the Black and White Fiend duo might be slightly weaker individually, but if they worked together, they would probably surpass Li Wuxia. Apart from that, this Claw Ghost Zhengxian wasn't any weaker than Li Wuxia either. Just these 4 individuals were enough to prove that the Heaven Fiend sect's prodigies were stronger than any of the 3 major sections. This was the consensus of everyone. But when they found out that Yin Qinggu was a 6-star bone frame, everyone was still stunned. What kind of concept was a 6-star bone frame? No one didn't know. If a 4-star bone frame was already considered a prodigy, a 5-star bone frame was considered a first-rate prodigy, while a 6-star bone frame was considered a generational prodigy. Since the establishment of the Azure Water sect, apart from the first-generation sect patriarch, who was a 6-star bone frame, there had never been another 6-star bone frame. A 6-star bone frame had the hope of surpassing the reincarnation realm and reaching an even higher realm. At that realm, a single individual was equivalent to a sect. A single individual was enough to suppress an entire sect. Anyone who dared to disobey would be eliminated. The Heaven Fiend sect is too fearsome, the Mountain Creek Sword Luoishan muttered. It is indeed a fearsome sect. Li Fuchen agreed in his heart. Li Fuchen could imagine what kind of threat Yin Qinggu would pose to the 3 major sects once she matured. His eyes turning cold, Zhao Wujin said, "So, I request for all of you, if you meet this girl, try your best to kill her. Whoever kills her will be rewarded with 3 million contribution points, and the exchange privileges will be upgraded to inner sect elder class. As long as you have enough contribution points, you can basically redeem anything." The threat of a 6-star bone frame was too great. A few decades later, if the Azure Water sect was to be annihilated, it would probably be in the hands of this girl. "Grand Elder, don't worry. I will kill this girl." Even though Yin Qinggu had exceptional looks and Lu Wuhuang was tempted, but if he had the chance, he would definitely kill Yin Qinggu. As long as he had the ability, he could get any woman he wanted. 3 million contribution points to exchange privileges with an inner sect elder was a huge temptation to him. Just like the Azure Water sect, the Grand Elders of the Violent Saber sect and Spirit Hidden sect also gave out kill orders to their disciples. As long as they killed Yin Qinggu, they would be rewarded handsomely. The tallest tree in the forest will be destroyed by the wind. With such a demonic talent, it won't be easy for her to mature. Li Fuchen felt a huge pressure in his heart. He didn't know if he would receive such treatment in the future. After all, his soul spirit talent was too terrifying. He was obviously a normal bone frame, but had a perception that surpassed a 5-star bone frame. If his soul spirit turned pale blue, it would be at least 2 folds more fearsome. This 100 herbs hidden domain is an opportunity. I need to grow faster. What Li Fuchen didn't know was that he had already become a thorn in the eyes of the 3 sections. In the information from the 3 sects, Li Fuchen, Lu Wuhuang, and Xiao Libi were all noteworthy targets and must be killed on sight. Even Yuan Tian was blacklisted. No matter what, he was still a 5-star bone frame. But he was still young. If he was 1 or 2 years older, he wouldn't be any weaker than Lu Wuhuang. Chapter 146. At noon, a thick fog suddenly rose from the surface of the 100 Grass Lake. This fog was very strange. Even though everyone used a strong gust of wind, they were unable to dissipate the fog in the slightest. It was as if this fog did not belong to the same world as them. Just as everyone was feeling pressured, within the center of the fog, there was a 5-colored light. A 5-colored door gradually emerged. The 100 Herbs Gate has appeared. The 4 sects gathered towards the 100 Herbs Gate. This 100 Herbs Gate has the ability to teleport through space. Those who enter will be teleported to different locations. Remember what I've said. Don't cause trouble, and don't be afraid of trouble. If you meet people from the 3 sects, try not to fight if you can avoid it. But if you have to fight, then do your best to show your might. As for the specific situation, I'll leave it to you. Also, try to find opportunities to raise your strength in there. If there are any herbs that can directly raise your cultivation or physique, take them out. Anyway, you have to ensure your own lives. I hope that all 10 of you can come out alive. Right now, the 100 Herbs Gate was slowly opening. The Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect disciples rushed out and entered the gate. Azure Water sect's Lu Wuhuang was the first to rush out, followed by Xiao Libi. In a blink of the eye, the 4 inner sect disciples all entered the 100 Herbs Gate. Since the 3 of you are idling outside, why not have a bet? Heaven Fiend sect's inner sect Grand Elder, Wei Yiping grinned. What kind of bet? Elian, whose eyes lit up. Zhao Wujin and the Spirit Hidden sect's old hag looked over too. Wei Yiping said, let's have a contest. Which of the 4 sects has the least casualties? The sect with the least casualties will be the final winner. For every disciple that dies, the other 3 sects will have to fork out 1 million gold coins to the winner. I'll bet. Elian, who immediately said, my Spirit Hidden sect cannot possibly lose. I'll bet too. The Spirit Hidden sect's old hag is very confident in her disciples. The Spirit Hidden sect specializes in sneak attacks, and would rarely put themselves in danger. Since the 3 of you are participating, I have no reason not to. A few million gold coins meant nothing to Zhao Wujin. Even if it was 10 million gold coins, it would only make his heart ache. Of course, he didn't wish to be the loser. As compared to the gold coins, the value of Li Fuchen and the others was obviously higher. Very good. It seems that you are all quite confident. Unfortunately, confidence is useless. Just wait to give me gold coins. Wei Yiping was in an extremely good mood. In his opinion, the 3 sects would lose without a doubt. Each sect had given him a few million gold coins, which added up to more than 10 million gold coins. No one will know the result until the very end. Zhao Wujin sneered. In the 100 Herbs secret realm, the density of the heaven and earth spiritual qi was unimaginable. It was even several times denser than Shoshua town. Cultivating here, there was no need for qi cultivating pills, and one could improve at the best speed. If I were to cultivate in the secret realm for a year or so, it wouldn't be difficult for me to advance to the Disha realm? Slowly landing from the sky on a grassland, Li Fuchen secretly thought. That's impossible, right? The moment he landed, Li Fuchen's eyes widened as if he had seen something incredible. All the grass on the grassland was actually medicinal herbs. Even though they were all low-tier yellow rank herbs, each of them was only worth 2 to 3 gold coins. However, it was impossible to count how many medicinal herbs there were in an entire grassland. There are gold coins everywhere. Since coming to the 100 Herbs secret realm, this was the first time Li Fuchen lost his composure. Trying his best to calm himself down, Li Fuchen let out a bitter laugh. Even though the ground was filled with gold coins, he couldn't bring them all away. The storage bag was only 1 meter in size. Even if it was filled with yellow class, low-tier herbs, it wouldn't be able to hold much. What's more, he couldn't possibly keep all the yellow class low-tier herbs. A single mystic class, low-tier herb was worth 10,000 stalks of yellow class, low-tier herbs. Which was why harvesting mystic class herbs was the way to go. Forget it, I shall not look at them. Li Fuchen tried his best to treat the herbs beneath his feet as normal weeds. The grassland was huge. Even after walking for an hour, he still wasn't able to walk out. This is the 7-star Earth Lotus Mystic Class Low Tier, valued at 20,000 gold coins. This is the Bull Calf Flower, Mystic Class Low Tier, valued at 15,000 gold coins. This is the Green Vine Fruit, Mystic Class Low Tier, valued at 25,000 gold coins. The rumors weren't wrong. Within the 100 herbs secret realm, mystic-class herbs were common. In just an hour, Li Fuchen found several stalks of mystic-class low-tier herbs. It was equivalent to picking up 60,000 to 70,000 gold coins. As he walked, Li Fuchen found a demonic beast. This was a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, the Blood Kirin. This type of demonic beast loved meat and was an extreme carnivore. But at this moment, the Blood Kirin was frenziedly gnawing on the grass, as though it was eating a delicacy. Li Fuchen laughed. It seemed like these demonic beasts that mistakenly entered the 100 herbs secret realm were attracted by the herbs on the ground. Be it the carnivorous demonic beasts or the herbivorous demonic beasts, they were all gnawing on the grass. Lifting its head, the Blood Kirin noticed Li Fuchen. With a flash of viciousness in its eyes, the Blood Kirin pounced at Li Fuchen. A carnivorous demonic beast was ultimately a carnivorous demonic beast. When it saw a delicacy like a human, its instinctive appetite would be triggered. Li Fuchen remained indifferent and continued to walk. Bang! Just as the Blood Kirin was about to bite Li Fuchen's body emitted a blazing intent that could destroy all living beings, sending the Blood Kirin flying. Before it even landed on the ground, it was already dead. Its entire body was charred black and emitting smoke. The scales had fallen off, and not a single spot was left intact. Even at death's door, the Blood Kirin couldn't understand how this human in front of it could be so strong. Just by relying on chi protection, he could easily kill it. This was something even regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists couldn't do. Ice Fire Flower Mystic Class High-Tier Herb. One stalk is worth around 400,000 gold coins. A few hours later, Li Fuchen's luck was on the rise as he found a rare mystic class, high-tier herb, Ice Fire Flower. This flower contained both ice and fire spiritual chi. If a fire-type cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could effectively lower the temperature. It wouldn't cause the body to be engulfed in flames, and wouldn't cause the meridians to wither. If an ice-cold cultivation technique consumed this flower, it could also effectively protect the internal organs and prevent the cold chi from damaging the lungs. For example, if Li Fuchen cultivated the true Inferno technique, with his current physique and cultivation level, he would only be able to cultivate to the 15th rank. But with the Ice Fire Flower, he could definitely cultivate to the 16th rank, or even the 17th rank. Carefully placing the Ice Fire Flower into the jade box, Li Fuchen revealed a smile. This flower might be of great use in the future. Look, isn't that Azure Water Sect's Li Fuchen? At the edge of the prairie, two Heaven Fiend Sect inner sect disciples unexpectedly met with Li Fuchen. Chapter 147. Heaven Fiend Sect Disciple? Li Fuchen's eyes burst with a dazzling radiance. He wasn't a bloodthirsty person. Under normal circumstances, if others didn't provoke him, he wouldn't provoke them either. However, this was the 100 herbs secret realm. He needed more storage bags, the more the better, and there was only one way to get storage bags, and that was to rob other people's storage bags. In order to reach the pinnacle of the Sword Dao, Li Fuchen didn't mind killing anyone who stood in his way. Right now, the ones who stood in his way were the Heaven Fiend Sect, Violent Saber Sect, and Spirit Hidden Sect. I'm sorry. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the duo. You're courting death. You actually dared to approach me on your own initiative. The two Heaven Fiend Sect inner sect disciples revealed a ferocious killing intent. As inner sect disciples of the Heaven Fiend Sect, they had an innate sense of superiority. In their eyes, the other sects were all weak chickens. Even if Li Fuchen was the top disciple of the Azure Water Sect, if the two of them worked together, they would still be able to eliminate him. Hand over the storage bag, and I can leave your corpse intact, otherwise. Two Heaven Fiend Sect inner sect disciples approached Li Fuchen from the left and right. But before they could even finish their conversation, Li Fuchen attacked. Li Fuchen didn't even need to make a move. He just burst out with Scarlet Fire Chi. The raging Scarlet Fire true energy was like a storm, rushing towards the two of them. Mixed within was the Scarlet Fire technique intent that could destroy all living things. Puff! Puff! Both of them were severely injured in an instant. Their protective Jin Qi was like a piece of paper. As expected, my cultivation is still too low. Li Fuchen didn't mind. These two were at the peak of the origin realm, and he was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. Furthermore, using qi to rush at the enemy was far inferior to executing martial arts. How can he be so strong? A burst of true energy can seriously injure us. The two Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciples were dumbfounded. Then came endless fear. In their eyes, even Li Wuxia and Zheng Xian weren't that terrifying. Only the black-white double ghosts together would have such power. Damn it, the information from the upper echelons is too outdated. How is this person worth paying attention to? He's simply a freak, a monster, and an extremely dangerous existence. If we see him, we should immediately run away and avoid him. Run, we must bring news of him to the others. At this moment, both of them only had a single thought in their minds, and that was to run. Run for their lives. Do you think you can escape? Activating the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen swiftly caught up to the duo, and sent a palm strike at each of them. Mystic level low-tier palm art, iron smelting hand. With a crash, the two of them fell to the ground, and slid a dozen meters away. Their bodies were charred black like charcoal, and they couldn't be more dead. The scarlet fire intent is too strong, Li Fuchen sighed in his heart. Middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent could be directly injected into the iron smelting hand, almost pushing the iron smelting hand to the level of a middle-tier mystic ranked cultivation intent. With a palm strike, the ferocious scarlet fire intent entered the two's bodies along with the palm force. Walking over, Li Fuchen picked up the storage pouch of the two. He infused his Jinqi into it. He opened it. There were quite a number of mystic rank herbs, most of which were low-tier mystic rank, and only 2 of them were mid-tier mystic rank. 3 storage bags can be filled as much as possible. Before this, in Li Fuchen's storage bags, other than mystic class herbs, there were plenty of yellow class high-tier herbs and yellow class peak-tier herbs. Yellow class high-tier herbs were worth a few hundred gold coins, while yellow class peak-tier herbs were worth up to 1,000 gold coins. Accumulating them, it was still worth a lot of gold coins, and Li Fuchen didn't want to waste them. Other than that, the duo's armor and weapons were worth a total of 200,000 to 300,000 gold coins. So the resources within the 100 Herbs hidden domain aren't just herbs and ores. The disciples from other sects are also resources. Killing any one of them would yield a huge fortune. Li Fuchen's heart was filled with murderous intent. Gurgle, gurgle, gurgle. Not long after Li Fuchen left, the ground of the 100 Herbs hidden domain suddenly shook and swiftly devoured the corpses of the 2 Heaven Fiend sect inner sect disciples. In just a short moment, there were no traces left. At the same time, the other places within the 100 Herbs hidden domain were filled with killings. Mad Saber Duan Hai had an overwhelming ability and instantly killed the Azure Water sect inner sect disciple, Luoishan. Blood Saber Ling Huang's blood transformation cleave dissolved the blood of the spirit hidden sect's disciple, turning him into a tattered corpse. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo, appeared and disappeared unpredictably. The violent Saber sect disciples that he killed didn't even know how they died. There was also Ghost Girl Yi Hua and Spirit Child Jiang Xiaomao. Each of them killed regular prodigies as though they were chickens, effortlessly. As for the 5 formidable prodigies from the Heaven Fiend sect, there was no need to even mention them. They were all murderous demons. In less than a day, out of the 43 individuals that entered, more than 10 of them had already been killed. Run, hurry up and run. Chen Fanghua and an inner sect disciple named Lu Xiaofei were frantically escaping. Behind them, Claw Ghost Zheng Xian was in hot pursuit. His speed was obviously faster than the 2 of them. How did I meet Claw Ghost Zheng Xian? Someone save me. Lu Xiaofei didn't want to die. He still had a bright future ahead of him. He didn't want to die in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Although he knew from the start that the 100 Herbs secret realm was dangerous, the him at that time was full of ambition. He didn't care about these dangers at all. Only when he really met with danger did he realize that he was afraid of death. In the past, he wasn't afraid of death, because he had never met an enemy that he couldn't defeat. The wanted criminals in the mission were all useless people. They were just a little more cunning. Chen Fenghua's face was pale as well. She didn't want to die either. If there was a chance to live, no one would want to die. Meeting such an undefeatable enemy, the only way is to escape. Chen Fenghua didn't misinterpret Li Fuchen's meaning. She understood that Li Fuchen didn't want them to risk their lives every time they met. He just wanted them to not develop any fear and not lose their heart of the sword Dao because of fear. In just a short moment, Zheng Xian was only 10 feet away from the two of them. Netherworld Ghost's Claw. Zheng Xian wore a pair of black claw gloves on his hands. With a swing of his claws, a few streaks of light flashed. PFFF. Lu Xiaofei's chi protection was torn apart like a piece of paper. Shortly after, the Class 3 leather armor on his body was also torn apart. Blood and flesh splattered along with the shattered bones. Lu Xiaofei was instantly killed and crashed onto the ground. Lu Shixiang is dead? Chen Fenghua was in a daze for a moment. Seeing Lu Xiaofei, who had a bright future, die in front of her had a huge impact on Chen Fenghua. This was the first time she felt the cruelty of the world. Risk it. Chen Fenghua didn't try to escape. Instead, she turned around and faced Zheng Xian. Since there was no way to retreat, then she had to risk her life. Even if she had to die with dignity. Not going to escape? A wise choice. Take off all your clothes now. If I feel comfortable, I may grant you a dignified death. If not, even if you die, I have 100 ways to torture your corpse. Claw Ghost Zheng Xian was extremely cruel. His eyes were filled with a sickly glow. You devil! The courage that Chen Fenghua gathered with great difficulty instantly crumbled. She couldn't deal with such a person. Devil? I am 100 times scarier than a devil. Zheng Xian walked towards Chen Fenghua. Chen Shiji, do you need help? At this moment, a figure appeared on a small hill not far away. Li Shidi. Chapter 148. You are Cang Lan sect's top inner sect disciple Li Fuchen? Zheng Xian looked at Li Fuchen. Without a sound, Li Fuchen's figure vanished from the hillside. When he reappeared, he was already beside Chen Fenghua. Senior Sister Chen, go to the side and take a rest. Leave this to me. He could see that Chen Fenghua was on the verge of breaking down. This was not because the other party was weak, but because Ghost Claw Zheng Xian was too brutal. Women generally valued their chastity more. If they couldn't even live in peace after death, it would undoubtedly make them despair. Chen Fenghua nodded. This was not the time for her to put on a brave front. Her confidence and willpower had almost been destroyed by Zheng Xian. You think you can save her? Zheng Xian grinned. His aura was like that of a devil. Just me alone is enough. Li Fuchen stated. No wonder you are the top inner sect disciple of the Cang Lan sect. So confident. But killing confident people is my favorite thing to do. I will peel off your skin and stuff it with rice straws. In my work, you will definitely be the champion. Zheng Xian tried to destroy Li Fuchen's willpower. Li Fuchen's face darkened. Li Fuchen sneered. Claw Ghost Zheng Xian, keep your little tricks. Don't use your clumsy methods to embarrass yourself. Oh, Zheng Xian's expression turned cold when he heard this. He realized that Li Fuchen was indeed different from the others. Li Fuchen was very calm, and his eyes didn't have any flicker. There was only calmness and traces of murderous intent. Looks like he can't be underestimated. Zheng Xian planned to treat this seriously and not fail miserably. 3 swords. Li Fuchen had an indifferent expression as he drew his black gold sword inch by inch. Zheng Xian was no ordinary person. It would be nearly impossible to kill him with a single sword strike. However, he was still confident of killing him with 3 sword strikes. Haha. Zheng Xian laughed. He had never seen such an arrogant person before. This was simply the biggest joke in the world. The first sword. Li Fuchen drew his sword. The scarlet fire intent burst forth. The meteor sword intent burst forth. 2 great true intents intertwined, accompanied by the dark gold sword, which pierced towards Zheng Xian. This sword was extremely dazzling, even more dazzling than the pure meteor sword technique, because it contained the scarlet fire technique intent. Quick! It was too fast. It was so fast that Zheng Xian couldn't dodge at all. As soon as the sword was unleashed, It was already in front of him. This was a sword that could not be avoided. This was a sword that caused Zheng Xian's bones to turn cold. Nether goes claw. Zheng Xian roared and clawed at the dazzling sword light. Whoosh! The surface of the ground was torn apart. Zheng Xian's claw merely brushed past the sword light. As the sword light was too fast, he made a misjudgment. The searing sword light pierced through Zheng Xian's protective jinshi and his demonic beast hide. Zheng Xian couldn't help but scream in agony. On his chest, there was a small charred hole that was half an inch deep. At the crucial moment, he activated the Heaven Fiend Sect's 2-star secret technique, Devil Tattoo. This secret technique required one to carve demonic patterns on the surface of the body. These demonic patterns could strengthen the flesh and blood. Sword intent and martial intent. Zheng Xian was horrified. From the information he received, Li Fuchen only comprehended sword intent and didn't comprehend technique intent. If Li Fuchen had merely comprehended sword intent, he wouldn't even put it in his eyes. After all, he had also comprehended the netherworld claw intent, and his cultivation level was 2 levels higher than Li Fuchen. How is this possible? An Origin Realm cultivator is able to cultivate a mystic class mid-tier technique to the highest rank. Zheng Xian didn't dare to believe it, but he had no choice. If not, there was no other way to explain the power of that sword move. Swallowing a pill, Zheng Xian swung his hand and shot a densely packed steel pellets at Li Fuchen. He then turned around and prepared to escape. Against a monster like Li Fuchen, Zheng Xian intended to escape too. This person has comprehended technique intent. I am not a match for him. But as long as I can find a safe place, I will be able to break through to the first level of the Earth Realm. Zheng Xian could have broken through a long time ago, but in order to enter the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he had been suppressing his cultivation level. But breaking through wasn't something that could be done on a whim. He had to find a safe place to circulate his technique to break through. Once it was interrupted, it would be easy for him to go berserk and sever his meridians. If he could instantly break through, he wouldn't need to escape. Bang, 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 bang. Li Fuchen could tell with a single glance that these steel pellets were thunderbolt pellets. They weren't weak and could easily kill a regular 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist. A pity that Li Fuchen wasn't a regular 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist. Activating his chi protection and emitting his scarlet fire intent, Li Fuchen turned into a ray of fire and chased after Zheng Xian. Along the way, when these steel pellets came into contact with the scarlet fire intent, they would explode in mid-air with less than 10% of their original power. 3 breaths later, Li Fuchen obstructed Zheng Xian. No matter how fast his opponent was, he wouldn't be as fast as his divine movement leg. Boom! A thick cloud of smoke diffused as Zheng Xian tossed out a white miasma bomb. Li Fuchen withdrew his chi protection and burst out with his chi. Huff, huff, huff. A violent gust of wind blew away the smoke. Li Fuchen obstructed Zheng Xian once again. Zheng Xian tried to put up a strong front. Li Fuchen, you better let me go. If not, you will bring trouble to your Azure Water sect. He was afraid of death too, and he wasn't willing to die in the hands of a Azure Water sect disciple. Second blade. Li Fuchen executed the second blade. This blade was activated with the mystical dragon secret technique. A horrific chi presence instantly enveloped Zheng Xian. Damn it! Zheng Xian retrieved a shield from his storage bag and placed it in front of him. Clang! Blinding sparks sprayed in all directions. Zheng Xian's entire body was almost crushed into the mud. Both his arms were numb, and he couldn't move. Third blade. Vanishing, Li Fuchen appeared behind Zheng Xian and used a single blade to decapitate Zheng Xian. 3 blades, and the fearsome claw ghost Zheng Xian was killed. If news of this got out, it would be enough to send the disciples of the other 3 sects into a state of panic. But this was also because claw ghost Zheng Xian was too careless. If he had found a place to break through, he wouldn't have died so easily. With Li Fuchen's ability, killing a first-level Earth Realm prodigy was extremely difficult, and there was quite a bit of risk involved. This is a Mystic-class low-tier shield. Picking up Zheng Xian's shield, Li Fuchen was surprised. Just this shield alone was worth more than 100,000 gold coins. It might even be more. After all, the quality of a shield was much heavier than a weapon, hence the price would naturally be much higher. Zheng Xian had a total of 2 storage bags. One was his, the other belonged to the Azure Water Sect's inner sect disciple, Lu Xiaofei. Each of them had the insignia of their respective sections. After searching his body, Li Fuchen returned to look for Chen Fanghua. Li Shidi, where is Zheng Xian? Chen Fanghua had already returned to normal, and couldn't help but ask. Dead. Li Fuchen replied. Dead. Chen Fanghua's eyes widened. Such a horrifying and insane Zheng Xian actually died in the hands of Li Fuchen. How strong was Li Fuchen? Could it be that Li Fuchen's ability had increased by so much during these 3 months? Taking a deep breath, Chen Fanghua tried her best to digest this information. Chapter 149. With the two of them together, the speed at which they searched for medicinal herbs suddenly became much faster. No matter if it was a yellow-class high-tier top-tier herb, or a mystic-class herb, he wouldn't reject anything. There was also a sun in the 100 Herbs secret realm. Seeing that the sun was about to set, the two of them flew in the direction of Stony Mountain in the distance, intending to find a place to rest. When the sun completely set and the moon rose, the two of them came to a small valley. In the depths of the small valley, there was a small lake. At the lakeside, a scarlet-scaled demonic beast with a majestic demonic aura was resting. Its body was 7 to 8 meters long. It's a low-rank 3 demonic beast, the red-scaled beast. Chen Fanghua whispered. This demonic beast should be guarding some important herb. Let's search for it. Li Fuchen's eyes were like lightning. Even the dim environment couldn't obstruct his vision. Soon, Li Fuchen found a herb growing in the crevice in the rubble next to the monster beast. This herb was pitch black in color, and there was a silver-gold fruit at the top. So that's how it is, it's guarding the high-rank profound-rank herb sky-shattering fruit. Li Fuchen withdrew his gaze and said, Earth-shattering fruit? Chen Fanghua raised her eyebrows. The value of the earth-shattering fruit was extraordinary. It could allow a 9th-level origin realm martial artist to advance to the 1st level of the Earth realm faster, saving a lot of time. Furthermore, after the advancement, there would not be any signs of the true Qi becoming unstable. Instead, it would slightly consolidate the cultivation. Of course, not every 9th-level origin realm martial artist could break through just by consuming the earth-shattering fruit. Normal 9th-level origin realm martial artists in the outside world had to reach the limits of the origin realm before they could break through with the help of the earth-shattering fruit. Sect disciples, on the other hand, didn't have this problem. After all, the cultivation technique that sect disciples cultivated was of a very high level, and they could easily refine the earth-shattering fruit and absorb its medicinal essence. Roar! When the red-scaled beast noticed Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua, it stood up abruptly. A majestic demonic qi burst out from its body, causing a whirlwind to blow within the small valley, sending rocks flying everywhere. Senior Sister Chen, stay away. Class 3 low-tier demonic beasts were very powerful, and could instantly kill a regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artist. Only those Earth Realm martial artists who cultivated mystic class cultivation techniques would be able to go against them. The mystical dragon secret art was activated. Li Fuchen skimmed towards the red-scaled beast. Roar! Sparks appeared on the red-scaled beast's body. With a tongue sound, a scarlet flame emerged. The front claw suddenly swung at Li Fuchen, and a few scarlet streaks slashed at Li Fuchen. Die! Li Fuchen's body spun and dodged the scarlet-red waterfall, before striking at the red-scaled beast with lightning speed. Puff! The dazzling sword qi pierced through the scales of the red-scaled beast, leaving a bloody hole in its chest. As expected of a Class 3 demonic beast, its strongest point is its body. A Class 2 high-ranked demonic beast would have a strength of around 20,000 jin. A Class 3 low-ranked demonic beast would have a strength of at least 100,000 jin. Furthermore, depending on the type of demonic beast, the strength would be different as well. Such powerful strength caused their bodies to be extremely tough. Regular low-leveled Earth Realm martial artists wouldn't be able to break through their defenses. But Li Fuchen was different. With the activation of the mystical dragon secret technique, Li Fuchen's combat strength was almost at the 9th level of the origin realm. Coupled with the Scarlet Fire intent and the Meteor Sword intent, it was still possible to penetrate the red-scaled beast's defense. With an injury on its chest, the red-scaled beast went berserk. Its entire body was enveloped in flames as it charged towards Li Fuchen. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. Li Fuchen's maneuvers were extremely strange. He repeatedly dodged the red-scaled beast's attacks and left bloody holes on its body. In Chen Fenghua's eyes, the red-scaled beast was a trapped beast, and its defeat was already decided. 5 minutes later, Li Fuchen's sword pierced through the red-scaled beast's left eye. The sword qi seeped in and tore apart its brain. Rumble! Like a collapsing mountain, the red-scaled beast fell heavily onto the ground. The flames on its body gradually extinguished. Cutting open the red-scaled beast's abdomen, Li Fuchen couldn't find the demon core. As for the other ingredients, he didn't even bother about them. The earth-shattering fruit will only ripen after it turns completely golden. It seems we will have to stay here for another day or two, Li Fuchen stated. Chen Fenghua nodded. No hurry. We have plenty of time anyway. After a day, her storage bag was already half filled, and there was still 6 more days before the 100 Herbs hidden domain closed. The two of them underestimated the ripening speed of the earth-shattering fruit. The next morning, as the first rays of the morning sun landed on the earth-shattering fruit, the fruit turned completely golden. An invigorating medicinal fragrance permeated throughout the entire valley. The earth-shattering fruit is ripe. Li Fuchen reached out to pluck the earth-shattering fruit. For you. Li Fuchen passed it to Chen Fenghua. For me. Chen Fenghua didn't understand. Li Fuchen replied. It isn't of much use to me. This earth-shattering fruit can only help a martial artist advance from the 9th level of the origin realm to the 1st level of the earth realm. It isn't able to help me break through from the 7th level to the 9th level of the origin realm. It will take quite some time for me to reach the 9th level of the origin realm. Why don't you consume it first? Once you progress to the 1st level of the earth realm, it will also be a great combat strength. The earth-shattering fruit and the earth-shattering domain were related. Li Fuchen didn't understand the mystery in between. Is this really a good idea? Chen Fenghua was hesitant. She naturally wanted to progress to the 1st level of the earth realm as soon as possible. Once she was at the 1st level of the earth realm, she would have the ability to protect herself and wouldn't be like her current self, where she was at the bottom of the 4 sections. The 100 Herbs hidden domain has countless herbs. There are still 6 more days, and you might be able to obtain an earth-shattering fruit. If you don't increase your cultivation level soon, it will affect the future. Li Fuchen didn't dare to guarantee Chen Fenghua's safety. Among the disciples of the 4 sects, many of them were suppressing their cultivation level. Who knows, maybe in a few more days, a batch of 1st-level Earth Realm martial artists would appear. Then many thanks. Chen Fenghua received the earth-shattering fruit. Progressing from the 9th level of the origin realm to the 1st level of the earth realm was a huge project. It required absolute silence. Chen Fenghua found a cave that could accommodate her and sat down cross-legged. A moment later, Chen Fenghua picked up the golden earth-shattering fruit and swallowed it. Time passed by slowly. From morning to noon, from noon to afternoon. Li Fuchen had been meditating by the lakeside. The 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique wasn't the limit. The peak state of the 15th rank was the true limit. When that happens, the Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique's anomaly would appear, and his combat ability would increase by quite a bit. As the sun set, Chen Fenghua broke through. Boom! In the valley, a violent gale blew and rocks were sent flying. A shocking spirit chi tornado gathered towards Chen Fenghua. Am I going to break through? Li Fuchen opened his eyes and looked at the cave. Within the cave, there was a huge radiance. It was the radiance of Chen Fenghua's chi. After a long time, a figure walked out from the cave. The current Chen Fenghua's chi presence wasn't just 2-fold stronger than this morning. It was at least a few-fold stronger. The surging chi was like a tidal wave, wave after wave. How do you feel? Li Fuchen laughed and asked. Very strong. I didn't know that the 1st level of the earth realm was so strong. It is as though I have been reborn. My senses towards the heaven and earth energy is much sharper now. While speaking, Chen Fanghua struck a palm strike into the air. Huff! Chapter 150. Very strong. Li Fuchen nodded. Much stronger than Claw Ghost Zhengxian. When a prodigy progressed to the earth realm, it was like adding wings to a tiger. That palm force just now was enough to instantly kill a regular first-level earth realm martial artist. Li Shidi, is this an ore? Just as Chen Fanghua was about to speak, she suddenly looked at the ground. The ground that was torn apart by the palm force had a faint metallic glow. Let me see. Li Fuchen's consciousness entered the ground along with his qi. A moment later, a water tank-sized, or with a faint purple-silver glow appeared in his mind. It's a mystic-class low-tier purple-silver ore, Li Fuchen said. Not noticing how Li Fuchen knew, Chen Fanghua revealed a delighted expression. The purple-silver ore was worth 700 contribution points per kg. If there was 1,000 kilograms, that would be 700,000 contribution points. This wasn't a small sum. Digging out the purple-silver ore, Li Fuchen weighed it and said, about 2,000 kilograms. 2,000 kilograms is 1.4 million contribution points. Chen Fanghua drew her black gold sword and split the ore with 3 consecutive slashes. One was big and one was small. The small one was only the size of a wash basin, which was around 200 to 300 kilograms. I will take the small one. You can have the extra one. Without Li Fuchen, she wouldn't have survived until now. 200 kilograms of purple silver ore was enough. Li Fuchen laughed and didn't say anything. He kept the rest of the purple silver ore. Even though it was getting late, the two of them still prepared to leave the valley. With their ability, they wouldn't be able to walk unhindered in the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Finally, at the first level of the earth realm. This was a lush forest. In the middle of the forest, on a towering tree, Lu Wuhuang slowly opened his eyes. A domineering aura suddenly spread out, and within a radius of 10 meters, the wind and rain swayed, and the leaves flew everywhere. Die! A few dozen meters away, a Class 2 high-tier demonic beast got a shock and scurried out of its cave. In the next moment, a violent chi force, like an enraged dragon, opened up a path in the forest and blasted the Class 2 high-tier demonic beast, turning it into a pile of minced meat. This is the first level of the earth realm? Lu Wuhuang's eyes were cold and domineering. At the same time, there were plenty of people who broke through to the first level of the earth realm. The Azure Water sect had Xiao Libi Bai Tao and Lin Wanqing. There were 6 in the Violent Saber sect. The Spirit Hidden sect had 6 as well. There were 8 Heaven Fiend sects. On the 3rd day afternoon, Yen Qinggu, you won't be able to leave the 100 Herbs secret domain alive. Why don't you have a taste of being a woman before you die? A Violent Saber sect disciple confronted Yen Qinggu. This Violent Saber sect's disciple was called Fanny Dao. The current him was already at the first level of the earth realm. His overbearing chi presence was like a saber tornado, enveloping Yen Qinggu. Yen Qinggu placed her right hand on the hilt of her saber. That's right. No matter how strong you are still not my opponent. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame your monstrous aptitude. My Violent Saber sect will not allow you to live. There is a difference between humans. So what if you are at the first level of the earth realm? Black Moon Illumination. Yen Qinggu unsheathed her blade. As compared to 4 to 5 months ago at MT Fei Shui, the current Yen Qinggu was more than twice as strong. In just a few short months, her Black Moon Saber intent had reached the stage where she could freely release it. She had also learned a 3-star secret technique, the Swallow Flight Dance. This Swallow Flight Dance could allow one's agility to be at least twice as strong as usual. Without any sound or presence, multiple Yen Qinggu appeared in mid-air at the same time. Using the naked eye, it was impossible to tell which was the real body and which was the clone. What kind of secret technique is this? Fanny Dao was panicking. Yen Qinggu, who had a 6-star bone frame, was someone that Fanny Dao had to take seriously. Swish! Multiple Yen Qinggu brandished their blades at the same time and slashed at Fanny Dao. Break! Fanny Dao roared with rage. His body rotated and his blade light rotated. Cling, 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 blinding sparks exploded as multiple Yin Qinggu retreated at the same time. They then turned in midair and slashed at Fanny Dao again. 15 minutes later, Fanny Dao's back was drenched in sweat. During this time, he didn't dare to relax and used all his strength to defend against multiple Yin Qingwu's attacks. This caused his concentration to be rapidly depleted, and he even had a slight illusion. Die! All of a sudden, multiple Yin Qingwu combined and shot out a blade light. It was like a black moon that drew across the sky and penetrated the ground. PFFF. A blade scar appeared on the ground. In the next moment, Fanny Dao's body was split into two. Lightly landing on the ground, Yin Qingwu had a pale expression. Fanny Dao might be a regular prodigy and had yet to comprehend the saber intent. But the difference between the Earth realm and the Origin realm was too huge. Once he progressed to the first level of the Earth realm, his strength would soar. If it wasn't for her mastery of the swallow flight dance, she wouldn't be a match for Fanny Dao. I have to find the earth-shattering fruit. Yin Qingwu's eyes flashed with determination. In the blink of an eye, 4 days had passed. Massacres were happening every day. Those disciples that didn't progress had become prey, and none of them dared to show themselves. Damn it, if I don't progress, I will surely die inside. In a desolate mountain, Yuan Tian was extremely anxious. He was only at the 8th level of the Origin realm, and had yet to comprehend sword intent. He personally witnessed a spirit hidden sex disciple being killed by a heaven fiend sex disciple in a single move. This gave him an intense panic. He had a 5-star bone frame, and must not die in the 100 herbs hidden domain. Yuan Shidi. Just as Yuan Tian was panicking, a familiar voice came from a small mountain not far away. Xiao Shixiang. Yuan Tian's eyes lit up. Luckily I noticed you earlier. You shall follow me from now on. We shall strive to find herbs that can help you advance in your cultivation level. Xiao Libi said. Many thanks, Xiao Shixiang. Yuan Tian was sincerely grateful to Xiao Libi. He could see that Xiao Libi had progressed to the first level of the Earth realm. With Xiao Libi's protection, his safety was guaranteed. Xiao Libi said, disciples of the same sect should help each other. He wanted to gather everyone from the Azure Water sect. It was too dangerous to move alone, even if he was already at the first level of the Earth realm. 10 miles away from the desolate mountain, Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua met the violent saber sect's Blood Saber Ling Huang. Blood Saber Ling Huang had already progressed to the first level of the Earth realm and was much stronger than Chen Fanghua. In between the two of them was a stalk of herb that was emitting a dense spirit qi. Mystic class mid-tier herb, Origin Return herb. This herb could allow an Origin realm martial artist to advance by 1 level without any side effects. It was no different from using one's own strength to advance. I can see that you really want this herb. A pity that I will not give you the chance. Blood Saber Ling Huang grinned and stared at Li Fuchen and Chen Fanghua like he was looking at his prey. Li Shidi, I will hold him back. Once you get the Origin Return herb, run. Chen Fanghua said. Chapter 151. They were all at the first level of the Earth realm, but Chen Fanghua was definitely at the bottom. Unless she comprehended sword intent, she wouldn't be a match for Blood Saber Ling Huang. If she was to stall Ling Huang, it would be sending her to her death. But Chen Fanghua was extremely anxious. Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the Origin realm, and was at a disadvantage in terms of cultivation. No buts. Do you think that I have displayed my full strength? Li Fuchen replied, be it when he was dealing with the claw ghost Zheng Xian, or the red-scaled beast. Li Fuchen had only used a little bit of his full ability. He wasn't sure of his true ability either, because he had never met anyone that could force him to go all out. Blood Saber Ling Huang was indeed strong, but it was not impossible to resist. Hearing this, Chen Fanghua could only choose to believe in Li Fuchen. Take this shield with you. Li Fuchen retrieved the mystic class, low-tier shield from Claw Ghost Zheng Xian, and handed it over to Chen Fanghua. Without a shield, Chen Fanghua could be severely injured, or even killed instantly by Blood Knife Ling Huang. After taking the shield, Chen Fanghua did not say anything else. This time, she had decided that even if she died in battle, she would not retreat. and she would not be timid. 2 ants actually want to contend against me? What a joke. Blood Saber Ling Huang saw all of this, and revealed a disdainful sneer. In his eyes, be it Chen Fenghua who was at the 1st level of the Earth Realm, or Li Fuchen, who was at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, they were all ants. Especially the latter, a mere 7th level Origin Realm martial artist, actually acted like an expert. It was hilarious. I don't have time to waste with you. Both of you go to hell. Ling Huang pulled out the long knife at his waist. This was a blood-red long saber named Blood Drinker. It was a middle mystic rank treasure saber that the Violent Saber sect had specially bestowed upon Ling Huang. It was as famous as Mad Saber Duan Hai's 100 Battle Saber. As for the other disciples of the Violent Saber sect, they were using standard mystic class mid-tier treasured sabers. Unsheathing the blood-imbibing saber, Ling Huang casually slashed at Chen Fenghua and Li Fuchen. Hua! A scarlet light shone brightly in the void. Boundless saber chi seemed to tear the sky apart as it slashed towards the two. We can't block it. That was Chen Fenghua's only thought. Raising the mystic class, low-tier shield that Li Fuchen gave her, Chen Fenghua stood in front of her. Clang! When the saber chi collided with the shield, Chen Fenghua felt a huge force pass through her. Her body felt like it was struck by lightning, and she vomited a mouthful of blood. In the next moment he was sent flying. Kacha! A hideous crack appeared on the ground, and wisps of saber chi seeped out from the crack. Ling Huang looked at Li Fuchen on the left with some astonishment. In that instant earlier, Li Fuchen's figure suddenly vanished and dodged the saber chi. When he reappeared, he was already at the left side of Li Fuchen. Meteor Fall! The mystical dragon secret technique was activated, and a large amount of Scarlet Fire True Chi was transformed into Mystical Dragon True Chi. The Scarlet Fire Chi at the 15th rank was already extremely valiant. After transforming into Mystical Dragon Chi, the Chi was extremely condensed and mystical. It was like a magma snake that flowed within Li Fuchen's meridians. With a thought, the Mystical Dragon Chi was poured into the black gold sword. Li Fuchen thrust it at Ling Huang. The horrific Scarlet Fire intent and Meteor Sword intent interweaved and exploded, increasing the sword presence. Not good. Seeing this sword, Ling Huang's scalp went numb. This sword was too fast. It was not a speed that could be achieved by a low-tier profound class sword art. Heart-twisting finger. There was no time to use his saber to block. Ling Huang only had time to lift his left hand, and used his index and middle fingers, that were covered with a layer of viscous chi, to clamp the black gold sword. Crack! Ling Huang's 2 fingers that could crush snow-silver iron had yet to even touch the black gold sword. His chi was already destroyed by the sword chi of the black gold sword. Immediately after, the bones of his 2 fingers were twisted like 2 fried dough twists. But this finger also caused Li Fuchen's sword speed to slow down by 30%. Ling Huang let out a low growl and slightly tilted his body, cleaving at the black gold sword. The ground split open, sword chi and saber chi shot in all directions. Li Fuchen was sent flying over a dozen meters, while Ling Huang took 7 or 8 steps back. Myriad Blossom Sword Style. Unknowingly, Chen Fenghua appeared behind Ling Huang. With a swing of her sword, countless sword lights bloomed like plum blossoms shrouding Ling Huang. Get lost! Bursting with killing intent, Ling Huang didn't even turn his head, and swung his saber behind him. Layers of blood-colored saber shadows were like waves, instantly breaking Chen Fenghua's Myriad Blossom Sword Style. The remaining saber chi sent Chen Fenghua flying. PFFF, PFFF, PFFF. 3 blood flowers bloomed on Ling Huang's back. Ling Huang was injured by Li Fuchen after all. His spirit and saber arts weren't as tight as before. And with the underestimation, he had to pay a price. Meteor Rain. The moment Chen Fenghua made her move, Li Fuchen quickly rose into the air. The black gold sword in his hand released endless radiance and flames as he swung it down. Gorgeous. Incomparably gorgeous. Countless meteors descended from the sky, like a meteor shower, piercing through the void. This move was created by Li Fuchen. After absorbing a large amount of sword Dao essence, Li Fuchen's meteor sword intent had a new transformation. A few months ago, he created the second move of the meteor sword style. This move was an area of effect attack, but every sword chi was perfect and had almost no flaws. It displayed the power and beauty to the limits of a mystic class, low-tier sword art. It even surpassed this limit. Ling Huang's reaction was half a beat slower. When he regained his senses, the sword chi was already at his body. Boom! An earth realm chi burst out, like a rapidly expanding bubble, trying to block the sword chi. Most of the sword chi were repelled by the chi protection. But chi protection wasn't flawless. According to the structure of the human body, some parts of the chi protection would be weaker. Dozens of sword chi pierced through the weak spots, leaving behind small blood holes on Ling Huang's body. Both of you must die, both of you must die. Ling Huang's eyes were blood red. Even during the intense battle with Mad Saber Duan Hai, he only suffered light injuries. He didn't expect that he would be continuously injured by these two ants. This was something that he couldn't accept, as he thought highly of himself. He is still at the first level of the Earth realm after all. Li Fuchen felt it was a pity. Haha, Ling Huang. You actually got injured by these two ants. What a surprise! 1,000 meters away, a figure flew over at extreme speed. It was obviously the other prodigy that the violent saber sect had to pay attention to. Shunfeiha. Li Shidi, let me help you. Luckily, the Azure Water sect sent people over too. It was Xiao Libi and Yuan Tian. Earth realm martial artists were very sensitive to heaven and earth energy. As long as they weren't too far away, they could easily sense which direction there was an explosion of energy. Xiao Shixiang. Chen Fanghua let out a look of delight. With Xiao Shixiang around, they might not lose. At least they wouldn't be tortured to death. After a few breaths, the reinforcements from both sides arrived. On one side were the 4 from the Azure Water sect: Li Fuchen, Xiao Libi, Chen Fanghua, and Yuan Tian. On the other side were the 2 from the Violent Saber sect, Ling Huang and Shunfeiha. Both sides were glaring at each other. The atmosphere was extremely tense. Chapter 152. Both sides stood in a stalemate, neither of them making the first move. Although there were only 2 people from the Violent Saber sect, they were disciples that the great elder Zhao Wujin had asked them to pay attention to. The reason why Ling Huang and Shunfeiha didn't make the first move was because the Zhonglan sect had 4 members. 2 of them were at the first level of the Earth realm, and 1 of them was only at the 7th level of the Origin realm. But he was the top inner sect disciple of the Zhonglan sect, and even injured Ling Huang. Killing intent flashed in Shunfeiha's eyes as he prepared to make his move. Hehe, it's so lively here. On a tree not far away, an enchanting woman appeared out of nowhere. The woman's clothes fluttered in the wind. Her figure was dreamy and illusory. She seemed to be a real existence, but at the same time, she seemed like a mist. Ghost Girl Yihua. Everyone's pupils constricted, including Bloodblade Ling Huang. Illusions are an unfamiliar domain to them. Facing an unfamiliar domain, they would always feel nervous. Once they fall for it, they might be consigned to eternal damnation. Don't look at her. Li Fuchen reminded the Chen Fanghua trio. With his powerful soul, he could clearly sense a strange ripple coming from Ghost Girl Yihua's body. The ripple was extremely evil, and if one were to stare at it for a long time, they would start hallucinating. Her silhouette turned into mist and dissipated. When she reappeared, Ghost Girl Yihua was already near the group. She stretched out her hand and twirled her long hair in a flirtatious manner. Everyone felt as if they could hear the sound of giggles ringing in their ears. Ling Huang, Shunfeiha, why don't the 3 of us work together and get rid of the Azure Water sect first? Yihua suggested. Shunfeiha frowned. Do you think I'll believe you? Cooperating with this kind of person, who was proficient in illusions, was no different from asking a tiger for its skin. Once he was betrayed, he wouldn't be able to turn things around. In short, he didn't trust Yihua. Count yourselves lucky. Let's go. Ling Huang also did not trust Yihua. He was injured now, and there was a hole in his heart. It was not suitable for him to interact with Yihua. Otherwise, he would consider this matter. With that, Ling Huang and Shunfeiha turned and left. Ghost Girl Yihua spread her hands with a helpless expression. Since they don't want to play, Why don't we play? Even though she was alone, it was as though she was the owner of this place, and wasn't afraid of Li Fuchen's group of four. Scram! Li Fuchen's eyes glowed with a blue light with a hint of green. An extremely penetrating chi presence rushed towards Ghost Girl Yihua. With a pale face, Ghost Girl Yihua took a step back and looked at Li Fuchen in astonishment. Interesting. Her expression became much more solemn. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's spirit will was extremely powerful. The chi presence that he emitted was extremely lethal, and was able to intimidate her spirit will. Once her willpower was suppressed, the power of her illusions would be greatly reduced. We'll meet again soon. A gust of wind blew past, and Ghost Girl Yihua's figure disappeared along with the wind. This was not a top-notch qinggong, but a visual illusion. But in Li Fuchen's eyes, Ghost Girl Yihua was just using a smokescreen. The real her had already left a moment ago. What a powerful illusion! Xiao Libi's voice was heavy. Among the four sects, the Heaven Fiend sect was the strongest, the Spirit Hidden sect was the most bizarre, and the Violent Saber sect was the most unrestrained. But in comparison, the Azure Water sect was more fearful of the Heaven Fiend sect and Spirit Hidden sect. She's already gone, don't worry. Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked the Origin Return herb into his palm along with the soil. Li Shidi, the three of us will protect you. Quickly refine the Origin Return herb and increase your cultivation to the 8th level of the Origin realm. Xiao Libi knew clearly that the reason why Ghost Girl Yihua left was because she was fearful of Li Fuchen. If it wasn't for Li Fuchen, the three of them wouldn't have been able to escape from Ghost Girl Yihua's illusion technique. So the priority now was to increase Li Fuchen's cultivation. Li Fuchen nodded and sat down. After the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique completed a few cycles, he consumed the Origin Return herb. The Origin Return herb melted in his mouth, and an extremely pure energy dispersed into his limbs and bones. No wonder it can increase one cultivation level without any side effects. Li Fuchen understood in his heart. The purity of the spirit qi in the elemental Guthuan grass was not much inferior to his Scarlet Fire true qi. Furthermore, it contained a very mysterious power that could nourish one's soul. It would not cause one's state of mind to be unable to keep up with the speed of cultivation. Late stage of the 7th level of the Origin realm. Peak stage of the 7th level of the Origin realm. 8th level of the Origin realm. Boom! A majestic spirit qi tornado gathered towards Li Fuchen. What a shocking spirit qi wave! Chen Fenghua was shocked. When she broke through to the 1st level of the Earth realm, the commotion she caused was only slightly bigger than Li Fuchen. She didn't expect Li Fuchen to cause such a huge commotion when he broke through to the 8th level of the Origin realm. What kind of scene would it be when he breaks through to the 1st level of the Earth realm? Li Shidi's perception is simply earth-shattering. To be able to break through to the highest 15th rank of the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique so quickly. Previously, Xiao Libi was curious as to why Li Fuchen was so strong. Now he finally knew the secret behind Li Fuchen's prowess. The Scarlet Fire intent was a Mystic class mid-tier intent. It was much stronger than a Mystic class low-tier intent. Coupled with Li Fuchen's superb Meteor Sword intent, it was like adding wings to a tiger. Compared to Chen Fenghua and Xiao Libi, Yuan Tian had a much more complicated thought. If he still treated Li Fuchen as a normal person, then he would be a fool. Li Fuchen may look like a normal bone frame, but he had already surpassed the limits of a normal person. Perhaps his innate talent couldn't even be detected by a regular bone frame stone. After all, this world was too big. It was normal for unexplainable phenomena to occur. On the path of martial arts, one could only be described as a legend. Such a formidable feeling. Now that his cultivation had broken through to the 8th level of the Origin realm, the density and purity of Li Fuchen's qi had increased by at least 30%. With a 30% increase in one's basic ability, it was equivalent to a 30% increase in one's overall ability. It was equivalent to stacking a 2-star secret technique that increased one's overall ability. Huff! With a palm strike, the vigorous and violent palm force was like a raging python. It rolled forward and tore a hole in the ground. Now that I have met Blood Saber Ling Huang, I can totally go head-on against him. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Li Shidi, congratulations. Xiao Libi walked over and cupped his fist. Li Fuchen replied, thank you for protecting me. Without the three of them to protect him, he wouldn't have dared to break through so openly. Li Shidi, since you have broken through, then let us continue to search for herbs. Who knows, we might be able to find another origin return herb, or even an earth-shattering fruit. Chen Fanghua said. The stronger Li Fuchen's ability was, the safer their Zhonglan sect disciples would be. It was imaginable that the last 2 days of the 100 Herbs hidden domain would be the decisive battle. By then, the clash between the various sects would be even more horrific. Their Zhonglan sect needed a leader. And this leader had to be Li Fuchen. No one else could do it. Chen Shidi is right. Our top priority now is to find the origin return herb and earth-shattering fruit. Xiao Libi nodded. Chapter 153. Die. The sword Qi was like a hot knife through butter, splitting open the body of a violent saber sect's disciple. Dominion sword Lu Wuhuang. Within the 100 Herbs hidden domain, he was definitely a top-notch expert. There were only a few who were stronger than him. Just as Lu Wuhuang was about to pick up his opponent's storage bag, his eyes suddenly shrunk as cold sweat dripped down his forehead. Behind him, on a tree that was a few tens of meters away, a figure was standing there. This figure was very quiet and didn't speak a single word, but it gave off an oppressive feeling, as though a storm was coming. Mad Saber Duan Hai, the most reputable inner sect disciple of the violent saber sect. Of course, the current him was already at the first level of the Earth realm. Duan Hai's looks were average, and his eyes were drooping. He lowered his eyes, staring at his 100 battle saber, and didn't look at Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang didn't dare to pick up the storage bag, and slowly turned around. Mad Saber Duan Hai. Lu Wuhuang said word by word. How about I chop you into 18 pieces? Duan Hai said slowly. I'm afraid you can't do it. Lu Wuhuang might be fearful of Duan Hai, but he was still a top-notch prodigy. How could he be pressured by his opponent's spirit will? 19 pieces it is then. Duan Hai moved. Like a puppet, Duan Hai's body movements were very stiff, but his speed was unbelievably fast. In a flash, he was already in front of Lu Wuhuang. It was a hair-raising sight. Clang! Lu Wuhuang didn't even see Duan Hai's saber. Based on his intuition, he swung his sword to block. Blinding sparks burst forth. Soon after, there were even more sparks. So fast. Lu Wuhuang was in a predicament. Duan Hai's saber was too fast. So fast that he couldn't retaliate. He could only block, and block again. No, I must retaliate. Lu Wuhuang let out an enraged roar as his battle qi exploded. His qi presence soared into the sky and enveloped Mad Saber Duan Hai. Boom! An even stronger qi presence rose and tore Lu Wuhuang's qi presence apart. PFFF. Lu Wuhuang's shoulder had a wound of blood. PFFF. Another wound appeared on his leg, chest, and abdomen. In a few breaths' time, 7 to 8 bloody wounds appeared on Lu Wuhuang's body. If not for the fact that Lu Wuhuang had already activated the 2-star secret technique, it wouldn't be as simple as having a bloody wound on his body. His stomach would have definitely been split open, and his flesh and blood would have flown everywhere. Damn it, why am I, Lu Wuhuang, so weak? Lu Wuhuang roared in his heart. He hated himself for being weak. At this moment he suddenly recalled about Li Fuchen. If Li Fuchen was here, how would he deal with Mad Saber Duan Hai? But soon enough, Lu Wuhuang got rid of this ridiculous thought. Li Fuchen's combat ability was strong at the same cultivation realm, but his cultivation level was still too low. He wasn't a match for the first-level Earth Realm Mad Saber Duan Hai. A few more wounds appeared on his body. Lu Wuhuang retreated. He quickly retreated. If this went on, he would be chopped into a human stick by Duan Hai. The two of them moved as fast as a whirlwind, one chasing and the other escaping. Senior brother Lu will help you. Whitewater soared by Tao and Lin Wanqing sensed the Yuan Qi fluctuations. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, charged towards Mad Blade Duan Hai. Seeing the situation, Lu Wuhuang got excited and turned around to counterattack. 3 men and 3 swords. The sword Qi was like an inescapable net, impenetrable. If it was any other top-tier prodigy, they would have died under the sword chi slashes. Ding 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 ding. But Duan Hai's ability was much stronger than what they imagined. Even with the three of them working together, they weren't able to break through Duan Hai's saber net, and could only slightly suppress him. Too strong. After a long battle, Bai Tao and Lin Wanqing were shocked. In this trip to the 100 Herbs hidden domain, the disciples from the three sects obviously had the upper hand over the Azure Water sect. Even Lu Wuhuang had to admit it. Duan Shixiang, we are here to help you too. In just a short moment, the violent Saber sect's men arrived. 2 of them were at the first level of the Earth realm, and 1 was at the 9th level of the Origin realm. The tables were turned. All of you moved to the side. A voice filled with hostility could be heard. Duan Hai actually wanted to fight against Lu Wuhuang's group by himself. Hearing this, the 3 violent Saber sect disciples who were about to join in the battle were helpless. They didn't dare to go against Duan Hai. Forget it. We will hold the line at the side. One of the violent Saber sect disciples, who was at the first level of the Earth realm, said calmly. This is the only way. The 3 of them observed the battle from afar, like tigers eyeing their prey. Dozens of miles away, Li Fuchen and his group were searching for herbs. Not only did Li Fuchen need the Origin Return herb, Yuan Tian needed it too. Of course, the first stock of Origin Return herb would definitely belong to Li Fuchen. Yuan Tian would have to move to the back. Yuan Tian didn't have any objections. It didn't matter if he admitted it or not. Li Fuchen was 10 times more useful than him. Only by relying on Li Fuchen could they go against the other 3 sections. There will be opportunities in the future. Yuan Tian clenched his fist tightly. In the past, his vision was limited to the Azure Water sect, and he thought it was great to have a 5-star bone frame. But after witnessing the prodigies from the other 3 sects, his desire to become stronger was 10 times stronger than before. At this moment, his opponent wasn't just Li Fuchen or the other prodigies from the Azure Water sect, but also the prodigies from the other 3 sections. One day, he would step on everyone. Stalks after stalk of mystic-class herbs were found, but a pity that none of them were Origin Return herbs and the earth-shattering fruits. The Origin Return herbs and earth-shattering fruits were already extinct in the outside world. They were obviously rare in the 100 Herbs hidden domain too. It seems like Lu Wuhuang is in front. Is he being pursued? Keeping a stock of mystic-class herb, Xiao Libi raised his head and suddenly frowned. A few thousand meters away, Lu Wuhuang was in a sorry state and was covered in blood. Behind him were 4 violent Saber sect disciples led by Mad Saber Duan Hai, and 3 Heaven Fiend sect disciples led by Li Wuxia. A total of 7 people were pursuing Lu Wuhuang. It wasn't easy for Lu Wuhuang to survive. Originally, the 3 of them would have been able to suppress Mad Saber Duan Hai. Under Duan Hai's orders, the other 3 violent Saber sect disciples didn't dare to participate in the battle. A pity that Lu Wuhuang and the other 2 were unlucky. It just so happened that Li Wuxia and the other 2 were nearby. After sensing the energy wave, they rushed over. Others might be afraid of Duan Hai, but Li Wuxia wasn't. Of course, Li Wuxia didn't attack Duan Hai either. Instead, he helped Duan Hai to eliminate the Azure Water sect. Under the attacks of the duo, Bai Tao and Lin Wanqing died tragically on the spot. Lu Wuhuang used all his strength and barely managed to escape. But he wouldn't be able to escape for long. The blood on his body was almost drained, and he didn't have any time to rest. Hurry up and go. Xiao Libi drew his sword and swiftly went to rescue Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang noticed Xiao Libi and the others too and flew over. Let's begin. Activating the mystical dragon secret technique and the divine movement leg, Li Fuchen's speed was much faster than Xiao Libi. Lu Wuhuang, they won't be able to rescue you in time. Die. Li Wuxia's weapon was a blood-colored spear. As the spear spun, it was like a blood-colored dragon that drilled towards Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang was unwilling and let out a silent roar. Just as the spear tip was about to hit Lu Wuhuang, ding! A black gold sword blocked the spear tip. Go back. Chapter 154. Li Fuchen. Lu Wuhuang opened his mouth and couldn't believe his own eyes. Li Fuchen actually repelled Li Wuxia with a single blade. Could he have progressed to the first level of the Earth realm? Taking a closer look, he didn't. He who had already lost a lot of blood was now feeling even more dizzy. Lu Shidi, are you alright? Xiao Libi rushed over and inquired. I am fine. Many thanks for the rescue. For Lu Wuhuang to say the word rescue, it was imaginable how he was feeling right now. After repelling Li Wuxia with a single blade, Li Fuchen was like a mountain, blocking the path of Duan Hai and Li Wuxia. It didn't matter what conflict he had with Lu Wuhuang in the Azure Water sect. In the 100 Herbs hidden domain, they were a team, bound together for glory and for loss. Impossible. Li Wuxia's first reaction was that it was impossible. He wasn't a regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist. He was a prodigy from the Heaven Fiend sect. A regular first-level Earth Realm martial artist wasn't even fit to carry his shoes. The deranged Duan Hai finally had a glimmer of humanity in his eyes. There was shock, murderous intent, and battle intent. He actually blocked Li Shixiang's spear. What kind of god is this Li Fuchen? How can a mere Azure Water sect have such a fearsome individual? The Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples behind Duan Hai and Li Wuxia were all shocked. They couldn't imagine how Li Fuchen did it. Unknowingly, their perception of being a monster had been subverted. No matter how much of a monster they were, could they be more of a monster than Li Fuchen? Using the 8th level of the Origin Realm to withstand a single attack from Li Wuxia, who was at the first level of the Earth Realm? Kill him. We must kill him. This man is too much of a monster. The Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples exploded with murderous intent. Hee, the Azure Water sect's men are almost all here, right? Just nice, we can kill them all at once. Li Wuxia tried his best to suppress his jealousy as he let out a sinister laugh. Duan Hai didn't speak, but his eyes betrayed him. The bloodthirsty him enjoyed the feeling of cleaving an enemy with a single blade. Killing a monster like Li Fuchen should feel great. 5 first-level Earth Realm and 2 9th-level Origin Realm. The situation isn't looking good. Chen Fenghua thought in her heart. Li Shidi, think of a way to kill your way out. Xiao Libi transmitted a message to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen shook his head. How could he escape with the 7 of them eyeing him? If he really wanted to escape, he would probably be the only one who could. Just 7 of them. If they want to kill us, all of them will have to be buried with us. Li Fuchen's voice was very calm, so calm that it was excessive. It seemed that even if the heavens fell and the earth cracked, his emotions would not fluctuate. It was just that the disdain and killing intent in that calm tone caused the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples to feel a chill in their hearts. They felt a chill in their bones, and they couldn't help but shiver. For a moment, the air seemed to freeze, and neither side made a sound. Roar! Mad Saber Duan Hai was the first to speak. How was this a human's voice? It was more like the roar of a beast, tyrannical and cruel, without a trace of emotion. Wielding the saber with both hands, Duan Hai cleaved at Li Fuchen. Duan Hai, your name is Mad Saber. Then I shall make you truly mad. Li Fuchen thrusted his sword at the tip of his opponent's saber. Ding! The violent saber chi and sword chi crisscrossed and swam along the ground. Duan Hai, I shall leave him to you. I shall go kill the others. Li Wuxia's figure flashed as he charged at Xiao Libi and the others. Your opponent is me too. Executing the shadowless leg to the limits, Li Fuchen intercepted Li Wuxia and thrusted with his sword. You want to fight me and Duan Hai by yourself? Li Wuxia retreated pathetically with a face of anger. He felt that he was being belittled. Meteor sword rain. Li Fuchen didn't reply. The black gold sword in his hand vibrated in midair. As an area of effect sword move engulfed Duan Hai and Li Wuxia. Countless streaks of sword chi shot out like meteors. Li Wuxia couldn't even escape, and used his spear to block. Duan Hai brandished his 100 battle saber, and formed a tight saber net that formed an impenetrable sphere. But Li Fuchen wasn't interested in this. His meteor sword rain's true target was the rest of the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect disciples. 2 Violent Saber sect disciples, and 1 Heaven Fiend sect disciple died on the spot. How perfect was the meteor sword rain? It wasn't something that a regular mystic class, low-tier sword move could compare with. As long as there was a flaw, it would be exploited. Blood Saber Ling Huang was a living example. The battle had just begun, and only 4 of the 7 were left. Even if the situation wasn't reversed, it was close. You guys kill the other 2. Don't tell me you can't do it. Even if you can't do it, you better do it. Lu Wuhuang, if you aren't dead yet, you go and attack too. At this moment, Li Fuchen couldn't be bothered anymore, and immediately gave the order. Li Shidi is going against the heavens. Xiao Libi was shocked. Li Fuchen, don't be too arrogant. Duan Hai, kill him together. Li Wuxia was about to go insane, as this was a blatant slap to his face. Bang 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 bang. In an instant, everyone was split into 2 battlefields. One was Li Fuchen against Duan Hai, and Li Wuxia, while the other was Xiao Libi's group against a violent Saber sect disciple and a Heaven Fiend sect disciple. Fighting 1 against 2, Li Fuchen was having a hard time. Apart from the surprise attack at the start, he was in a suppressed state for the majority of the time. Had it not been for his incredible maneuvering skills, he would have died a long time ago. Kill! 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 Every time Duan Hai uttered the word kill, his saber presence would increase by a notch. Towards the end, the saber presence was like a torrential storm, like a raging wave, almost drowning Li Fuchen. Li Wuxia's spear presence might not be as violent as Duan Hai's, but it was very condensed. Every spear thrust was like a venomous dragon emerging from the sea. The spearhead contained a shocking rotational penetrative force. This is what a true battle is, a battle to my heart's content. Li Fuchen's battle intent was surging like a god of war, killing in and out of between Duan Hai and Li Wuxia. His battle awareness is too strong. Duan Hai, let me restrain him. The more they fought, the more Li Wuxia felt how strong Li Fuchen's battle awareness was. Li Fuchen's combat strength was obviously on par with his, but even with Duan Hai's collaboration, they weren't able to take him down within a short period of time. Walala! The blood-colored spear fell off and split into 3 segments, with each segment being connected by a metal chain. The 3-segment spear could be hard or soft, entangled or struck. Blood Dragon Binding Moon. Li Wuxia burst out with a yell. The 3-segment spear moved like a blood dragon, coiling towards Li Fuchen. Mad Demon 28/. Duan Hai wasn't truly insane, he was just immersed in his own world. Seeing that Li Fuchen was restricted in a certain area, he immediately executed his most fearsome Mad Demon Saber style. The twisted saber light was chaotic, cleaving towards Li Fuchen's face. Cling 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 cling. The meteor sword style in Li Fuchen's hands had long surpassed its original limits. After deflecting the 3-segment spear, a stream of light burst forth, welcoming Duan Hai's Mad Demon Saber style. Return to Dragon Gazing Moon Die. The 3-segment spear spun around his body, and with a large amount of chi pouring in, the 6-feet-long 3-segment spear was shot straight at Li Fuchen. But Li Fuchen was currently in an intense battle with Duan Hai. The intense danger caused Li Fuchen's entire body to feel as though it was being electrocuted, numbing him from the inside out. But it was also because of this extremely severe and bloody danger that Li Fuchen's extraordinary potential was finally stimulated. The already dreadful scarlet fire intent suddenly burst forth. An illusory furnace appeared above Li Fuchen's head. The furnace and chi presence combined together, causing Duan Hai and Li Wuxia to feel as though they were in a blazing hell. Every move they made was greatly disrupted. Chapter 155. With the support of the furnace anomaly, Li Fuchen's Scarlet Fire Chi and Scarlet Fire Technique intent reached the next level. With a half-turn, countless streams of light were emitted, breaking Duan Hai's Mad Demon Saber style, and Li Wuxia's Blood Dragon Spear style. Damn it, his Scarlet Flame Mystic Technique actually produced an anomaly. Li Wuxia was filled with jealousy. He, the young master of the Heaven Fiend sect, had only cultivated the Blood Fiend Mystic Technique to the 14th rank, not even reaching the 15th rank. But Li Fuchen didn't just reach the 15th rank, he was now at the peak of the 15th rank. What was the peak? It was naturally impossible to advance any further. If he could cultivate the Blood Fiend mystic technique to the peak of the 15th rank, he wouldn't even need to make a move. He could just burst forth with his chi and kill all the disciples from the 3 sections. Which was why he was extremely jealous of Li Fuchen's perception. Jealous that he didn't have such a perception. Jealousy ignited his murderous intent. He wouldn't allow such a monster to exist. In this world, it was enough as long as there was only him, Li Wuxia. Yin Qinggu was also a monster, but she was destined to become his wife. When that time comes, he would ask his father to plant an evil chi seed in her body. With the help of the evil chi seed, he could easily control her. In his opinion, as long as it was a monster, it would either be controlled or destroyed. There was no other choice. Li Fuchen, you must die. Ah. Li Wuxia's face was twisted like a ghost. The 3-segment spear joined together to form a blood-colored spear, thrusting at Li Fuchen. Mad Saber Duan Hai was getting more and more frenzied, forgetting everything else. This is what a battle is, why can't it be more intense? Li Fuchen's blood was almost boiling and boiling. The intense battle intent, the incisive sword intent, and the blazing technique intent were all intertwined and burst out, clashing with Duan Hai's saber intent and Li Wuxia's spear intent. At this moment, the area within 10 meters of the trio had turned into a death zone. Anyone who entered would immediately be turned into a blood mist by the chi forces, leaving nothing behind. Due to the intense clash of spirit will and martial Dao intent, this area was a forbidden illusion zone. Whoever dared to execute illusion techniques here would definitely be killed by the backlash. These 3 battle maniacs, Xiao Libi, and the others would look at Li Fuchen from time to time. Apart from gasping for cold air, there was nothing else they could do to alleviate the shock in their hearts. Compared to the Azure Water Sect's disciples, the Violent Saber Sect's and Heaven Fiend Sect's disciples were wondering if they were dreaming. Mad Blade Duan Hai and Blood Fiend Li Wuxia, these 2 extremely savage people, were actually blocked by a single person. And this person had the nickname of Sword Demon in the Azure Water Sect. At first, no one paid much attention to this title, but now they deeply understood what a sword fiend was. Boom! The saber, spear, and sword collided with each other, causing a deafening explosion. The 3 of them were sent flying back. The only difference was that Duan Hai and Li Wuxia were unconsciously retreating. Li Fuchen was consciously retreating. Pu-piu! The sound of a blade piercing through flesh could be heard. The Violent Saber Sect's and Heaven Fiend Sect's disciples who were in an intense battle with Xiao Libi's group perished in an instant. Li Fuchen reached out to absorb their storage bags and shouted, "Let's go!" Everything had happened too suddenly. Not to mention that the Violent Saber Sect and Heaven Fiend Sect disciples, who were killed, could not react in time. Xiao Libi and the others couldn't react in time either. But Li Fuchen's current prestige was too great. The 4 of them subconsciously followed Li Fuchen and sprinted. Duan Hai and Li Wuxia only reacted now, but it was already too late. The clash earlier was too intense. The 2 of them were sent flying dozens of meters away. By the time they regained control of their bodies, Li Fuchen and the others were already 200 meters away. Bastard! Even though he didn't know why Li Fuchen suddenly escaped, Li Wuxia was infuriated. Li Fuchen coming and going as he pleased made him feel extremely vexed. Just as he was about to give chase, the sound of wind breaking could be heard from the back. In an instant, Li Wuxia understood everything. Li Fuchen must have sensed that someone was approaching from afar, hence the scene earlier. What kind of person was he? In such an intense battle, he could still sense from afar. He and Duan Hai were both at the first level of the Earth realm, and had neglected the commotion in the surroundings. Blood Fiend, the twin fiends of black and white rushed over. Duan Hai, Duan Shixiang, Ling Huang and Shen Feihe rushed over too. The commotion here was simply earth-shattering, and could be clearly felt from dozens of miles away. But the entire 100 Herbs hidden domain only had a radius of 100 to 200 miles. Who was that you guys were in an intense battle just now? Black Fiend asked Blood Fiend Li Wuxia. Li Wuxia gritted his teeth. Sword Demon Li Fuchen. What? It's him? White Fiend got a shock. It's him again. Ling Huang couldn't help but take in a breath of cold air, and immediately shouted, It can't be him. He was just slightly weaker than me previously. Li Wuxia spoke coldly. He has already progressed to the 8th level of the origin realm. His cultivation technique has also broken through to the peak of the 15th rank and produced a technique anomaly. Hearing this, Ling Huang went silent. When he fought with Li Fuchen was only at the 7th level of the origin realm. Now that he had a breakthrough in both aspects, his ability had definitely increased. This person cannot be left alive. We have to work together to eliminate him. Shen Fei has spoke in a gloomy tone. We must kill him. White Fiend was also filled with murderous intent. Black Fiend said, an 8th level origin realm martial artist is already so fearsome. Once he finds a stalk of origin return herb and an earth-shattering fruit, it will be disastrous. Everyone will be wiped out without any suspense. Origin return herb? Not good. Li Wushua's expression changed. What's wrong? Everyone looked at Li Wuxia, including Duan Hai. Li Wuxia almost vomited blood. There is a stock of origin return herb in Qi Xiaohua's storage bag. Qi Xiaohua was the Heaven Fiend sect's disciple that was killed earlier, and his storage bag was already taken by Li Fuchen. Hearing this, everyone's expression changed. Chase. We must not let him have the chance to consume the origin return herb. Li Wuxia roared. At this moment, the Violent Saber sect and Heaven Fiend sect were working together. Their only thought was to kill Li Fuchen. Chapter 156. A few miles was covered in a short amount of time. Halfway up the mountain, there was a cave that was 2 meters wide and tall. Looking inside, the cave was deep and dark, with no end in sight. This cave is a good place. As long as we guard the entrance, we should be able to hold them off for a moment. Xiao Libi's eyes lit up. Chen Fanghua took out her mystic class low-tier shield. With this shield, we should be able to hold them off for an hour. The mystic class, low-tier shield was extremely sturdy. Don't even mention a 1st-level Earth Realm martial artist. Even a 9th-level Earth Realm martial artist would have a hard time breaking it. By pouring qi into it, it could reduce the impact by half. The cave was about 100 meters deep. In the deepest part of the cave there was a huge space. From the claw marks on the walls, there used to be a demonic beast here, and it was a class 3 demonic beast. I will refine the origin return herb here. I will leave the rest to you guys. Li Fuchen didn't waste any time, and sat down to revolve the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique. I will be the first. Lu Shidi, hurry up and recuperate. You will be the second. Xiao Libi took the Mystic class, low-tier shield from Chen Fanghua, and said to Lu Wuhuang. Lu Wuhuang nodded and sat down as well. The peak state of the 15th rank of the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique had shocking efficiency. After just a few revolutions, Li Fuchen felt a devouring force being produced. The blazing hot energy in the surroundings was like a tide, surging towards him. Taking out the origin return herb, Li Fuchen swallowed it. In just a short moment, Li Wuxia and the rest caught up. They are in the cave. Let's kill our way in. The black-white twin fiends rushed into the cave first. When the two of them worked together, their strength was astounding, which was why they weren't afraid of an ambush. Pung. But just as the two of them rushed into the cave, a white miasma bomb exploded. A thick white smoke diffused, scaring the black-white twin fiends, and causing them to retreat. Even if they weren't afraid of an ambush, they had to at least be able to see it. Without being able to see it, anyone would panic. Scatter. Being frightened by a white miasma bomb, the black-white twin fiends didn't look too good. White Fiend grunted and blasted a palm wind at the cave. Huff, huff, huff. The strong wind was like a raging dragon, sweeping up the white smoke and sending it deeper into the depths. However, in the next moment, a loud sound was heard, and the white smoke bounced back. The chaotic energy had nowhere to vent, and it carried countless crushed stones with it, rampaging toward the entrance of the cave. The black-white double ghosts were in a sorry state. Within the white mist and the chaotic qi flow, there were clearly several sword qis attacking them. If not for their quick reflexes and increased their strength, they would have been severely injured by the sword qis. Damn it. The black and white double malice were infuriated. Together they attacked the cave. Inside the cave, a large number of rocks fell down. The two energies entangled with each other, with an unstoppable force, bombarded onto the low-rank profound rank shield. Xiao Libi coughed out a mouthful of blood. He instantly suffered some internal injuries. His ability was slightly inferior to either the Black Fiend or White Fiend. With the two of them working together, even if the Mystic class, low-tier shield weakened their strength by more than half, it wasn't something he could easily defend against. On the side, Chen Fanghua and Yuan Tian stood on both sides of Xiao Libi, constantly sending out sword qi to attack the entrance of the cave. The sword qi that almost injured the black-white twin fiends was sent out by Chen Fanghua. As for Yuan Tian's sword qi, it could only be used as a support. They are stalling for time. Attack together. Blood Fiend Li Wuxia couldn't wait any longer. If Li Fuchen broke through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, none of their sects would be a match for the Azure Water sect, unless all 3 sects worked together. 11 of them working together to attack the cave. It was an imposing sight. In an instant, countless saber qi forces, and spear forces were sent into the cave like a torrential storm. Rumble. A pity that the cave was too small, and everyone was standing at a different angle. Before the qi forces could reach deeper, they started to collide, causing the cave to collapse. In an instant, a large amount of rocks tumbled down, blocking the entrance of the cave. The faces of Li Wuxia and the others twitched. They never expected such an outcome. They thought that the rocks within the 100 Herbs hidden domain would be countless times harder than the rocks in the outside world, and should be able to withstand a lot of force. There aren't many rocks. The 3 of us will be at the front. Young Master Spectre, Duan Muyo said. That's the only way. Li Wuxia nodded. The 3 that Duan Muyo mentioned were naturally the strongest 3 from the 3 sections. They were Mad Saber Duan Hai, Blood Fiend Li Wuxia, and himself. The 3 of them stood side by side, activating their qi and began to attack the rocks. PFFF, 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 PFFF. Under the assault of countless saber qi, spear forces and palm forces, the rocks were all blasted apart, turning into a boundless amount of gravel and dust, spreading towards the interior of the cave. How could Xiao Libi and the other 2 withstand so many gravel? They were all constantly retreating. 15 minutes later, the tens of meters of rocks were finally blasted apart. Apart from the gravel, there were no other obstacles. Kill our way in. The cave was about 2 meters wide and could accommodate 3 people walking side by side, although it was a little cramped. Xiao Libi had no other choice but to throw all his life-saving items forward. Thunderbolt bombs, white miasma bombs, ox hair needles, all of them were thrown out. But Li Wuxia, Duan Muyo, and Duan Hai were too strong. With the 3 of them working together, no matter what was thrown at them, it would all be destroyed and swept away. There was no way to obstruct their advance. For a moment, the entire cave was filled with white smoke or gravel dust. Due to the fact that they couldn't expel the dust, the air quality was very poor and visibility was very low. Even after reaching the Earth realm and being able to see in the dark, it was useless. It was very chaotic. Bang! The Mystic class low-tier shield almost slipped out of his hands. Xiao Libi was sent flying by the combined attack of the 3, and suffered severe internal injuries. He couldn't even lift both his arms. Let me. Right at this moment, Lu Wuhuang caught up, and took over the shield from Xiao Libi's hands. But Lu Wuhuang was only slightly stronger than Xiao Libi. How could he withstand the combined attack of the 3, and suffered severe injuries as well? A violent gale sent Chen Fanghua and Yuan Tian, who were at the back flying, crashing into the cave where Li Fuchen was meditating. Boom! Right at this moment, a shocking spirit qi tornado erupted and gushed into Li Fuchen's body. With the Scarlet Flame Mystic technique, at the peak state of the 15th rank, Li Fuchen's speed of refining the Origin Return herb increased by several folds. Naturally, his breakthrough time was much faster as well. With the spirit qi dragon engulfing his body, Li Fuchen's cultivation level rose to the 9th level of the Origin realm. You guys have worked hard. Let me deal with them. Li Fuchen grunted and activated the mystical dragon secret technique. A technique anomaly appeared. A violent and blazing qi presence enveloped the entire cave and extended towards the cave. Meteor fall. An incomparably dazzling stream of light burst forth and shot toward the cave. Not good, he broke through. Retreat quickly. As the killing qi assaulted him, Wuxia brandished his spear to block. But this sword qi was too horrifying, forcing him to retreat again and again. His blood was boiling, and with the poor visibility in the cave, he couldn't see anything. Wuxia couldn't help but panic. Trying to leave? No way. Chapter 157. Loud noises erupted frequently. Boulders fell from the cave passage, and the entire mountain seemed to be shaking. Fighting 1 against 3, Li Fuchen had completely suppressed Wuxia, Duan Hai, and Duan Muyo. This was mainly because the cave was narrow, and the advantage of having more people could not be brought into play. Secondly, even though Li Fuchen couldn't see his opponent clearly, but Li Fuchen's senses were much sharper than the other 3. Thirdly, which was also the most important point, Li Fuchen's ability was sufficient. Breaking through from the 8th level of the Origin Realm to the 9th level of the Origin Realm, Li Fuchen's base ability had once again increased by several folds. 1 versus 1, or 1 versus 2, no one was a match for him. After the time it took to brew a cup of tea, 4 figures rushed out of the cave one after another. The first to rush out of the cave was Duan Muyo, followed by Wuxia and finally Duan Hai. All 3 of them had bloodstains on their bodies. Duan Muyo had the least bloodstains on his body, with only a single tear on his clothes. Wuxia was almost half covered in blood, with blood stains all over his body. Duan Hai was the most miserable. He who loved to fight was basically fighting and retreating at the same time. As a result, he suffered the most injuries, with one of his ears being sliced off by Li Fuchen. Outside the cave, the other 8 people who had already retreated were shocked. Duan Muyo, Duan Hai, and Wuxia were undoubtedly the strongest 3 from the 3 sections. Even when the 3 of them worked together, they still couldn't gain an advantage against Li Fuchen. This Li Fuchen was just too insane. Without any sound or presence, a figure appeared behind Li Fuchen. A sharp dagger that was emitting a black light stabbed at the back of Li Fuchen's neck. This was a Spirit Hidden Sect's disciple. His ability was ranked top 5 in the Spirit Hidden Sect. After progressing to the 1st level of the Earth Realm, he was able to assassinate martial artists who were much stronger than him. As long as he could land a hit, no matter how strong Li Fuchen was, he would still be in deep trouble. Ghost Girl Yihua sneered. If she could assassinate Li Fuchen, she would have done it a long time ago. Li Fuchen's spirit will was extremely strong. In order to assassinate him, it would at least require Duan Muyo or Jiang Xiaomao. Puff. Before the dagger could even get within an inch of Li Fuchen, a sword pierced through the throat of the Spirit Hidden Sect disciple. The sword protruded from Li Fuchen's right shoulder. At the crucial moment, Li Fuchen lifted his right hand and thrusted the black gold sword behind him. In a split second, he killed his opponent, as though he had eyes on the back of his head. Drawing his sword, Li Fuchen didn't even look at his opponent and scanned the crowd. There were a lot of people, 10 in total. Come. 1 against 10. Li Fuchen didn't have any fear. I, black-white twin ghosts, will fight you. The Black Fiend's weapon was a pitch-black stick, while the White Fiend's weapon was a white chain. The 2 of them attacked Li Fuchen from the left and right. It could be seen that the black and white double ghosts were very good at joint attacks. The black ghost's attacks were masculine and domineering, while the white ghost's attacks were soft and flexible, silent. The 2 of them complemented each other, and their attacks were like an inescapable net, airtight. Get lost. With a shake of the black gold sword in Li Fuchen's hand, countless meteor sword chi burst forth. Ding ding dang dang poochie. The twin ghosts of black and white returned the way they had come. Moreover, they were covered in wounds, and the sword marks on their bodies were hideous. Damn it, how can he be so strong? He Sha looked down at his bloody chest with a gloomy face. Bai Sha could hardly lift his left arm. A sword chi cut a meridian on his left arm. Everyone, let's attack together. I don't believe that he alone can fight against the 10 of us. Blood Saber Ling Huang's injuries had already recovered. When he saw how dominant Li Fuchen was, he felt a chill in his heart and yelled out, "Kill!" At this moment, everyone couldn't be bothered about their reputation anymore. They had to kill Li Fuchen first. But Li Fuchen wasn't so foolish to stand still and clash with the 10 of them. His figure shuttled back and forth. Each time, only 2 or 3 people could exchange moves with him. It was impossible for them to work together. Swish! Activating the divine movement leg. The scenery on both sides suddenly became a blur. Li Fuchen instantly appeared in front of a spirit hidden sect disciple and slashed across his neck. Pfff. A large head soared into the sky. Blood spurted out like a fountain, several meters high. It was a spectacular sight. Hee hee. Don't think you can leave so easily after killing my spirit hidden sect's disciple. The spirit child Jiang Xiaomao was a dwarf. His movements were much more agile than the rest. Just as Li Fuchen severed the spirit hidden sect's disciple's head, Jiang Xiaomao scuttled out from behind the disciple. With a magistrate brush, he aimed for Li Fuchen's heart. Just you. Get lost. Li Fuchen raised his leg and sent his opponent flying with a kick. Shadowless leg traceless. Even though Li Fuchen hadn't reached the trance stage and comprehended the shadowless intent, the leg was still a part of the human body. The speed of Li Fuchen's leg wasn't any slower than a sword. Jiang Xiaomao flew through the air and vomited a mouthful of fresh blood with a shocked expression. How could this person's sword arts and leg arts be so incredible? Look at me. It was unknown when ghost girl Yi Hua appeared in front of Li Fuchen. Her eyes seemed to have a whirlpool that wanted to devour Li Fuchen's spirit will. Eyes shooting out a blue and green glow, Li Fuchen let out a cold snort. Pfff. The 2 of them didn't even exchange blows, but ghost girl Yi Hua vomited a mouthful of fresh blood. This was the backlash of the illusion technique. His spirit will is too strong. Retreat first. Ghost girl Yi Hua was equally shocked. She realized that she had underestimated Li Fuchen's spirit will. Her illusion technique couldn't even shake his spirit will. Mad Demon 28/ Ghost Shadow Palm style. Blood Dragon Spear style. Taking advantage of this short window, the 3 strongest disciples from the 3 sects rushed over and joined forces to execute a move against Li Fuchen. A pity that Li Fuchen had already adjusted his chi flow and executed the Meteor Rain sword to neutralize their combined attack. He only took 3 steps back. Is this guy still human? The violent saber sect's Shen Feihe didn't interfere at all. He had the intention to retreat and look towards the cave from time to time. He intended to eliminate those in the cave first. Want to go in? Die. Activating the divine movement leg again, Li Fuchen appeared at the side of Shen Feihe and slashed with his sword. With the scarlet fire intent and meteor sword intent bursting out, Shen Feihe was like a sack that was sent flying. He laid on the ground and couldn't get up. It was unknown if he was dead or alive. The battle was getting more and more intense. After an hour, Li Fuchen didn't suffer any injuries, but his opponents were all injured. They were all gritting their teeth, but couldn't do anything. Who would have known that Li Fuchen, who was at the 9th level of the origin realm, would be this strong? It was fine if he was strong, but the crucial point was that his senses were too sharp. They didn't even have the chance to surround him. Li Fuchen's leg secret technique was extremely fast. Even though they were unwilling, but everyone knew that if this carried on, they would lose their combat strength one by one. And it was impossible to exhaust Li Fuchen's chi. Li Fuchen had a large amount of chi returning pills on him. In order to exhaust Li Fuchen's chi, it would take at least 1 hour. Let's go. Li Wushua's tone was filled with resentment. Swish, swish, swish. As the figures retreated, Ling Huang carried Shen Feihe and left quickly. The last to leave was Mad Saber Duanhai. He let out a mournful roar towards the sky. Li Fuchen didn't stop them. He stood in place and quietly watched them leave. Chapter 158. With a large amount of mystic class herbs, Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, and the others recovered quickly. After 2 hours, they were almost fully recovered. Seeing Li Fuchen walk in, Xiao Libi was the first to open his eyes. Li Shidi, where are they? They all left. Li Fuchen replied. They all left. Xiao Libi was flabbergasted. How did they leave? Needless to say, he wasn't a fool. If the disciples of the three sects weren't beaten up, they wouldn't have left. It was obvious that Li Fuchen used his own strength to repel the disciples of the three sections. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian opened their eyes with a complicated expression. It didn't matter if they admitted it or not. Li Fuchen had already left them far behind. Of course, it was impossible to convince the two of them. The path of the martial Tao had just begun. The one who had the last laugh would be the winner. Exiting the cave, the five of them continued to search for herbs. The earth-shattering fruit could not only help a 9th-level Origin Realm martial artist break through to the first level of the Earth Realm, it could also help a 1st-level Earth Realm martial artist break through to the 2nd level. In short, the more the better. No one would complain about having too many. With 8 storage bags, Li Fuchen didn't have to worry about not being able to store all the herbs. As long as it was a yellow class, high tier and above herb, Li Fuchen wouldn't let it go. As for the others, Xiao Libi and Lu Wuhuang each had 2 storage bags. Chen Fenghua originally only had 1, but Li Fuchen gave Lu Xiaofei's storage bag to Chen Fenghua. A pity that it had the Conglan sect's insignia on it. After leaving the 100 Herbs hidden domain, both of them had to be handed over. Among the 5 of them, only Yuan Tian only had 1 storage bag. Beside a small river, Xiao Libi found a stalk of Origin Return Herb. Yuan shitty for you. Xiao Libi passed the Origin Return Herb to Yuan Tian. Thank you, Xiao Shixiang. Yuan Tian was overjoyed. His cultivation level was too low. Even Li Fuchen, who was originally at the 7th level of the Origin Realm, had surpassed him. This made him extremely depressed. With the 4 of them around, Yuan Tian couldn't be bothered anymore. He sat down and began refining the Origin Return Herb. After 2 hours, Yuan Tian's cultivation had officially broken through to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. He just needed 1 more earth-shattering fruit, and he would be able to become a 1st-level Earth Realm martial artist. Of course, the earth-shattering fruit was 10 times more precious than the Origin Returning Grass. Up until now, only Chen Fenghua had consumed the earth-shattering fruit. The others had suppressed their cultivation level outside the 100 Herbs hidden ground. After entering, they naturally broke through, and it had nothing to do with the earth-shattering fruit. The 100 Herbs secret realm has a circumference of 200 miles. There must be quite a number of Origin Return Grass and earth-shattering fruits. Li Fuchen wasn't thinking about himself, but his parents. If he could bring back a batch of Origin Return Herbs, it would allow his parents to progress to the 9th level of the Origin Realm. Boom! Just as Li Fuchen was thinking, a few dozen miles away, there was suddenly a spirit chi pillar that soared into the sky. This pillar of spiritual energy was so huge that it could be clearly seen from dozens of miles away. The core region of the pocket dimension. Someone has found the core region of the pocket dimension, Xiao Bieli exclaimed. In the mystic realm, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was dense. In the core area of the mystic realm, the heaven and earth spiritual chi was several times denser. There even more precious herbs would appear. In the past few decades, only 1 or 2 people managed to open the core area of the secret realm. It wasn't something that could be found every time. Come, let's head over. Li Fuchen's mind moved as he raised his chi and flew. The spirit chi pillar was too huge. As long as one was within the 100 Herbs secret realm, they would be able to see it. I must be the first to enter the core region of the secret realm. If I can obtain an earth-shattering fruit, my cultivation will be able to break through to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. By then, I will still be able to defeat Li Fuchen. The Earth Realm was the 3rd major realm of the martial Tao. The difference between each minor realm was much bigger than the Origin Realm. Li Wuxia was desperate to kill Li Fuchen. If he didn't kill Li Fuchen, he wouldn't be able to rest easy. Everyone else had the same thoughts. All of them wanted to obtain an earth-shattering fruit. The core region of the secret realm was a cluster of ancient buildings. These buildings were all built with giant boulders, and were filled with a mottled and vicissitude chi presence. At the corner of the cluster of buildings was a small-scale herb garden. Yen Qingwu's figure was seated on a giant boulder, her chi presence fluctuating. Not knowing how much time had passed, The sky above the herb garden was filled with a tidal wave of heaven and earth energy. It formed a spirit qi tornado and poured into Yan Qingwu's body. Yan Qingwu's qi presence rose steadily. Her clothes and long hair danced without any wind, elegant and sharp. Swish! Opening her eyes, there was a flash of chilling light in her beautiful eyes. So this is the first level of the earth realm? Yan Qingwu drew her black curved saber and cleaved. Crack! A giant boulder nearby was cleaved into two cleanly. The remnant saber qi flowed out and split open the ground. But soon enough, the giant boulder merged back into one, and the ground quickly mended. In the blink of the eye, it was as though nothing had happened. Yan Qingwu was already used to it. The 100 Herbs hidden domain had the ability to automatically regenerate. And in the core region of the secret realm, the regenerative ability was increased by 10 folds. Someone is here? Yan Qingwu looked at the entrance of the nearby buildings. So it is Qingwu Shimi. You have also progressed to the first level of the earth realm? The leader was obviously Wuxia. Seeing Yan Qingwu, the eyes of the violent saber sect and spirit hidden sect disciples all flashed with killing intent. As compared to Li Fuchen, they wanted to kill Yan Qingwu more. Because killing Yan Qingwu would result in great rewards from the sect. As for Li Fuchen, even though his ability was high now, but according to the information from the sect's scouts, he was just a normal bone frame. Who knows when he might lose his brilliance? But Yan Qingwu was a 6-star bone frame. As long as she didn't die prematurely, she would become a threat sooner or later. Of course, if the two of them could be killed, that would be the best. Now is not the time to fall out. Let's wait until the last day. Duan Muyo thought to himself. On the other side of the buildings, Li Fuchen and the others rushed over. Is there someone living here? Looking at the densely packed stone buildings, Chen Fenghua couldn't help but ask. Xiao Libi said, legend has it that some people with exceptional ability would occupy a hidden domain as their own. Perhaps, this 100 Herbs hidden domain used to be the residence of an absolute master. Li Fuchen nodded. He had seen similar records before. Some of the absolute masters were unimaginable, calling the wind and summoning the rain, flying in the sky and burrowing into the ground, creating all living things out of thin air. To these absolute masters, all of these were just minor tricks. Legend has it that the giant hand basin in the 100 battle region was created by a single palm strike from an absolute master. Of course, records were just records. As for whether it was true or not, no one knew. In this boundless land, the reincarnation realm was already the highest existence. No one had ever seen an expert of a higher realm. Perhaps only after reaching the reincarnation realm would one have some understanding of the higher realms. Chapter 159. The stone buildings extended in all directions like a maze. Li Fuchen and the others entered for a short while and realized they couldn't find the way they came from. What's more, within the stone buildings, they weren't able to jump too high. Once they exceeded 2 meters, there would be an invisible force pressing down on them. These stone buildings sure are peculiar. No wonder it is the residence of an absolute master. Chen Fenghua muttered. She had already determined that these stone buildings were the manor of the absolute master, and the entire hidden domain was his territory. But with the passage of time, this absolute master was nowhere to be found. Walking on the stone-paved path, Li Fuchen extended his hand and sucked a stalk of herb that was growing in the cracks of the stones into his hand. This was obviously a stalk of yellow-class peak-tier herb, but in this place, it was just like a weed growing casually. On the sides of the path, on the walls, in the gutters, there were plenty of herbs growing. Most of them were yellow-class, high-tier or peak-tier, with the occasional mystic-class low-tier herb. We don't understand the world of absolute masters. Xiao Libi shook his head. Be it inside or outside of the stone buildings, the herbs were like cabbages. They were excited at the start, but now they were used to it. Perhaps only the origin return grass, earth-shattering fruit, and mystic class, high-tier and above herbs could excite them. After an hour, the 5 of them finally walked out of the road and arrived at a spacious courtyard. On the west side of the courtyard, there was a small herb garden. That is the earth-shattering fruit. Yuan Tian pointed at the center of the herb garden, his body trembling with excitement. Everyone looked over and saw a circle of giant rocks surrounding the herb garden. There were over 20 stalks of mystic class herbs, and 3 of them were earth-shattering fruits. 3 of them appearing at once, it feels unreal. Xiao Libi was shocked. Chen Fanghua said, I think we need to have a rule of distribution. If not, it would be a huge loss for Li Shidi. For the 5 of them to survive until now, Li Fuchen contributed the most. Xiao Libi nodded. Chen Shimi is right. How about this? Li Shidi will take half of the precious herbs we discovered together. The 4 of us will split the remaining half. Anyone can voice out their opinions. Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's eyes flashed with a trace of dissatisfaction, but the 2 of them didn't say anything. Even though it was a suggestion, it was definitely the majority. Xiao Libi and Chen Fanghua would definitely support Li Fuchen. Since no one has any objections, we shall proceed as such. Li Shidi, what do you think? Xiao Libi looked at Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen replied, not bad. He wasn't stupid enough to reject it. This was what he deserved. Other than the 3 earth-shattering fruits, there were also 4 origin return grass, and some other low and mid-grade profound rank herbs. Li Fuchen said, I want 1 stalk of earth-shattering fruit and all the other herbs. As for the remaining 2 stalks of earth-shattering fruits, you guys can discuss how to split them. In terms of value, the value of an earth-shattering fruit was comparable to all other medicinal herbs. The reason why he didn't want the earth-shattering fruit was mainly because he wanted the others to increase their strength. After all, there would definitely be fierce battles ahead. Moreover, there should be more earth-shattering fruits in the cluster of buildings. I want an earth-shattering fruit. I can have a smaller share of the following rewards. Yuan Tian desperately wanted to increase his cultivation to the 1st level of the Earth realm. I want one too. Lu Wuhuang continued. Xiao Libi nodded, sure. These 2 earth-shattering fruits shall be given to the 2 of you first. Yuan Tian's cultivation was too low and deserved an earth-shattering fruit. But Lu Wuhuang was an expert who was just inferior to Li Fuchen. If he could progress to the 2nd level of the Earth realm, he would be a force to be reckoned with. Just like this, the distribution of the herbs in the small-sized herb garden was completed. Keeping all the herbs apart from the earth-shattering fruit, Li Fuchen sat cross-legged. Yuan Tian followed suit and sat cross-legged. As for Lu Wuhuang, Xiao Libi, and Chen Fanghua, they were to protect the 2 of them. After circulating the Scarlet Mystic Flame technique for a dozen times, Li Fuchen consumed the earth-shattering fruit. The earth-shattering fruit was indeed the earth-shattering fruit. The nourishing effect of the spirit was a few folds better than the origin return grass. As the medicinal effects dispersed, Li Fuchen felt his mind was clear and didn't feel restless at all. 15 minutes passed. 1 hour passed. 2 hours passed. The sky gradually darkened. In the evening, Yuan Tian was the first to break through. An astounding spirit chi tornado gathered towards Yuan Tian. Yuan Tian's chi presence had a qualitative change and was emitting a subtle pressure. But in the next moment, an even more astounding spirit chi tornado appeared. It was Li Fuchen who broke through. Such a horrifying spirit chi wave. Xiao Libi and the others were shocked. When they broke through to the 1st level of the Earth realm, the commotion wasn't comparable to Li Fuchen. The 3 of them could sense a spirit chi tornado that was a few folds larger than Yuan Tian's. It was forming above Li Fuchen like a giant funnel. As the spirit chi tornado appeared, Yuan Tian's spirit chi tornado trembled, as though it was going to collapse at any moment. Yuan Tian obviously felt a trace of abnormality, and quickly devoured the spirit chi tornado into his body. Pitter-patter! A strange sound came from within his body. Yuan Tian's chi presence rushed into the sky, and spread in all directions. Earth realm martial artists were able to use their chi presence to suppress their enemies. If their chi presence was strong enough, it was enough to immobilize an origin realm martial artist. Gradually opening his eyes, Yuan Tian had a flash of delight on his face. The 1st level of the Earth realm was too formidable. With his senses, he could vaguely feel the flow of energy in the surroundings. It was a mystical feeling of being in control of everything in the surroundings. But soon enough, The delight on Yuan Tian's face vanished. From his senses, the spirit chi tornado above Li Fuchen was too massive. It was like a monster, constantly devouring the surrounding heaven and earth spirit chi. With the spirit chi tornado pouring into his body, Li Fuchen's body seemed to have expanded by 1-fold. Countless popping sounds could be heard from within his body. At the same time, a horrific chi presence was emitted. Even though the 4 of them were first-level Earth Realm martial artists, they still felt uneasy. It was as though their bodies had become several folds heavier. No wonder he is at the Earth Realm. Even if I close my eyes, I can still see the presence of others. With his spirit sense, Li Fuchen could clearly feel the direction of the heaven and earth energy flow. He could also feel the chi waves within the bodies of the 4. They were like 4 dazzling torches. Congratulations to the 2 of you for progressing to the Earth Realm. Xiao Libi laughed. As Li Fuchen progressed to the first level of the Earth Realm, the last trace of worry in his heart vanished. Li Shidi, what is your current ability level? Chen Fenghua asked curiously. Li Fuchen replied, a single blade. I can kill anyone. Breaking through from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm didn't just increase one's basic ability by a few folds. It was at least doubled. As for the exact amount, Li Fuchen wasn't able to determine for now. After all, he had just broken through, and it was an entire realm. Incredible. Chen Fenghua's eyes lit up. Lu Shidi, you can break through now. With Li Shidi protecting you, you don't have to worry. Xiao Libi said to Lu Wuhuang. Chapter 160. The commotion caused by Lu Wuhuang breaking through to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm was obviously incomparable to the commotion caused by Li Fuchen breaking through to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. If the spirit chi tornado produced by Li Fuchen's breakthrough was a giant dragon, then the spirit chi tornado produced by Lu Wuhuang's breakthrough was just a giant python. The difference wasn't small. Despite the case, a 2nd level of the Earth Realm was still the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. His chi presence was powerful like a tornado, giving Xiao Libi, Chen Fenghua, and Yuan Tian a huge amount of pressure. With the strength of the 5 of us, we should be able to fight against the 3 sections. Xiao Libi was very happy. Previously, Li Fuchen was the only one who could fight against the disciples of the 3 sections. They couldn't even interfere, which made him feel extremely frustrated. After all, it didn't feel good to be protected by others. The stone building complex was huge, and the 5 of them continued to go deeper. Cuckoo! I am finally at the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. This is the 2nd level of the Earth Realm? In the depths of the stone buildings, there was a mid-sized herb garden. Li Wuxia, Duan Hai, and Duan Muyo had all broken through to the 2nd level of the Earth Realm. 3 massive chi pressuring soared into the sky, and within a radius of a few hundred meters, everyone found it hard to even breathe. Seems like the heavens are still looking out for us. We actually found a medium-sized herb garden, and found a total of 6 earth-shattering fruits. Duan Muyo chuckled. Right now, each of us can defeat Li Fuchen with ease. With the 3 of us working together, we can turn him into ashes in a single move. Li Wuxia spoke in a cold tone. The feeling of being powerful was too wonderful, and controlling the life and death of others was even more wonderful. Duan Hai did not say anything. However, the killing intent emitted from his body was more convincing than any words. It was obvious that Li Fuchen's existence caused a huge fluctuation in his emotions. Alright, we've already broken through. It's your turn now, Li Wuxia said to the Black Fiend, Ling Huang and Jiang Xiaomao. There were a total of 6 earth-shattering fruits, 2 for each of the 3 sections. Only Yen Qingwu, White Demon and Ghost Girl Yihua didn't get any. Yen Qingwu had already discovered a small herb garden previously, so she should have some earth-shattering fruits on her. Meanwhile, White Demon and Ghost Girl Yihua had to wait for a while. Alright, Black Fiend, Ling Huang, and Jiang Xiaomao couldn't wait to sit down cross-legged. After a dozen cycles, they swallowed the earth-shattering fruit. The night grew darker and the stars dimmed. Li Fuchen's group of 5 continued to venture deeper into the stone structures, hoping to find a second herb garden. After an unknown amount of time, several miles to the east, a heart-palpitating wave of yuan qi suddenly came. Someone is breaking through. Chen Fanghua frowned. It should be Li Wuxia and the others. Xiao Bieli frowned as well. As their strength increased, their opponents might be improving as well. It was just that they didn't know how many of their opponents had broken through to the second level of the Earth Realm. If too many of them advanced to the second level of the Earth Realm, then everything would be back to square one. We have to hurry up and find the second herb garden, Lu Wuhuang said. Li Fuchen nodded. In the 100 herbs hidden domain, it was too easy to advance. Just one stalk of herb was enough to easily advance. Now that he was in the core region of the hidden domain, it was even easier to advance. Fortunately, the earth-shattering fruit couldn't be consumed consecutively. Consuming the second fruit in succession would greatly reduce the medicinal effects. Consuming the third fruit would only have about 10% of the medicinal effects of the first fruit. In short, the further one consumed, the weaker the medicinal effects would be. After the third fruit, there would be no effect at all. Otherwise, as long as he had 8 or 10 earth-shattering fruits, he would be able to easily progress to the 9th level of the Earth Realm. In the medium-sized herb garden, Ling Huang and the other two awakened from their advancement states. The three of them had an extremely formidable qi presence. Their eyes were either sharp like a blade, threatening with baleful qi, or strange and sinister. Compared to 2 hours ago, they were completely different. Li Fuchen, wash your neck and wait for me. The Black Fiend laughed heartily. Ling Huang said, once he appears, I will immediately let him have a taste of being sliced into pieces. Leave that Azure Water Sect female disciple to me. She has soft and tender skin, and should be fun to play with. After killing her, I can even make her into a human skin doll. Jiang Xiaomao had a perverted look in his eyes. On the ground not far away, Yan Qinggu, who was meditating, frowned. This wasn't the first time she heard these people mentioning Li Fuchen. In less than half a year's time, your ability seems to have increased by quite a bit. Yan Qinggu thought in her heart. As dawn approached the next day, Li Fuchen and his group finally found the second herb garden. In this herb garden, there were only 2 stalks of earth-shattering fruit, but it was fortunate that only Xiao Libi and Chen Fanghua didn't get any earth-shattering fruits. As for the other herbs in the herb garden, they naturally belonged to Li Fuchen. I have already consumed an earth-shattering fruit. This earth-shattering fruit probably won't have much of an effect. Chen Fanghua gave up on consuming the earth-shattering fruit and handed it over to Li Fuchen. Li Fuchen said, after consuming this earth-shattering fruit, you will have a 10% chance of progressing to the second level of the Earth Realm. Chen Fanghua shook her head. 10% chance is too little. If you don't mind me dragging you down, I am already satisfied with being at the first level of the Earth Realm. Of course I won't mind. With me around, everything will be at ease. Li Fuchen kept the earth-shattering fruit and took out an empty storage bag. He handed it over to Chen Fanghua. This storage bag is for you. All the storage bags with the Azure Water Sect's insignia had to be handed over. As for the storage bags without the Azure Water Sect's insignia, they would naturally belong to him. Then I shall not stand on ceremony. Chen Fenghua's face revealed a smile. A storage bag was too important to a martial artist. When going out, they always needed to bring some necessities. Without a storage bag, it would be very inconvenient. But with a storage bag, all problems would be easily solved. In the auctions in the outside world, whenever a storage bag appeared, there would be a mad scramble for it. The price would usually reach up to a few 100,000 gold coins. Most of the time, it wasn't possible to buy it even if you had the gold coins. After all, those who were fighting for the storage bags all had some sort of background. 2 hours later, Xiao Libi successfully progressed to the second level of the Earth Realm. It was obvious that Xiao Libi was extremely excited. It was no wonder. For an Earth Realm martial artist, each level was harder than the previous. With his 4-star bone frame, if he cultivated normally, he would need at least 1 or 2 years to progress to the second level of the Earth Realm. But now he was able to advance with ease, saving a huge amount of time. In the past, It wasn't every batch that could discover the core of the hidden domain. It was already a great fortune for one or two individuals to obtain something like the earth-shattering fruit. As the first rays of the morning sun shone on the land, the 5 of them continued their journey and gradually went deeper into the stone structures. Such a pity. This should be a large-scale herb garden, but there isn't a single stalk of herb here. Looking at the empty large-scale herb garden, the 5 of them had a regretful expression. Li Fuchen said, "High-grade herbs require a lot of time to grow. Maybe a long time ago, the 4 sect disciples harvested all the herbs here. Until now they still haven't grown. After the herbs were harvested, they would more or less leave traces of tiny roots underground. After countless years, these roots would germinate and grow into herbs. The higher the grade of the herb, the longer the time needed to grow. According to records, some of the earth-class herbs would require a few hundred years, or even 1,000 years to grow. But the legendary heaven-class herbs would require thousands, or even tens of thousands of years to mature." Xiao Libi nodded. Li Shidi is right. Chapter 161. This group of people were the disciples of the 3 sects, led by Li Wuxia, Duan Hai and Duan Muyo. Yan Qinggu was among them. Seeing that 6 out of the 9 had progressed to the 2nd level of the Earth realm, Xiao Libi and the others had an unpleasant expression. They thought that there would at most be 2 or 3 who progressed to the 2nd level of the Earth realm. They didn't expect there to be 6. Other than that, the other 4 who were at the 1st level of the Earth realm weren't easy to deal with either. Yan Qinggu, White Fiend, Yi Hua and Shen Feihe. Any one of them was not much weaker than Xiao Libi. They were obviously much stronger than Yuan Tian and Chen Fanghua. This group of fellows is really a roadblock. Xiao Libi laughed bitterly. He had thought that they were lucky, but the other party was even luckier. Li Wuxia and the others had a stern expression. Their eyes swept across Lu Wuhuang and Xiao Libi and were slightly surprised. But they didn't pay much attention, as they were only at the 2nd level of the Earth realm. Among them, only Lu Wuhuang had some capability. That Xiao Libi was undoubtedly lacking, but when their eyes landed on Li Fuchen, all of their expressions turned gloomy. Li Fuchen had actually advanced to the 1st level of the Earth realm. When he was at the 9th level of the Origin realm, he was already able to fight against all of them. Now that he had progressed to the 1st level of the Earth realm, wouldn't he be heaven-defying? Damn it! Li Wuxia roared in his heart. Li Fuchen swept a cold glance at the 10 of them and said indifferently, "Get lost before I change my mind." Among everyone present, only Li Fuchen had the confidence to challenge all 3 sections. Clang! A demonic killing intent radiated from Duan Hai's body, as he quickly drew his 100 battle saber. So what if he advanced to the 1st level of the Earth realm? We have 6 2nd level Earth realm, and 4 1st level Earth realm here. Blood Saber Ling Huang growled. Hearing this, the others were somewhat tempted. Indeed, they had 6 2nd level Earth realm martial artists here. If they were to retreat without a fight, it would be a huge disgrace. Even if they were to kill Li Fuchen in the future, it would leave a shadow in their hearts. Hand over all the storage bags and I can spare your lives. Heisha grinned. I want that woman too. Jiang Xiaomao licked his lips and stared at Chen Fanghua. Hearing this, Xiao Libi and the other 3 drew their dark gold swords and unleashed their auras. Looks like you guys aren't going to follow my instructions. Li Wuxia was the first to unleash his aura, followed closely by the rest of the disciples from the 3 sections. Only Yan Qinggu seemed to want to keep to herself, standing far away. She disdained to bully with numbers. If she wanted to defeat Li Fuchen, she would do it fair and square. Under the eruption of more than 10 auras, the courtyard swayed in the wind and rain, and even space itself seemed to distort. Of course, it was impossible for space to truly distort. What was being twisted was everyone's willpower. After all, one's aura also contained one's spirit will. As their wills pressed against each other, the scene in everyone's vision began to distort. Under the pressure of the 9 auras, Xiao Libi and the other 3 found it hard to breathe. If they were to fight for real, it would be good if they could unleash 70% to 80% of their strength. Standing in the middle of the chi presences from the 2 camps, Li Fuchen didn't feel anything. It was as though these qi presences were just fleeting clouds that couldn't shake his spirit will at all. What a bunch of people who don't know the difference between life and death. Since that's the case, I have no more reservations. Since you all want to die, I'll grant you your wish. The mystical dragon secret technique was activated, and the mysterious phenomenon of the cultivation technique appeared. An aura that felt like heavenly might soared into the sky. What kind of aura was this? Under the suppression of this aura, the 13 auras were like a group of old and weak people like shivering children, all of them wilting. In the blink of the eye, the entire courtyard felt as though it was in an inferno hell. Everyone felt their bodies heating up. Xiao Libi and the others were fine as Li Fuchen's qi presence didn't intentionally target them. However, Li Wuxia's group of 9 felt their mouths go dry and their skin burn terribly. This was especially so for White Fiend and Xin Feihe. Their cultivation levels were the lowest, and blisters had even appeared on their bodies. This was an involuntary reaction from their bodies after their minds and wills were distorted. To a certain extent, this was already an illusion. It was just that it was a more barbaric illusion. There was no technique to speak of, and it purely relied on one's powerful willpower and aura to suppress the other party. What a terrifying aura! Ghost Girl Yihua's cultivation might be at the first level of the Earth realm, but she was proficient in illusion arts. Therefore, she wasn't affected too much. But when she saw how the others reacted, her heart couldn't help but shiver. Die! Li Fuchen didn't even need to draw his sword. He just used a palm strike. With a palm strike, a dazzling wave of qi rushed out. Mystic level low-tier palm art, iron smelting hand. Bang bang. Among the group, the weakest White Fiend and Xin Feihe were charred black and flew out. Run! Li Wuxia and the others were appalled as they frantically escaped from the courtyard. Bang! With another palm strike from Li Fuchen, the spirit child Jiang Xiaomao was also killed. Why aren't you leaving? Li Fuchen didn't kill them all, but looked at Yin Qinggu who was at the corner of the courtyard. Yin Qinggu said, "You only killed 3 people. You did the right thing." Li Fuchen didn't say anything. Yin Qinggu continued, "If you had killed all the disciples from the 3 sects, the Azure Water sect wouldn't be able to protect you. Especially Li Wuxia. He is my Heaven Fiend sect's young sect patriarch. If you killed him, the sect patriarch would definitely be enraged. By then, your Azure Water sect would most likely abandon you. Aren't you afraid I will kill you?" Li Fuchen asked. "I might not be a match for you, but if I wish to leave, you won't be able to stop me." Yin Qinggu's figure flashed and multiple Yin Qinggu appeared at the same time, leaving the courtyard in different directions. Li Fuchen laughed, but didn't make a move. If he were to make a move, he had a 50% chance of making her stay. But he didn't want to. Just like what Yin Qinggu said, he had a lot of concerns. Killing was great, but he had to bear the consequences of it. If he were to kill all the disciples from the 3 sects, the Azure Water sect would definitely face the wrath of the 3 sections. With the alliance of the 3 sects, there was a 90% chance that the Azure Water sect would hand him over. This was the way of the world. Whoever's fist was harder, the words of the person would be the truth. If not, no matter how logical it would just be a bunch of nonsense. The current him wasn't prepared to face the 3 sections. But there would be a day when he would be above these sections. There would be a day when he would do things according to his own will. Those who deserved to be killed, he would not let them off. If a person was in his way, he would kill a god. Golden Amulet, you have given me a different life. I will not let you down. Li Fuchen thought to himself. Within the soul spirit wrap, the golden amulet wiggled a little, as though it had a consciousness. Killed 3 people. Li Fuchen naturally got the storage pouch of these 3 people, a total of 7 storage pouch. As such, Li Fuchen now had a total of 14 storage bags. Li Shidi, you did the right thing. Luckily you didn't act rashly. Xiao Libi agreed with Li Fuchen's decision. Even though the 100 Herbs hidden domain didn't forbid killing, and if one died, one could only blame themselves for not being strong enough. But it wasn't right to kill all of them. But to be honest, this year's batch was too special, with the appearance of the insane Li Fuchen. During Sword Maniac's batch, There were only one or two who could go against him. But Sword Maniac's ability was only at the peak, and wasn't able to go on a killing spree. But Li Fuchen's ability was too strong, and could easily kill everyone. He had already broken the balance of the 100 Herbs hidden domain. Even the Sword Maniac back then would have to bow down to Li Fuchen. Chapter 162. At the end of the 5th day, Li Fuchen obtained a total of 5 earth-shattering fruits and 24 stalks of origin return herbs. If used properly, 5 stalks of earth-shattering fruits could produce 5 Earth Realm martial artists. Even a 2-star bone frame would only have a 20% chance of progressing to the Earth Realm. Of course, if one didn't cultivate a mystic class technique, or didn't cultivate the mystic class technique to a high rank, it would be impossible to break through from the 9th level of the Origin Realm to the 1st level of the Earth Realm. Under such circumstances, consuming the earth-shattering fruits would only be effective when one reached the limits of the Origin Realm. Father is a 1-star bone frame, mother is a normal bone frame. Within 3 years, I will make sure they become Earth Realm martial artists. Li Fuchen knew the importance of ability. If his father was at the Earth Realm, the Li clan's founder wouldn't dare to dismiss him. In a clan, the patriarch must have absolute ability. Only then can the entire clan be united and be cohesive. If not, the patriarch's words wouldn't hold any weight. There would still be the Elders Guild, and the founder suppressing them. On the 6th day, the 5 of them arrived at the deepest part of the stone buildings. There was an incomparably gigantic herb garden here. Just this herb garden alone was comparable to all the herb gardens in front of them combined. Is that a herb? Chen Fenghua pointed to the center of the herb garden and asked with uncertainty. Everyone looked over and saw that the entire herb garden was barren. Only a stalk of herb grew in the middle. This stalk of herb was 2 chi tall, and its leaves were shaped like a human hand. The leaves were stacked on top of each other, supporting the fruits at the top. These fruits looked like grapes, and there were a total of 7 of them. Each of them was sparkling and translucent, emitting a faint 7-colored glow. This was already mystical enough. What was even more mystical was that this stalk of herb seemed to be breathing. As it breathed in and out, a shocking amount of spirit chi was being swallowed. What it exhaled was traces of black smoke, as though it was expelling impurities. This is an earth-class herb? Xiao Libili opened his mouth, and only managed to speak after a long time. Among the 4 types of herbs, heaven, earth, profound and yellow-ranked herbs. Yellow-ranked herbs were ordinary herbs. Profound-ranked herbs already contained a trace of mystery, and earth-ranked herbs contained the mysteries of heaven and earth, containing all sorts of miraculous and inconceivable things. As for heaven-ranked herbs, they were legendary herbs that no one had ever seen before. This was because heaven-ranked herbs would never grow in the turbid lands of the secular world. The places where they grew were definitely places that were beyond the reach of the secular world, such as heaven-ranked secret realms, or some mystical lands. Every heaven-tier herb was grown by gathering the essence of heaven and earth. It contained the rules of this world, and could not be found by chance. It's the earth-class low-tier herb, the 7-color glazed grape. Li Fuchen's eyes lit up, and his breathing got hurried. When he was at the Azure Water Sect, when he had nothing to do, he would look for some books to read. One of them was an illustration of herbs, and on the last few pages, there was an illustration of the 7-color glazed grape. This herb could allow martial artists below the 3-star bone frame to directly upgrade their bone frame by 1 star. For example, a normal bone frame could be upgraded to a 1-star bone frame, a 1-star bone frame to a 2-star bone frame, or a 2-star bone frame to a 3-star bone frame. To Li Fuchen, as long as he could upgrade a normal bone frame to a 1-star bone frame, it would allow his cultivation speed to increase by quite a bit. His other qualities would also be slightly improved, and this was a permanent effect, which was more valuable than any other herb. 7-color glazed grape, huh? Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian had a flash of disappointment on their faces. The 7-color glazed grape might be an earth-class low-tier herb, but it could only upgrade bone frames that were below 3-star. It was useless to them, and was even worse than chicken ribs. This herb isn't even fit to be an Earth-class herb? Yuan Tian wasn't pleased. He thought it was some other Earth-class herb. No matter what kind of Earth-class herb it was, it should be of great use to him. Only this bone frame upgrade herb was useless. He was a 5-star bone frame after all. In order to upgrade his bone frame to a 6-star bone frame, he would need at least an Earth-class high-tier, or even a peak-tier herb. Xiao Libi replied, "You can't put it that way. Even though the 7-color glazed grape is useless to us, it is still able to change the bone frame of a martial artist below the 3-star bone frame. It has the effect of changing one's fate, and is definitely worthy of the title of an Earth-class herb." Changing one's bone frame was the same as changing one's fate. Even absolute masters couldn't do it, but a stock of herb was able to do it. To say that it wasn't worthy of the title of an Earth-class herb was an exaggeration. Li Shidi has a normal bone frame. This 7-color glazed grape shall belong to Li Shidi. Chen Fenghua said. Naturally, Xiao Libi didn't even bother asking for Lu Wuhuang and Yuan Tian's opinion. If they were to argue over this, it would mean that their character wasn't good. Taking a deep breath, Li Fuchen walked towards the 7-color glazed grape. Li Shidi, be careful. It is said that the Earth-class herb will automatically attack anyone that approaches it. Xiao Libi reminded. Boom. Just as Xiao Libi finished his words, the 7-color glazed grape extended a hand-shaped leaf and slapped at Li Fuchen. A rainbow-colored radiance burst out, and a rainbow palm print appeared out of nowhere. Seeing the situation, Li Fuchen countered with the iron-smelting hand. Pung! Li Fuchen took 3 steps back. Such a powerful chi force. Li Fuchen was shocked. This was just a stalk of herb, but the chi force it emitted actually exceeded his own. Clang! Drawing his black gold sword, Li Fuchen continued to advance. This time, Li Fuchen easily neutralized the 7-color glazed grape's palm print. But when Li Fuchen was 30 steps away from the 7-color glazed grape, a total of 10 hand-shaped leaves extended and slapped at Li Fuchen. With a sword in hand, Li Fuchen's combat ability surged. With the meteor sword intent and scarlet fire technique intent intertwined, he neutralized the 10 palm prints. 20 steps, all the hand-shaped leaves slammed a palm at Li Fuchen. There was an overwhelming rainbow palm print that left no place to escape or hide. If it was a regular first-level Earth-realm martial artist, let alone one, even if there were dozens of them, they would still be slapped to death by the overwhelming palm print. Break! Brandishing his black gold sword, countless meteor sword chi burst forth. In an instant, the entire area was filled with the sound of chi force explosions. It was extremely dazzling. 10 steps. Boom! A dazzling rainbow-colored radiance emitted and enveloped a radius of a few dozen meters. Within the radius of a few dozen meters, there was a huge increase in pressure. Even the ground sank by 3 inches. Fortunately, Li Fuchen's chi presence was equally terrifying. He forcefully withstood the rainbow-colored radiance and continued to advance. The rainbow-colored radiance seemed to have depleted the 7-color glazed grape's stored spirit chi. When Li Fuchen was 5 steps away from it, it stopped moving, and was no different from a regular herb. No wonder it is an Earth-class herb. Such mystical properties. Li Fuchen uprooted the 7-color glazed grape. Only by uprooting it could it be preserved for a longer period of time. If he only plucked the fruits, the energy would start to dissipate after a few days. Of course, there were still traces of roots underground. Perhaps after a few hundred years, a new 7-color glazed grape would grow. Li Shidi, it is still early. Why don't you consume one and see the effects? Xiao Libi suggested. Alright. You're tuning in to the Li Mei's Wuxia Whispers YouTube channel. We're so grateful for your support. And don't forget to subscribe to join us on this incredible journey through captivating stories. Your generosity through donations truly makes a world of difference, as it's the primary source of revenue that allows me to expand and enhance this channel for you. Thank you from the bottom of my heart for being a part of this adventure.